I put top here or down here? Or can I see my typing? New agent show match. Clover, so weird. Oh, I need to drink water. It's a she. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da.
Just 2 days ago, Gen G and Sentinels met on this stage in one of the year's most hotly anticipated matches. The Pacific Squad shut down the America's #1 seed, sending them back to the lower bracket. And now we find ourselves here at the grand finals for the runback of all runbacks. How will the story end? Well, just go ahead and find out. I'm Golden Boy, you got me, you got High Pocket. This is gonna be awesome. Look at this place. It's
Dude,
to the brim,
the crowd during the show match was absolutely bonkers. What a warm-up for them for the grand final.
And the game hasn't even started
Yeah,
yet.
exactly.
And they're already this loud. It's already this full.
Yeah, it's unbelievable stuff. But regardless of what happens on this stage here today, history has already been made thanks to the players on Gen G. History-making performances bring them to a grand final. And not just a grand final, Hypoc. They're up from the winner's side. So they have control of how this competition is going to unfold.
Yeah, and I guess the team, there were a couple of question marks about them coming into this event with, well, a little bit of a strange journey here to defeat Paper Rex in the fashion they did. Was it enough day for Paper Rex? You know, what is the real Gen G? But they've just come from strength to strength here in Madrid.
They've won 9 matches in a row between this tournament and their own kickoff. And if they win today, if they could lift that trophy, they would be the first ever Asian Valorant team to do so. It's history in the making.
Hey, when you think about the history and what we've seen from Korean Valorant all the way up until this time, Hypoc,
we've been waiting.
Is this it, bro? Is this it?
I didn't think it would ever be anybody else other than DRX, I guess, after the last couple of years, but I'm so glad it's Gen G on basically the brink of achieving this, because they have been such an exciting team to watch, some fantastic individuals and personalities as well, maybe.
And the thing is, last time we had a Korean team this deep, it was New Turn. They went out in the upper finals all the way back in the first ever international tournament for Valorant here. I mean, it's wild that it's taken this long for a Korean squad to come back, but it has some of those same pieces. Lakia, after barely attending international events, after kind of falling off the radar, going down to Tier 2, has come back to another international and is now in the finals. And Solo, who was on that New Turn squad, is now the coach leading this Gen G team to the run that they've achieved.
Yeah, what a journey it has been. But for more on Gen G, let's go ahead and send it over to Yinsu, who managed to get some words with Munchkin.
Hello, Munchkin. Welcome to your first grand final. Of course, you're the first Korean team to make a grand final here at a global event. What is the plan for today, and how do you make sure you bring a trophy home for your region?
Nothing. We just play our own game.
Well, it's worked so far. Thank you very much.
Well, it's their game that brought them this far, and it doesn't shock me that Munchkin's coming into this one with a ton of confidence. But here's the thing. Yes, there's history on that side of the field, but let's actually head over to the other side of the stage, because it has taken Tenz almost 3 years to get back to this spot in a global final. And Mike, this could be a massive achievement for a guy who started off his career in Valorant white hot.
Yeah, I mean, as the chosen one, we keep talking about being the chosen one, but this is a player there was so much hype about, so many questions about when, you know, there was a little bit of a drop-off and a few iterations of this Sentinels roster, but so far, so good. Looking absolutely, well, godlike, to be honest with you. Back to the original form that we know and love from Tenz.
Yeah, but the thing is, he's not playing the same roles. He's not doing the same things. Back then, he could lock Jet, dominate every map, and win every single game. They didn't drop a map on that run. But this time around, Tenz making it to a final, it has been the hard road. It has been every third map. It has been every lower bracket game. And it's been him playing on new roles, becoming so much more of a team player than he was 3 years ago.
Yeah, we have definitely seen the evolution of Tenz throughout his career as a Valorant professional. Actually, here's what Tenz had to say about the squad during yesterday's post-match interview. Let's go ahead and take a listen.
So close.
I think this is the best iteration that Sentinels has had for a roster. Just, we work together, we get along, we're great friends, and I think we trust each other, and that's what matters the most.
Best iteration of the roster, but I think we all can agree that most definitely is the case here, Mimi. I mean, it does feel like this Sentinels team, like, just rose back up like a phoenix from the ashes practically, because it felt like they were pretty much, you know, dead men walking at one point in time, and now here they are in a grand final.
Yeah, it's been 2 years of struggle, 3 years even of struggle for this organization to make it back to this point as an international competitor. But they've taken the time. They've invested in rookie players along with the veterans. They've brought on a coach who has instilled such fantastic fundamentals and has really built a team that is incredibly cohesive. And Sentinels have never really had that to this extent before.
Yeah, and that's what makes it so impressive, this run that we're seeing from them. But of course, Tenz and Sassy have already held global trophies above their head, but the other 8 players on that stage today have not. And in fact, two of them are here for the first time ever. They literally showed up, and then now they're in a final. It's Karen and it's John QT, which is so incredible, because John QT doing this as an IGL has been utterly impressive, but then Karen genuinely is a god.
Yeah, he actually is, well, a ranked god, to be honest, pulled straight from the depths of the Radiant ladder. But yeah, he's looked absolutely phenomenal individually, but also just in terms of, I guess, his macro kind of input as a controller for Gen G has been absolutely pivotal to their success.
And on the other side for John QT, this is a guy who has been grinding at it since the beginning. He's played in EMEA, he moved over to North America, he grinded in Tier 2, even meeting Kaplan back then. Then Kaplan gets this chance with Sentinels. He gets his opportunity on Tier 1, and for a young IGL, he goes absolutely nuclear. His first ever international event, and he's led his team to the finals.
And it's not even the performance of the calling, it's also his gameplay.
He's so clutch. I still think that clutch on Split, one of the coldest we've had here in Madrid.
And it's the same for Karon. Both these guys, they're young, they're new to this pressure, and they're both stepping up, winning clutches, popping multi-kill after multi-kill. It is ridiculous what these rookies have achieved.
Yeah, it has been mind-blowing without a doubt, but another player who has actually been shattering our brains is Zekin, and he's actually standing by with Yinsu to get some words as we get ready for this matchup.
Hello, Zekin. Welcome to the Grand Finals. You've had such a great tournament so far. Tell me, what's been the secret and the reason behind your individual success and performance?
I could lie and say that it's hard work and dedication, but the truth is it's all through the Sen bundle. It really gives me the ability and the power to play well, so please go and buy the Sentinels bundle.
Thank you very much. Good luck.
Capitalism is what powers that young man there.
Maybe a little bit of hard work and dedication. Maybe just a teensy bit.
I guess Zekin's just had the commission changed in his contract as well as matching Celsius.
Yeah, my guy's making plays out there. Make sure he getting paid. In any case, though, folks, there's so much to discuss regarding this game. We genuinely can be up here the entire time. But for now, though, I want to turn the question over to the community. Earlier on, we asked you wonderful people about our MasterCard fan poll. Who do you think is walking away a Masters champion here in Madrid? And it is Sentinels, but you know what? I'll take the 38.1
I'll take 38. I thought it was going to be worse than that, to be honest with you.
I really did.
Yeah, Sentinels are the fan favorite today, but you have to give this Gen G squad so much credit. I feel like they've silently made a run here at Madrid, beating team after team. No one was super excited about them until suddenly, they're in the upper finals. Oh, they're in the grand finals. This team just plays fantastic, fundamental Valorant at a very high level. All of their individuals are in white-hot form. It's time to stop doubting these guys. They're on the precipice of maybe lifting a trophy today.
Yeah, and I think talking about it being, quietly along like the sidelines to the headline, which is Sentinels returning here looking in great form. They've just played some really clean Valorant. It's bread and butter. There's not an awful lot of flair to it, but they've just looked fundamentally
But the thing is, for Sentinels, right, if they were going to lift a trophy, it would be the hard way. They played every match possible in Americas. They went down to the lower bracket. They played through play-ins. They had a long offseason. This is a team who has really dedicated themselves to the grind. Since the beginning of 2024, they have played every match possible, and it's the reason they're so good.
You know, I have to say, though, something that has been very impressive on the other side of this stage has been Gen G's, well, overall attitude about this event. Just their performance as a whole. It genuinely feels like this team, something that we have noticed before, like when DRX would play, or even PaperX, you felt that pressure. For some reason, these guys are cool as a cucumber.
They look like naturals up there.
Yeah,
it's
like they belong there.
Yeah, like it's not a big shock to be on the international stage and facing off against teams like Sentinels, PaperX, Loud, for example, some international veterans.
And I love how proactive they are at getting up, at talking their talk, at just feeling the game.
Absolutely.
Once they get in control, once they start getting dominant, I feel like it's so hard to stop them, because just like once players are yelling, once that vibe is up, like who's going to turn that off?
Well,
they seem unstoppable.
Well, actually, I'm really glad you bring that up, because then my eyes kind of turn to the guy who's won a world champion on that stage.
Sure.
It's Sasi. And even though his tournament has been a little up and down, a little topsy-turvy, if you will, Mike, I do feel like at this point in time, you got to lean on guys like Sasi, guys like Zelsis to keep the attitude going.
Absolutely. You dial into that experience, but also Sasi has been heating up. Last few series, been way more impressed with his individual performance, but also his contribution to some of the executions around his utility, which have been, I'll be honest, the burning questions. Not necessarily the numbers he's putting up, it's the value that he's bringing to Sentinel.
Yeah, also, when he's in the server, even if he's not putting up numbers, he's putting up great supportive utility. One of the reasons why Zekken looks like the best in the world right now is the Gecko or Sky player who's Sasi behind him. But on top of that, it's the emotional leadership too. He brings that world championship attitude to this squad. He lets them know, we can do this, we can win this trophy, and it's the same for Zelsis as well. They have guys who will keep them in it today.
I don't know if you guys could tell, but your boy's sweating up here because it's hot. I love it. I'm all about it. I want to know, though, real quick, who we got taking the dub here?
I'm going to predict Sentinels. With a double map ban for Gen G, it's going to be really tough. Ooh. But if it's the hard road, I can't doubt them.
Okay, Sentinels is what Mimi says. Hi, Pac, what about you?
Gen G walking their way to a trophy today.
Ooh.
I'm telling you. And do you know what? We had this conversation before this event started. I was like, I'm not buying it, GB.
Dude,
I'm not buying it. And you're like, just watch.
Yeah.
I'm all in now.
I was confident when I saw it, man, and I won't lie, this is a tough one. I'm curious to see where we end up for the maps, but genuinely, I could see Gen G taking this and hoisting a trophy for Korea and for Pacific.
They absolutely could. It would be history for them walking on here with rookies, with a roster that had no expectations to make it now to a grand final, to have a chance to beat Sentinels and lift a trophy. It would be an incredible moment for their league, for their country, and for all 5 members on that stage.
Oh boy, I hope you guys feel it. The electricity in this room is palpable. Everyone, basically the seats are packed. This is going to be a banger, and the wait is over. Today, someone's walking away with the trophy. It's Gen G versus Sentinels, a best of 5. The Masters Madrid Grand Final starts right now.
Yeah. Butterfly clover, fuck you, man. Oh. Yeah. Yeah. Oh my god. Exploding.
He's gonna hear this. Did he spot him? Did he see him? 2 already in the round. A 3rd would be needed. Mind Freak's not stopping.
Tenz.
He's gonna check. And he does! Sentinels are going to the grand finals!
It's good to see them back as well.
It's been a while.
Looking back at my career as a whole, things don't always go your way. It's not always a perfect road.
Hopes and dreams of building a dynasty this year left in tatters. The Sentinels are sent home.
They only win a single map in the entire stage. Super disappointing.
That's been the story of their year, really, hasn't it? Sentinels are out of LCQ.
But I am thankful for the opportunities I've been given. Just the path that has allowed me to be the person, the player I am today.
Sentinels are going to be your kickoff champions.
Tenz.
Newton on map 2 on Haven to take the series to move forward to the grand finals. Newton surely got rocked here by Sentinels.
일단 건강 문제로 되게 힘들었었고요. 힘들었고 포기하고 싶었던 순간은 당연히 엄청나게 많았지만 네, 결국에 끝까지 제가 프로를 시작했었던 첫 이유가 이제 엄청나게 큰 무대에서 우승이었기 때문에
History for Korean Valorant as Gen G 13-3 Sentinels. They booked their spot in the grand final.
Estamos aquí en directo en Masters Madrid. Los fans acuden del mundo entero para apoyar.
For my premier team, I'm the IGL.
Are you planning to make it a pro? Is that
Yeah, that's the plan.
I actually came here from the United States to come see Masters. First Korean team in the grand finals.
진짜 너무 팬이에요. 공부하러 왔다가 원래 한국으로 3월에 가려고 했는데 급하게 꺾어가지고 경기 전부 예매했습니다. 이거 원치킨 선수 신발.
신발을
심한데? 이거는 나는 라키아 선수 옷이랑 선수 옷백이 안 가져왔다가지고.
진짜 개꿀. 감사합니다.
일단 저희가 팀 창단 첫 초기에 되게 저희들끼리 친목을 중요시했어요.
특징을 잘 살린다.
저희가 운이나 그런 게 아닌 진짜 피땀 나는 노력과 그리고 마음속에 쌓여져 있던 응어리들이 늘 전부 다 해소하면서 여기까지 오게 된 걸 알아주셨으면 좋겠습니다.
I always kind of dreamed about having Kaide at an event, being able to watch me win it. Just the fact that she's present here now, it means a lot to me.
Shit.
This match is redemption for us.
I've been a fan of Tenz since 2021 when I watched him in Reykjavik. Trio Sentinels, I'm calling it.
Go Sentinels, Sun City.
Go Sentinels!
Gen G, they changed their setups to be specifically against what Sentinels does to entry. So meticulous.
젠지 화이팅 대왕제.
아직 자랑스러울 순 없다 생각하고요. 트로피를 거머쥔다면은 어찌됐든 자랑스러울 것 같습니다.
It's not always a perfect road. I'm just really thankful. May the best team win.
Hello everyone, hola a todos Madrid. Es un placer estar aquí con todos vosotros. Aquí, a Madrid, llegaron los 8 mejores equipos, los más en forma, representando a 4 regiones. Y ahora es el gran momento. Es el momento que todo el mundo esperaba. Y la pregunta, ¿estáis listos?
Shut up.
Bienvenidos a la gran final del Masters Madrid.
Stupid. A new character. Fucking like wrestling. Tenz! What is that? What's that thing that he bring in? Buy the set bundle. What is that? What is Tenz holding? Oh, blockfish. Look, exactly. Tenz, my king. Who is Kaplan? Lakia. I better save my stuff first. Meteor. PRX. Genji loser. For the win. Sense for the win. Tenz for the win.
It's been a difficult road for both of these teams, from failing to make an impact at the start of the VCT era to now being in the main event. Only one will hold a trophy over their head, and it's now time to determine who walks away as the inaugural champion of the season. Is it the America's #1 or the Pacific #1? We're ready for war.
It's been over 1,000 days since Sentinels and Tenz hit a grand final stage at an international event. After grinding it out, finding opportunities for year after year, they've made it back, but they're up against Genji, a team that has already made history, the first Korean team to make it to a grand finals and a chance to win the first trophy for their region.
And here is your Omen map select, and we're going to see what we're playing in here in a smart decision for Genji. They have both of the bans. They decided to get rid of Lotus as well as Sunset. Good maps for the Sentinels.
And to start things out on Breeze as well, maybe looking for a little confidence booster if it's even required to start this series.
Breeze is boring as fuck,
man. Genji won that map last time. Their double controller, Jet, Yoru comp ripped Sentinels apart.
I thought it's even worse. Boring map.
An epic battle between two teams that not only have crossed paths before, obviously, but for both of these squads, they're really trying to see where are the margins of victory, because neither team, I'm suspecting, is going to be giving anything up. But I'm really looking at that Breeze to be the tone setter of this game, just like what Sentinels did to Paper X yesterday on Lotus.
I think the tone setter, but then you got to look towards Split. The question marks that have arisen recently around Sentinels. Actually, this doesn't even feel front-loaded for Genji now. Can they ride on that previous victory once again?
Kaplan did say that Sentinels were ready for anything, that give them Breeze, give them Icebox, they just want to play. They're trying to focus more on their own game today, and that's the same focus that Genji said thereafter. Still, it's going to be brutal. Back-to-back BO5s, game after game for the Sentinels, while Genji has had time to study their opponent and prepare for this rematch.
But one has to wonder, though, that lower bracket run, right, gives you the confidence, especially taking out a Paper X team that I think were just shooting out of their minds in this tournament, especially toward the later end. One has to wonder if that kind of warm-up, if that initial battle could actually pay off for them here in the grand final.
I mean, scorelines aside, it's an exhausting series to play against a team like Paper X, but whether or not that now, kind of puts them in a position to be ready for what Genji's going to pull out here in the grand finals.
You really have to focus on how incredible it is that Sentinels even made it here right through that
Wow, now the
BO5. This
table
is
a
John
bit
QT's first
round.
international
Wow.
event as an IGL at
So
this
close
level.
to each
he played
other.
Ascension before, fell flat there.
It's a
but
round.
He's managed to keep up the calls
It's a round
for
design.
so many matches on end. Is it enough today, though? That's the question. We're into the agent select, and there's no surprises. Both teams return to their same comps.
Wow,
but I imagine
KO.
Sentinel's going to have a new game plan today, Mike.
I mean, the other thing being there's some tape now for this Gen G composition. There's an opportunity to go back and study where things went wrong, where there's some possibilities or opportunities to really make some impact. On
Why
the side of
10's KO,
Sentinels.
man?
So we know
What
that
the
the
heck?
Pacific teams really do like this Breeze. They like to play aggressive. They like to catch
Very
you off
loose,
guard.
though.
Breeze, I
Very
hate-
loosey-goosey.
I think the
I
strong
hate
suit for
Breeze
Gen
map.
G in their last match was how disruptive they were in their post-plants fighting forward, not letting Sentinels play the set structured retakes that they love to play. Sentinels, honestly, I feel like have a chance to kind of get dragged down into the chaos here by Gen G with this comp. It's going to be tough for them to take home Breeze though.
Well, this is it. It's now time for the Madrid Grand Final. And let's go ahead and send it over to your casters. It's your boys, Bren and Sideshow.
Thank you very much. Let's get this one started in the Madrid arena. What a stage that's been set up, man. The scintillating Sen City trying to pave that road for a bit of redemption, but they got the pride of Pacific on the other side and a hell of an advantage waiting for them. That double map ban looks brutal to try and get through.
And it starts off here on Breeze. A rematch of our upper bracket finals, and this was the decider. Instead of to close, it's now to open. Side swap though. So what can Sen learn? They barely played any defense the last times that these two teams clashed, but there is footage out there. And another thing to note, Bren, Gen G won all 6 pistols last time they played. That's an almost insurmountable advantage.
Need that back.
Something that's got to be turned around if you are Sentinels.
Wow, 1440p did not let.
Mentioned that
Holy
putting
shit.
a lot of focus on themselves, not too much on the counter stratting. I think that might be wise as well. Breeze is going to be a map that really comes down to a bit of form factor. Can you hit your shots? Can you try and take down the big dogs that is Gen
Why
G?
Tenz
They've
choose
got some
KO,
heavy
man?
hitters. Munchkin now setting up for the wall. Looks like a bit of an A split.
Going straight into John QT's setup.
John QT just crouched behind this one, still flash. Molly coming through, Trip as well, and the counter play in order. There it is.
The trip kill.
Trip kill. Never seen that one before, at least on the big stage. Here it is, though. It slowed down Gen G to a crawl. Lakia in through the back of the site, though, and there's the response, the return of firepower. Zelsis left to pick up those pieces, but already a site has been gained and granted. Shock dart kills, 2 versus 2.
And now, as Gen G have to return to grab this spike, Zekan's gone to make the play, wrapping all the way around. He's got a Sheriff favored for long-range fights. And that Shock not quite as successful as the prior. Sassy's been locked out and has given away his position, and Caron, new to the big stage, so aware, but he's missed the timing.
Just barely. From ranked to rookie to tier 1 stage to the chance to lift the trophy, Caron looking like he might take that first contact dart. Supportive util, Sassy finding it difficult to really get himself into the position. Second, walking wide, now the dart finally ready, clearing it. At least onto one position here, but time's starting to work and tick against the face from all of them. On top now, Sassy versus Lakia. They're all players against one another. It's Lakia who cleans it up for the pistol.
And another one of those pistol rounds going the way of Gen G. The individual skill on this team is so high, even after you see this ridiculous opener for John QT. Clearly anticipating an A-split from coming through, Sentinels simply couldn't capitalize on it.
Korean. What?
Lakia, one of those players with a lot of focus on him, was there to open up global events in Valorant.
3 kill already,
Is
man.
here now at our most recent, looking in incredible form.
Looking like he wants to have that second shot of revenge. I mean, he's already got it the first time in the upper bracket. Now a chance to really knock them down and deep. Now there's a flash play here with a util. Still is happening on multiple sections here with Mita falling
The
down.
push down holes,
Yeah.
push down holes.
Trying to squeeze them now with the drone close quarters. Combat might be in order, but again, there's that long sight line and teams finally coming through with the right clicks. Finally, left clicks getting it done. Shock dust pulled out, maybe a bit frantic in terms of that approach. Sassy getting ahead of himself. Zelsis doesn't choose to peek his cranium out wide. Still going to be playing his life now.
It feels a little bit like a comm was missed there because the spike was dropped, and yet Tenz is going for a repush elbow, almost anticipating that Gen G would pick the timing to rotate, but they had to recover that spike. and had to be cautious doing so. Has Tenz read this play perfectly, though? Guardian in
Low
hand,
HP
and
already,
the rest of
man.
Gen G are coming towards him.
Can this be something here? And he's going to be hearing it. Again,
All of them
he tries
is
to
there.
take the timing
Oh.
just before anybody was set up for it. And they run him down. All grouped up now. 3 players. Munchkin taking that forward angle. What could have been a
Nope.
possibility now is just looking just
Tenz,
more
nope.
unlikely.
Zelsis with the Outlaw. Everybody dies in a single shot, but it's a 1v3.
Tenz throw in.
Spotted out. Beautiful work from the IGL.
Wow, 0-13.
3 players surviving. Making it nice and clean here for Gen G off the back of that pistol round. A map that, again, have to iterate here that they are
Wow,
favoured
Lakia can kill a
in
lot,
this
huh?
situation. They've already played Sen on this map here. They absolutely trounced them.
That was a dismantling. One that
Wow.
had Dappling claiming full responsibility for the choice to end up here. Had no choice whatsoever when it came to the grand finals, with Gen G having that double map ban. Heading into the bonus round. Meteor not too far away from being able to get close to his Yoru ult, which is super effective to be able to get into these sites. Even the information alone, little jump up, Zekken.
Yeah, he's pushed up deep here. Not too much to support him, not too much to trade him, but he sees it, hears it, and there's the kill. Collected onto Munchkin, but it's offset. Immediately onto the other side of the map. No fast pace increase here from Gen G. Happy to just play for that pick, play for the orb, and now slow it down once more.
And not prioritizing the orb on Meteor, as I suspected they might, to try to get the Dimensional Drift online. Instead, just going for texture. And Sen have been picking these kind of timings in the first 2 rounds to go for little explorations to see if they can get some more info. Instead, though, Zekken and Zelsis doubling up over towards A, anticipating
How
that
did
this would be
Tenz
a
die?
lead hit.
No idea.
Just confident that John could hold down the other side.
Just that, though, massive map control that's been lost here for Sentinels. You can feel it just sort of positioning Assassi. He's having to watch halls in case that lurk comes through with 40 seconds left. For Gen G now, fully grouped up. Starting to hit into this side. The John QT is going to be sitting side by with his rifle. Might have to try and put a stop to this one, but it's difficult. A lot of adversaries to try and overcome here. Still not showing his hand. Dart, potential there to set that one up, but finally a few shots fired, and Rattle Texture has been creeping and crawling up onto the angle. Finally there, and releases it. The trigger straight to the dome there. Sassy dropping into the back of the site. 2 left standing here for Sentinels. Disadvantaged position. Gotta watch that one though. ADS second. That's 8 seconds left. A round-winning play perhaps, but now a safe plan position for Meteor, tucked right behind the pillar. We'll be able to get the extension into the round, but can he survive the 1v2? Already through, and second! Nasty work there.
Zekken got shut down completely in the upper bracket final when these 2 teams played against each other. But you can't keep Zekken down for long. What we saw him do to PaperX, he tore them to pieces. 3 out of 4 of the maps, he was clearly the best player in the server. Dominating not just on Raze, as he has been doing all year, but also finding his form and his footing on Jet, especially with rifle in hand. The timing on the Cloudburst dropping, just giving him the perfect moment to deny the plant. And grabbing 2 on the back of it as well. Enormous play, and also demonstrating once more, Bren, that Sen are looking to play this defense aggressively. Not at the beginning of the round, not trying to force the fight, but looking for those mid-round timings to soak up a flank or a bit more info. And Zekken's going to be
got no
crucial.
kill, man. What the heck?
It's a good adjustment as well, something to just upset those
How?
timings. But Gen G, they play pretty close together.
Look at this. Drone into elbow really makes it feel like Zekken could be pushing behind this. So everybody on Gen G scared. Instead, the double push coming down halls. Great distraction play from Sassy.
Meteor, though, potentially getting some of that information over towards the one side with a nice Blade Storm.
Nice.
Running them through, and the IGL dropped. But now a scurry and scatter. Everybody running over towards that A site, seeing if they can at least reinforce Meteor's position. He's going to be tucked close.
Can they get a double face going with Zekken updrafting? Instead, just choosing to face it.
TP with a gate crash, not going to be baited out from that one still. Lakia is also getting a move on through halls. Could be that late lurk play in that position. Meteor going to be cleaned up there with the trade still. A tap. No one forced out wide. Lakia, though, gaining that kill and closing the door in front of him. Neural theft. Giving the info. Texture. Now the emphasis placed on him. A dash to the side here, but a pull on line, not half. Onto the spike. Could be a big difference maker. Could be a massive one, in fact. Gen G have got them surrounded on almost every single front right now, picking them apart, the threads unraveling. Leave it at just John QT, but again, the time ticking away. It's just far too late for it. Gen G, nice and easy onto that third.
John not even able to secure the rifle, which could have made a huge difference for Sentinel's economy. If he had been able to keep it, perhaps they would have still been able to buy into the next. I love the play at the beginning of the round from Sen. I think it's really smart. Fake like seconds pushing in one direction, get the pick over towards Halls. But they also just allowed Meteor to run in with his ult and get the plant down. And he essentially did that just all on his own.
Yeah.
And once you're in an afterplant situation and Gen G are walking all over the space, it's much more difficult to clean up. And Sen's retake protocols do not look as good here as on some of their other maps.
Definitely tell it's a map that's just been, less honed over time. Sentinels just missing a jump there. I mean, a deep dart, I believe, broken early, so Zekken didn't want to take the peak timing. So they're just holding down towards elbow. For Gen G again, happy to play this one nice and slowly.
I believe Texture's positioning, he would have heard John Cutie use the aggressive cam over towards B. And that info may well get relayed to the rest of the team.
Gen G.
Yeah, you can see it being pinged out here actually on the minimap. And so they're expecting the stack to be over towards mid and A.
Incredibly deep positioning here. Hunter's Fury going to be offloaded from this particular position. That's Lakia returning it, see if he can get a kill, but only to one tag, spotting out the positioning of Zelsis. Interesting usage of the ult, but with 50 seconds left now, Sander make their way, meander over towards that B side. Cosmic Divide will cut this one up nicely.
Paul aimed for where John Cutie has been anchoring in previous rounds.
Got a red line.
This composition has so many different ways of getting into B. The Jet and the Yoru, very difficult to deny, especially when you have so many smokes online. That pit did not cover the spike.
What? A lot of respect as well being showcased as well to a weaker buy of Sentinels, but Zekken, see what damage he can do here. Still with the rifle in his hand. They found the first one, but again, a lot to get through. It's murky territory, a blight onto the B site with that pit, but they really wrangled control of this one. They found Charon, but again, Munchkin is the player that needs to fall to really stand a chance into this one. Yes, it doesn't cover it. Texture alive and kicking, working his way around, but he's being found. Sassy drops him, and one player left to stand as Lakia crouched, cowering, fear in his heart. He cannot face them. A thrifty win for Sentinels.
That is a bizarre one to start us off with. With a pit being invested as well, you think Gen G have just got that wrapped up. It's a gorgeous flash recon play that catches Meteor, but then there's just a lot of timing plays all around the spot. All of these Gen G players dying whilst looking the other way. Not being able to use the eco advantage that they had, and actually the pit there ended up hurting them. Not something that's that replicable, but certainly one that Sen could take to the bank.
They will be moving forwards now, plenty of money left waiting, and a lot of equipment comes with it. Full weaponry. Zekken, so damn aggressive. Now, seems to have an inkling that maybe Charon's there, possibly from a cam aggressively getting broken.
Yeah, for sure. John Cutie's cam got broken in that spot, and now he knows where Charon basically is. The rest of Gen G working their way up mid. One of the things that Sen said in their press conference was it was difficult playing against Gen G, hard to isolate your ones when they travel around in such a pack. But Gen G are running a 1-3-1 default here. Smoking it up, looking to take a little bit of mid. But Tenz has gone walking all the way down halls here, getting good info for his team.
That's fantastic info. He's going to be hearing the scurry of the footsteps from Munchkin, maybe even seeking to punish, but he's going to be calling this now for his team. Look at this.
Sassy starts to go.
Yeah, good maneuvers all around the map. Can really follow those sound cues and follow them well straight towards the B side, but it's going to be setting up for that B split. Out through tunnel.
Tenz has got to be careful here not to overflank. He just needs to play to contain. He grabs one, grabs two.
And the heads will roll before that space gains. And guess what? Gen G just sent rattling now all the way. The movement looking clean with it. Texture's got something to say. Still, only one blade left.
Kill.
Rest of them finding it into the back wall, but there's the refresh and shut down. Traded time. Really quite low. Only 11 seconds left.
Tenz is
Get onto the side, but Charon has to clear a little bit. He might just have some time spare. Barely a second. And yes, we'll be able to get it here, but Sentinel surely don't let this one slip. A 1v3.
Charon, though, is going to be able to reposition slightly, and Tenz is weak.
Really weak. He's got so wide. Zelsis needs to be ready.
Oh my god.
The movement impeccable, the aim on top. And he's brought it to a 1v1. Yes, damage has been done, but this guy, ranked to superstardom all the way on the grand stage, he does not seem phased at all. Zekken to face him now. Again, slow walking onto the angle. The noise and information just being cut away entirely. It could just come down to chance. Cloudburst straight up into the air. Zekken diffusing. Drops down by taking
God.
Charon! A menace to him! The scourge of Sentinels rips away the chances of that round.
That's an absolutely monstrous, heartbreaking 1v3. And the aim and the precision is pretty natural. It's just, you do not see that. With a Phantom at long range, on Breeze, ripping off heads. Yes, the timing on the trade is not perfect. It's not a double swing from Zen, but they don't expect the guy to be holding that and winning that.
Charon is just that guy. I mean, he just seems unshaken throughout this entire tournament, throughout all of kickoff. Doesn't matter the obstacles that you've thrown at the guy. The entire team as well just been persevering. Sassy gonna have a hell of a lot to deal with here. Drone gets all the info he's looking for, possibly seeing multiple targets. Now the Hunter's Fury of his own. That is going to be let rip, and look at the targets! It just cleaved right through them.
What a perfect counter to what Gen G were going for. Immaculate stuff from Sen. And still throughout all of this, they're looking to go aggressive in other places. Tenz has gotten deep. He's going to be able to hear rotations. I think that's such a pivotal part of Sen playing in this finals. Gen G love to rotate around the map on their attack side and their defense side. Getting people into good positions like that for info. Impeccable.
Seems like a clear game plan, just disrespecting them.
But also Sassy, really, the playmaker there.
5v2.
I thought he was going to get overwhelmed. You saw him get the tag onto Meteor, and I thought that Sen were going to get baited into the fact that there was only one there. Clearly, a better read than it appeared. The Hunter's Fury obliterated them.
Few layers too. I mean, Celsius, the bodyguard, playing inside the smoke, making sure
30
that
seconds left.
there was no punish in sight when Sassy was ulting.
Yeah. It's very solid stuff. Now Gen G are just going to go for a save here after Charon got them a 1v3 to start their economy flourishing. Sen making sure it dampens just slightly. I don't know whether they saw Zekken's operator this round. They didn't really interact with it very much because he went for the peak double doors at the beginning. I have a feeling that Gen G don't know that this is online. You can see he hasn't even shot a bullet. So that could certainly be another twist in the tail as we head into the next.
They're not revealing the hand that they have purchased that one. They might be able to check the money, at least in the follow-up now into this round, but yeah, here's that play before as well. I mean,
it's so lovely.
Vulnerability as well.
Yeah, especially with Celsius throwing the snake bite.
Real
Tenz
nice.
by kill.
Zekken is going to be here to try to receive this hit if it comes.
Zekken is strong.
He's taking a gander through
Wow, Tenz so many assists.
He wants to wall.
I feel like this is going to be so difficult when Meteor has Zoro online.
5 tags though. 2 found. Deep control of mid. Now Charon is playing a really far back position here. Just seeking to contain. Oh my god. Against the wall. Could just be walking straight into it. Shot missed though. It's a jiggle. And guess what? The entirety of the site has been gained. Given up entirely here just from that dimensional drift. Out of it now. Meteor with the plant.
And this is
securing
brutal.
it for texture.
This is brutal. You're going to end up having pulls on this. You've got people running, you know, Munchkin's got lineups that he can throw. Off-site post-plants buy time for post-plant lurks to come through, and this is the game plan for Gen G. Zen are not in a position to play this quickly. They have to clear so many areas and then put pressure so deep to punish Charon and Munchkin.
Already the lineup sailing across. Dart not quite broken. Reveal onto multitudes of targets. Again, this all causing issues, and it is too much to overcome, too much to clear. Ults are being rattled off here. Texture from the high ground, eventually traded, and now the flash, pop flash, round the corner. Tenz was on dodge. Meteor! Massive play. Zekken sticking inside the cage. Broken. Destroyed and dropped. Gen G finding that fifth, but you're right, Josh. It all began just how long it took Sen to really get their ground, get started onto the retake.
Frankly, the push into main, I have no problems with. Tenz doing a great job, but how is Meteor turning this and still getting a double kill out of it? If you remember back to the defense side pistol that Sen ran on this map against Gen G, they flash peeked Zekken in, Meteor dodged it, got the kill. I'm just getting flashbacks of that again. The Gen G players are so skilled and have demonstrated that all year. You think you have them dead to rights, you simply do not.
Slight edge being held now for Gen G. Rounds have been oscillating wildly back and forth. It follows the trends. It's Sen's turn. Gen G playing quite split up though. Two players. Texture and Charon. A dynamic duo. Be making waves. See if they can do any damage. At least focusing on that. That was a potential reclear being called there by Sen, and let's just go even.
And no flash peek being used there, so that was just a dry double swing. 1 for 1. And Munchkin's wall not going to be available to them if they hit A, so that puts more pressure on Karen now. But he still has the ult to be able to work with, so not a major problem for Gen G.
Aggressive Tenz is holding this angle. Not a far back position. He wants to hold them before they can even get themselves into the choke. Locking it down. Deep dart. Potential setup. Waiting for the sound cue. Doesn't get broken.
Yeah, I think if that dart had been broken, he was looking to flash peek in there and make the play to win the round. The time is getting so low. If they can play in front of the Cosmic Divide, Sassy goes down.
Headmatch clean off. Dart through into the back. Cosmic Divide gives him the perfect exit strategy here. Pop flash through. He's aware of it. Facing away or at least dodging it. And any chances for Sentinels into this round crumbled once more before our eyes. Again, Gen G in astounding control.
Commanding position there. Having lost the Viper early on, to still be able to deal with that A-main aggression and come out on top is pretty excellent. Gen G, we're talking about the fact that their composition, honestly, they're happier with it on the attack side, or at least people expect them to do more on the attack side with this comp. And that was what blew us all away when Sen played against Gen G last. Now we're really seeing how comfortable they are in these spots. It doesn't all have to be fast execs with the Jet and the Yoru. Celsius would love to keep the weaponry.
Oh, no way. Flash through.
He spotted Texture.
Plenty more players though. Texture spotted him. QT, last one left, slowly being hunted. We'll push back. The enemies and adversaries, so they do keep at least one gun into the round, but already you're looking at almost similar scenes here. Here's that opening when they try to re-clear out through.
An unbelievable shot onto Munchkin, but the trade's still coming through. The level of quality in terms of the rifling in this match is unbelievable. But we didn't get to see it in the upper bracket final between these two teams. Sen talked about, Kaplan in particular mentioned, the atmosphere was bad when they began that game, and they crumbled on split. It set the entirety of the series off on a bad note, and Sen, though they tried to recover it on Lotus, ended up going out in a flop. Now we are actually seeing Zekken, Tenz hitting really nice shots, bringing it to the Gen G players, making it more of a game that's about how they play the macro and how prepared Gen G are rather than just running over them with the individualism.
Because that's the first step, right? To conquer Gen G, you kind of just need to be matching them pound for pound with the aim.
And man, how difficult that is, because Texture, Meteor, Karen are all up there with the best players in the world right now. In terms of form, they might be like all three in the top 5. I don't know who else you would put up there, because you watch Texture, Meteor, or Karen in a 1v1 against anybody else in this tournament, you have to favor them.
Yeah, you do. I mean, they're just cerebral. The way they move, instinctual in nature, really. The way they tackle and handle a lot of those clutches, and just the aim and the movement on top of it. It's all there, perfect package for a lot of those players, so that is the first obstacle that Sen have to remove. Getting that confidence back, at least. Making moves now towards mid, though, here. Creeping once more and crawling.
It's a kill trip, but with no one really to play off it here.
All given up, so Meteor once more building up towards Dimensional Drift. On his way through, he'll be able to clear out most of this side as well. Basically, the human drone just spotting out these trips. Kill trip, lucky. Wait a second, John QT is there onto the angle in time. Gets the punish onto Lakia. Caron, the chance really for him to clean up, but no, the crosshair placement just wasn't expecting that one. The deep contact play and push out from Sentinels. On the first times, it feels like they're in a really advantaged situation.
Yeah, definitely. They're realizing the fact that Caron and Munchkin are going to be playing in very passive positions. They found them both. They even isolate Munchkin, who's so far away. And yes, this has taken a lot of time, but it's set them up in a great situation to win the round.
Chance of playing the lineups anymore for Munchkin. Meteor, Texture have to go absolutely massive, but he instantaneous there with the trade and shut down in time. So the Sentinels are willing to make it that repeat of what happened last time these two teams clashed here. And that 4th one on the board, steadily, slowly but surely, chipping away, trying to make it at least even at the half.
Look how John gets at it. It's after the kill trip came through, but it's this repush, not looking to try to go for the retake at all, fully waiting to try to flush out Karen and Munchkin before they ever go towards site. It's a great adaptation. It shows that they understand how Gen G are playing the post plants. This is the kind of stuff that made Sentinel Split so scary. You know, we'll forget about the last 2 times we played it.
Yeah, I mean, they've had their confidence knocked there as well. You can tell that just from the way that the map veto ended up shaking out. Wasn't the first map that they ended up picking. Deep dive here, Texture want to take advantage of this one, but it's broken. Sassy using it. They did miss second. Hello, spots it. Up in the air. It's all about the reactions. Follow through there. Just a clone, but a shorty. Defending the area and teammates flooding back in. All to his avail. Munchkin, though, has managed to get himself a gap into the A site, but the spike has been dropped down into the center of the mid, and it's all down to the individual plays. You can see Karon also thinking about the same thing here, and Munchkin. Full territory gain down into mid for Sen, but they need to keep their eye on almost every single angle here. And guess what? Plenty of backs facing away from them. Karon! It's majestic! And just like that, turned away, ripped away. What should have been a slam dunk, Sen left looking in every possible direction, barely able to get it, but they do in the end.
Karon with another one, another death blow, a dagger to the heart of Sen. Another round where Sen getting themselves into a hugely advantaged position, but because they played this specific style of using second as bait and everybody flooding through from tunnel and double doors to try to help, they gave up the sights, and Gen G are just too smart with it. They read it, they react so quickly and get into positions where their players can pull off magic like that. Final round, Zek Glass Cannon Operator. You're watching here as he tries to take contact.
Dodging that initial wave of utility. Won't be too many targets.
Now, once more, Brent. Sassy drones out through B main, making it feel like perhaps there's some level of aggression happening over there. They're trying to prompt the reactions out of Gen G. But this team is so smart. They wait for a full commitment before they decide to do stuff like that. And Munchkin's the playmaker actually here, making his way all the way up through halls. It's not a full commitment on the A split just yet.
Not quite.
Trying to make a play or get some info.
He does like to take the initiative though. That player to watch for here, Meteor. Holding. Kibi's a util, potentially the flash there, I believe, in his hands, but thinking twice about it. And again, it's just pure silence. They're letting Sentinels stew, hoping that they make a mistake.
No real reaction though from Sen. They're not going to get baited into defensive aggression.
Now the drone at least should trigger that reaction with the knife down. Cancels it! Reactions there from Zek, and repositions there with a dash, but might want another go. I think still with the door opened wide, he realizes it is back. He's open to 2 different directions, and he's really got to try and watch this one here, at least get some help from the rest of his team. Gen G are moving into the opposite side of the map.
Yeah, they're going towards Zelsis, who's reinforced with John Cudy's utility.
The players haven't budged, snared into space. Zelsis hearing that one broken, now wants to take the fight to him. Out wide, onto the wall here, Karon. He's worked and wiggled his way into the back of the side again. Back to it, reload! Oh my! 7 seconds left, the spike drop down. Sentinel surely a favourite, and yes, indeed they are. No chances here in the final round of this first half. Not for Munchkin. So maybe, gotta think it's a better look for Sentinels here on Breeze.
A much more competitive opening to this game on a map where most would write them off. Gen G dominated this map when the sides were flipped last time we saw it. Here, great awareness, dodged the drone, used the knife to cancel it, punished the player coming in. There was a trip there onto Texture. He had to kind of adjust in mid-air, and Zelsis caught him, plucked him out the air like a butterfly.
Absolutely insane stuff for the first half. Guess what? Plenty more left to go in Breeze. Let's send it down to the analyst desk to discuss everything so far.
Thank you so much. Wow, what a way to start things off. But let's just jump right into it. Our Verizon high-speed moment of the match came in the first half. We had multiple, as a matter of fact. It was kind of, you know, your choice, pick of the litter here, Hypoc, because Zekin, this kid's putting on a show today.
Yeah, I mean, just looks so clean time and time again in these high-pressure scenarios as well. Last alive here, like back against the wall to try and find a bailout round to really try and recover this. We're so used to seeing him now in this scenario.
Yeah. And it's ridiculous because this guy just turned 19 in his first international final. He had that birthday while he was here in Spain. And the journey for this guy has been long. When we first saw him internationally, he was only 17 years old, playing with Exet on stage. At the time I talked to, his parents were there with him, going along to Istanbul, but they've been with him the whole way. This is a picture from Americas of his grandma out with him, supporting in the crowd. He's a young guy, but he's had his family all the way behind him throughout his journey here in Valorant. And now he's at a point where he's in an international final and really in that discussion for best player in the world.
Yeah, what's so impressive here about Zekken is just not only does he carry himself like an absolute pro, but the man is just so meticulous in the server high puck. But he's going to need to continue to output more if this team wants to get back into it.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, Josh was leaning on this in the cast as well. You've got people on the other side, Texture and Meteor to really overcome. Karen obviously being the clutch master on that controller role. Zekken's definitely going to have his hands full today if he wants to continue frontline versus this Gen G roster.
Gen G's post plan's got them a great half here, but their comp also excels in the retakes. They have a lot of util to bully Sentinels out. Gen G looking strong in this first map.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very difficult here for Sentinels. And for Gen G, hey, it ain't going to be a walk in the park either. I'm expecting some fireworks in this second half.
Fireworks.
For Sentinels, I mean, we've already been highlighting the real importance of it. Gen G winning, was it 6 out of 6 when they last played each other?
So now 7 out of 7. And heading into the 8th, Sen need to be able to get some of those online. And this is the half where we saw Sen have no success. Kaplan said that they came in with an anti-strat that they thought would work, but called it wishful thinking in hindsight.
Oh, wait, is Meteor just taking that fight straight up?
Good punish, though. A lot of damage. Yeah, it's not the kill, but they forced that back. Denied Gen G a little bit of space. And now this drone's really going to make it feel like it's a commitment into B. Instead, the spike is going in the completely opposite direction. I think this is looking more like an A-split where you rely on the fact that Zekken has holes control.
Gen G, they do play to those sound cues. Oh my, just missing a chance and the timing there for Tenz, but with the orb now bloomed and blossomed, can start to get a move on onto the A side still. It's Karon. It's locked down into the corner position. Guess what, Zekken punishing the rotation! And 3 heads roll. Down and out here, Karon blind as anything. Cannot win his fight out. Zekken, they're chanting for it. You can feel it, the roar of the crowd behind him. He knows what they want.
Tenz spots him.
Munchkin spotted. Ow,
What?
Denied, but that is the first pistol that Sen have put on the board in the rivalry that's blossoming between these two teams. And what a fantastic attack side strat that is. So much better against Gen G than what they were pulling out in the 3rd map of the upper bracket final. They call a fake, they use the advantage of having map control, they use holes against a team that has a solo initiator. It just ticks every single box to me. Learning from the failures of before.
Of how rotate heavy Gen G play, I mean, maybe a bit of fakes and finesse might be just exactly what Sentinels ordered. Clearly doing that prep work here. Now the orbs can be farmed up, granted for them, without too much pushback. Of course, got to be aware there's always a chance that they could fight back.
There's a slight bit of danger in this round, Bren, because Meteor managed timing the recon dart that Sassy threw into mid, I believe. So they have no idea that Meteor is positioned this deep, but no one on Sen looks like they want to get into that area at all. Sen running a default looking a little more like when Loud played against Gen G, not going for the early round group ups in A main, but happily now grouping up together to make sure that they can trade out the lower eco players. And like I said, I don't think they realize that Meteor is this deep.
Meteor going for walkabout as the face early on. John surely hearing this one now, facing him, but it's too much to overcome there. Meteor with that Sheriff, and again, a bit of stray damage through Tenz. Let's try and at least lock this one down into the side of the...
He missed it!
Oh, but they have found him. Right-click bundle, diff, apparently so.
Player
Player still left to stand here for Meteor. Find that one, maybe could be a chance, but it does go down in the end. Traded with the nade, flushed out wide, and found in the end. There it is.
It is a conversion for Sen. It looked a little difficult to be able to get across the line. It's always going to be tough when Gen G have smokes that you have to play around. They're flashing into the smoke here to blind Karon. Clearly they have a good understanding of how Karon's going to be playing. I think one of the key antis that they came into the last time on Breeze was the knifing Karon so that he can't use pulls. They thought that would give them easy access to the A site. In fact, Genji have way more layers to it than that, but you can start to see Sen looking to break them down. And now coming into a bonus round. Do we have another great strategy called here by the brain trust of John and Kaplan? And Drew as well. I should give credit to my kilt-wearing neighbor from the north.
You certainly should, yeah. Takes a village, after all. But it has been evened up in terms of that scoreline, 7-2-7. And like you said, the bonus round is where Sentinels will look to see if they can get over that hurdle here. Texture, Toast, okay. Not going to be able to play anti towards that one. And everybody playing inside this cloud. Burst, not expecting him. He pounces up. Already just locks that one down. These Sentinel players are left scrambling and wondering exactly where these players are coming from. Texture now with the dash. Smoke to play in for Tenz here, but how do you really overcome this? You just can't.
No.
It's just raw mechanical prowess on display. An easy one is what it feels like here for Gen G, overcoming all sorts of obstacles that were thrown at them.
And I think that's an example of what was going wrong for Sen last time. Gen G are just so good when it comes to defending the standard hits. And this is a very standard A split that Sentinels send in. Gen G's crossfires are amazing. Karen can always play around Pyramid because he has smokes to dip and dive inside of. And then you have Lakia up towards stairs, Texture in that gutter. They've always got triangles going on that are extraordinarily difficult to break. The weakness with Gen G's defense is to do with Lakia and him being overstretched, having to run around halls,
jump spot heard. Real opportunity for Zekken to get that punishment. You are right, it is that weakness. That's why they have to put bodies into it. But now a double walk up and face. Zekken got to be ready for this one here. Is it going to be cleared? It's an off angle. Lakia in the crosshair, precisely on exactly where it needed to be.
Yeah, great re-clear. Gen G are going to go for those occasionally because that is the weakness of their composition and they need to make sure that they have info in that area of the map. Meteor going for an info peek when they're up 5v4.
Everybody's got their backs turned to every possible position. Texture, though, seems to be more aware of it than he is. Shuts down John QT. Sassy out in the open. Down into the back of the site, and it is traded and cleaned up by Tenz still.
Tenz.
To the left stand here for Sentinels. We'll get control of the B side and the plan online.
How come planting time?
More so,
I thought
try and overcome.
Oh, after 12 already.
Lakia and Karon taking their time with it.
They know that Zelsis does not have the orb on the spike. They can see that over towards mid. So he's probably not playing post plants, probably on site with Tenz.
All up. Re-clear. Just feeling unsafe, but they do take control of main once more. They can play this post plant from this position still. Smokes are available. Black, leaves Karon, puts that one up, but a kill found still. It's down to just Tenz.
He's got to do it all.
Does have a nade, but still he's got to deal with this. And what a play to make. Texture so damn aware, but there's the shot still. Will the nade land in time? Lakia's sticking, half, spam, damage! He's just got it! Unbelievable from Tenz!
So close, man.
That is cold! That split-second decision to pull out the fragment grenade and make sure that you have additional damage. What a 1v3!
That's on a knife's edge though, isn't it? Look at it.
One enemy remaining.
But my god. Look at it slow down.
Oh my god, 0.1 second.
Very close. He's drawn the game back 8-8, where Sen actually have the economy advantage, putting together much better rounds, using more of the map. And Gen G, even though they're finding advantages, letting that one slip away. This time, Munchkin going wandering, tucking underneath where John Cuty's playing. This is always a dangerous spot. It's obviously a risk. If the player on window checks, you're just 100% dead. But taking a risk on a round like this where you have lower economy is absolutely
playing
worthwhile.
Using KO.
And of course, he will be able to hear rotates if
one
they
of
go
my favorite
heavy
characters,
towards B.
actually.
And he'll hear them early enough to call those defensive positions.
Back here with the Bucky. I think he's going to be going for a peek here. Still wants to hold that close angle. With the dart broken, it's going to be pulling players actually. Reaction out of Gen G, thinking that, okay, well, his presence there, but now the drone adds another level to it. A bit of confusion into the camp for Gen G, wondering where the hell are these players landing with only 40 seconds left. Time could start to become a problem, but Texture, he was the real danger in this round, at least with those knives, and with him shut down, now it opens wide with Munchkin immediately there. No command sent, flying Bucky Gaming! Lakia dropping Tenz straight down to it. Removes him from the fight, aiming control.
No time.
Granted and gained, tucks it up and doubles up. Now with the drone over, an attempt to punish Keron, running and gunning. Zelsis time, 12 seconds left, he needs to find this kill, but the rifle has been handed over, and so is the spike. John QT, head on a swivel, too much to deal with, too much to overcome, and surrounded, man, surrounded.
That's the value of Gen G taking risks. I'm telling you, Munchkin tucking into that spot. You won't see him do it often on a rifle round, but what a timing to do it. And Lakia, he gets the perfect glimpse of Tenz right before that. But also, they had no idea that Keron had already pushed down through halls and was in this position. Tenz is comment that there's only one person in A main there for sure, because they just had no clue that the Astra was also ready, holding Lakia's back during the drone. And just like that, all of Tenz's good work in the 1v3 undone in a moment.
Right back at it with the economical disadvantage.
And from watching Gen G, they love using Meteor's ult to help them defend sites. It might seem weird using the Oro ult. That means there's another player that can't.
Hello.
Huge pick.
Against his adversary as well, the Nemesis on the other side of things. A clear win con is that Zekken can shut down Texture as a player. It's a fast reaction going to be called here with a neural theft, gives him a lot of information. Hunter's Fury, Sassy's hoping that he can at least set this one up. Meteor, out wide here with a dimensional drift. He was hoping for a chance to really get that punish onto Sassy, but it's all cancelled in time, and now the rest of his team flooding in. Munchkin spots it, just the shoulder, and finally the kill. Straight to the dome, a wider peak indeed, but this is going to be face down and sprayed through entirely. Tenz finally deals with him. The pesky intruder to a site that should have been theirs. Lakia is out wide, firing that util. A pull already going to be used and utilized, but 3 players left standing now for Gen G. Meteor already in position. A 1v2 for Zelsis. Doesn't know where they are. Wall up, reposition spots. Keron, splash, blinded himself. Keron with the follow-up.
Gen G bailing themselves out of a rough spot there. But I think one of the key problems is that when Sentinels got in position to try to hit the B site, I believe Zekken's waiting for another piece of utility there. He's just delaying, waiting to peek at the right time, and sets up Munchkin for the triple kill. If they had been able to move a little faster, had that set up a little quicker, Munchkin probably ends up just going something like 1-for-1, and Senna in a much better spot. Nevertheless, that was an eco round for them. We come in, 8-10. Rifles again online. And Sen on an eco swing round with big ults for Gen G.
Massive ults. So far this map, I mean, it's just been a tenuous tightrope walk, hasn't it? Either side, just Thrifty's making it nice and even, a potential chance, but overall Gen G just holding that edge.
They saw Lakia droning through double doors there, so they should have an idea that there aren't too many players halls unless it's being pushed. But that's not where Sentinels are going. Looking instead to dominate mid and set up this line. Karen is sometimes going to peek that, but it doesn't look like this round.
Textures planted himself onto the half wall. He's locking directly down into the tunnel angle.
Can they cause a distraction in B main that pushes people into Zekken's crosshair?
Oh, Zekken. It's all about the reactions, but Texture, of course, he's favored. On LAN, already in position. It was all on Zekken. Zelsis seeking to just sow that chaos and discord into the map, at least with the pit laid down. Gen G, I feel it really imperative to try and clear this one, but they're already just losing players. Sentinels toppling like flies. Tenz, he has worked his way deep. Gate crash now into the back of the site, so Meteor's going to be rejoining his team, and they have reinforced that area with 20 seconds left. What is the call? Jumping away and on high, but still they're surrounded with this pit. How did they even get themselves into the site? It's 12 seconds time working against them again. Lakia
10 seconds
to
left.
play to do the most. Spoiler, there it is. Finally spraying them through with 5 seconds down. No chance of sticking. I don't believe there's any time. And even if there was, Lakia could have absolutely sealed it up anyway. Beautiful work from Gen G.
Now round should be the first nail in the coffin here for map 1. They're going to push Sentinel's economy down into a really rough spot again. And Texture opening things up. It just looks so simple from his point of view. All of these Gen G players, they're so skilled, they make it look easy. It certainly isn't. Almost every other team has struggled to deal with Sentinels. Gen G are wiping them out. This is a map where they're favored, and sure, it's closer than it was last time. But it's remarkable, as Sen take a timeout, what Gen G have done with this squad. Yeah. This is not like Sen, where it's big, heavy hitters returning to the stage looking for redemption. Gen G, this is a new roster. Sure, some people have been here before, but others brand new to a stage like this. And Gen G are on a 9-match win streak, beating out DRX, becoming the top Korean team, beating PaperX, becoming the top Pacific team, and then beating every other team in Madrid playoffs to find themselves here with map V2 advantage in the grand finals, 2 rounds away from locking up map 1. To say the pressure doesn't faze them, I think would be an understatement. They look elated on stage.
Just having fun. They're happy to be
elated,
absorbing it all up. And yeah, I mean, listen, the pressure probably would have gotten to some of these players a little bit ahead of time when they're playing against the top, at the time, Korean team. That was DRX, even in just the kickoffs. I mean, Gen G, this is a squad that was put together and really had a tremendous amount of doubters. But they have slowly but surely knocked down every single obstacle they faced and more.
And now the pressure is on Sen's side. They've taken this tactical timeout, and it's going to be for this round. This is them forcing up, trying to stop Gen G from getting to 12. Little jump peek there in case Texture was on the angle.
Deep knife. Cage to cover their cross as well, looking to try and split themselves into B. Now there are players here, great dash forwards with that flash. It's all combined and calculated. Munchkin layers it down now with the pits. Dropping down in this position. He's already found Celsius. Where's the follow-up? Where's the follow-through? It's not there. Caron, the supportive util, the smoke to just prop it up and divide up the entirety of the site. And now a tasty morsel has been claimed with the spike drop down. The advantage again, rolling its way to Gen G. It's Sentinels that are forced to react.
Unbelievable play from Munchkin. How he's got the awareness and the composure to do that boggles the mind.
Here.
This is an almost impossible spot that Zekken and John find themselves in.
Gen G are not giving him anything. Diligence off the charts here.
No crumbs.
Slight jiggles onto the angle, never overextending. 30 seconds remaining.
Left.
Texture. Stray shot fired here, potentially just catching a glimpse. Opens wide again, John QT, that was his only chance, but
there goes the op.
Is there, op down, still 18 left, and they have to deal with Munchkin. Smoke down, grabbed and out, dashing forwards, but Munchkin again, they weren't expecting it, right? From behind, it's the IGL Oasis. And credit where credit is due for this guy. Munchkin, one of the players with the most international experience. He's been to these events before, but guess what? On a completely different team. And the deepest runs he's ever been, 9th to 10th.
And now finding himself pushing up with an ace to get to map point in the first of the grand finals. And not just any old ace, not an eco ace, in an incredibly important round under so much pressure, pitting, running towards his opponents, making a mockery of them. Sen have to force up again, but it's odds and ends. It's not looking strong.
And
pure scraps.
Oh fucking hell!
Drag it into that territory to stand a chance in this round against Gen G.
And I think they've found the most success when they've tried to find people,
just the first match, bro.
Positions, but
first
that's
round,
almost impossible to feel good about lurking and then taking a 1v1 if your player has, you know, a bulldog or a stinger even.
Yeah,
you just don't feel favored.
Contacting as well onto these angles with Texture, opping.
So poor.
Known.
Sen's team is so poor.
It's that little bit of fear, that little bit of doubt into the back of your minds. John QT, it's all about the corners being cleared, and guess what? Doesn't look like he wants to open himself up to it.
He's not thinking about it.
Not thinking about it at all. Lakia, punishment is there in place, over the top with the knives, dodging, dashing, and away, but one blade left. And for Zekken, needs that rejuvenation, he's got it, but instantly again, Caron, the trade is there. Fundamentals off the bloody chart for Gen G, and this is it, surely, with the map pushed into the positions, already there. Clone revealed the position, flash through into the box, Sassy's out, wide and alone. Scared for his life, too much to deal with, indeed. Gen G lead the charge here in our grand finals of Madrid, taking map 1.
Looking calm and collected, doing it too. It could be a long series, but Gen G are going to try and wrap it up as quickly as possible. They had the double map bans. They got to pick the first. and they've set the tempo. Certainly closer than last time, but as soon as Gen G got onto the defense side, it looked like some of the same difficulties again.
Absolutely, and plenty of questions up in the air as well. Bind is up next. Gen G haven't played it at all so far at this tournament. What are they going to be coming out with here in our grand finals?
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin. In this series, I'm going to walk you through attack on Pearl. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Red Bull gives you wings. 2 minutes rest. Let me check my YouTube if it's running.
Tengo muchas cosas que decirte ahora, pero antes de empezar quiero que le demos sin freno.
Testing. 1, 2, 3. 2 minutes rest. Let me check my YouTube if it's running.
The weakness with Gen G's defense is to do with Lakia and him being overstretched, having to run around halls, nest.
Real opportunity for Zekken to get that punishment.
Breeze is boring map anyway, so
What a fantastic start it is for Gen.G. I'm now joined by their coach Solo and Jen to do some translations. Now, the last time you faced them on this map, it wasn't as competitive. They clearly made some adjustments coming into this. Did you guys also have to make some adjustments on Breeze as well?
감독님, 지난번 센티널스를 만났을 때보다 훨씬 더 접전인 경기가 펼쳐졌는데요. 센티널스도 많이 준비를 해왔고 또 젠지에 맞춰서 좀 카운터를 많이 준비해온 것 같았는데 젠지도 오늘 하면서 좀 즉석으로 전략에 변화를 주던가 아니면 어떤 준비를 했는지 궁금합니다.
저희가 원래 하던 대로 하려고 했는데 그 센티넬이 생각보다 라우드식으로라고 해야 되나? 준비를 잘 해왔더라고요. 그래서 저희는 라우드식으로 하면 어떻게 이겨야 될지 알고 있었기 때문에 그 후반전에는 좀 저희가 좀 더 수비적으로 해서 게임을 이긴 것 같다고 생각합니다. 네.
Well, in the beginning, we tried to play our own game, but Sentinels have done an incredible job coming in heavily prepped, and I feel like today they were playing more of a loud style, so we were trying to figure out how to counter that, and in the second half, we tried to be more defensive and less progressive, I guess, proactive, and trying to counter that loud type of style that Sentinels were pulling out.
Oh, that was a great game plan. Thank you very much, Jen. Thank you very much. Good luck in map 2.
Gen.G picking up right where they left off when they defeated Sentinels on Breeze last time. This time, though, you got a Sentinels that had a bit more up their sleeve, but I think it goes without saying, Gen.G, they knew exactly what the game plan was getting ready for this one, Mimi. They had to beat them on Breeze.
Yeah, I mean, like the coach was saying there, they absolutely did. Sentinels, I think, changed up a lot of their ideas coming into this, but Gen.G did a great job of adapting, slowing down from going for these forward aggressive plays on their defense, instead playing more of these set retakes with the Yoru Flash dart combos, and it worked really well.
Yeah, and I think as well the key thing to know here is every time we watch Gen.G, the protocols, the fundamentals, they seem to improve time and time again. And Sentinels are the perfect sort of team to dismantle that sort of play style. And I mean, players like Karen, obviously Texture, Meteor, the ones that we time and time again talk about, these ones really actually reinforcing that play style.
Yeah, I mean, they're also, if we want to take a look at a specific round 17, I mean, this came off of a 1v3 from Zek and Mimi, and then Gen.G's like, hold my bear.
Yeah, I really thought that second clutch was going to be the turning point for Sentinels to maybe take this map home, but this Thrifty round was utterly pivotal. When we talk about Gen.G, we tend to really focus on the fundamentals, how good they are at converting advantages, being clean in their trading, but they win a lot of scrappy rounds too, and this in particular is a great example of how good they are at kind of disrupting those timings, getting weird in those Thrifties, and oftentimes coming out on top.
Yeah, capitalizing, being creative and reactive to what's going on is also something Gen.G have excelled at, and really that comes down to Munchkin being the one to really take hold of, exactly, take hold of the mid-round and actually push the heat back onto IGLI John QT that we've kind of bigged up as that's where he excels, the mid-round, the reaction to information gathered across the map.
Yeah, of course. But let's go ahead, though, and take a look real fast at our aim lab shoot-around with Tenz as we break down what we should be expecting here on Bind coming up next.
Yeah, the entry duo for Sentinels, Second and Tenz, did well this map. 10 and 4 in their opening kills. I think they were taking over a lot on the attacking side in a way they weren't in the last Gen.G series. However, Gen.G's really good at sneaking in, converting those advantages, making the hero plays when they need, and that's what won this map.
All right, well, I do want to hear what Coach Kaplan actually has to say before we get into map 2. He's always got to drop some nuggets. Let's see what he has for us as we get ready for Bind.
I'm now joined by Coach Kaplan from Sentinels. Now, you guys looked a little bit more comfortable on Breeze this time around, but looking at the rest of the map pool, no Lotus, no Sunset. So what other areas do you feel like you guys feel comfortable on right now and could potentially give you a map pool advantage?
I mean, we feel really good about Bind and Split. We feel great about Ascent after yesterday too. I would say Icebox out of the maps left in this series is our least comfy, so I was relieved they put Ascent ahead of Icebox for us. Yeah, and that's where we're at with maps.
Thank you very much, Kaplan, and let's see if they can indeed bring it back on Bind.
Well,
I'm now joined by Coach Kaplan from Sentinels. Now, you guys looked a little bit...
That's what we're wondering here, right? And I think, if anything, this is going to be the opportunity, Mimi, for Sentinels to really make the statement.
It absolutely will be. Gen.G haven't played this one since Pacific, whereas Sentinels came to Madrid. They debuted a new comp playing the Gecko and the Sky and implemented it really well, taking down a Team Heretics who were looking hot.
Yeah, whether or not Gen.G have a trump card to obviously pull out. Last time we saw was very one-sided versus Paper X, whether or not they're feeling as if this is the comfort composition they want want to pull out. But it's interesting, obviously, in the coach interviews to hear, you know, the allusion towards Sentinel's prep. Actually, is this a question mark for them? Is this something maybe they're expecting to have to deal with very early on in this veto?
Yeah, he said yesterday, Coach Kaplan being him, that Sentinels was kind of playing for a 3-0, and that's where their prep was focused on in those first 3 maps of the pool, which they predicted. It sounds like what he said in that coach interview is that they're playing for the 3-1 here, that these next 3 maps are critical, and he's absolutely right. Sentinels have not played a ton of Icebox. When we've seen it, it hasn't looked great, and that has been one of Gen G's strongest maps in this pool. So if Sentinels is going to lift a trophy today, I think these next 3 maps have to be where it happens.
Yeah, there's a method to this madness. You love to see it. There's a game of I mean, you know, there's the battle of the coaches and the picks and where we're going to end up in this game, and that is also part of this journey that we've been seeing both of these teams go on, where they're not just trying to, especially with the format, try and like counter pick against their opponent. They're trying to play their game, but in this format right now, you kind of have to manipulate it to your favor.
Yeah, I mean, but it's a big question mark for me. You talk about expected results and expected scenarios with the map pool. Let's not forget what's happened with Split, right? Even across the map pool, there's questions, sure, of how deep the strength runs for Sentinels, but if that's the MO coming in, Gen G were
generally garbage.
Throw that off balance.
Gen G.
Yeah, I mean, they were the team who dominated them on Split.
Yeah, exactly,
the map that has been their home this entire tournament. Even back in Americas, they looked incredible there. So honestly,
I mean, they rattled them so much that they gave them the play. They gave PaperX the playbook when they played against last time.
I mean, it is crazy to think that Sen has lost their best map twice in a row now. And I'm not going to focus on hindsight because they were amazing at that map, and they still are.
It takes nothing away, but I think it gives massive credit to the teams that can dislodge that sort of statement.
And it really goes to show how close all these top teams are. That you can big up all the fundamentals, all the ideas Sentinels take, but it just takes one good day of prep, one good team showing up, and that can really change.
All right, well, we do have the Agent Select coming up here. We'll see what we end up getting. And again, I think really it's just, as we keep saying, you know, High Pocket is just going to come down to the margins, really. At the
never played you this anymore.
Between these two teams.
Yeah, don't expect any changes here. We're not seeing any, obviously, Gen G previously. Whether or not this is a comfort pick for them coming out of the grand finals. Only saw 2 occurrences of it regionally, but they look damn good at it. A close fought affair with DRX, sure, but that finals versus PaperX, this was the home stretch for them.
I think the struggle for Gen G will be playing the solo Sky here, not having that refreshable utility that the Gecko gives you. Sentinels can re-clear extremities, can have that Dizzy back online. Gen G, on the other hand, doesn't.
It's time to see who has the better ideas here on Bind. And let's go ahead and send it to your cast. You got Sideshow, and I had to say it, Bren, the birthday boy. Love you, buddy. Have fun.
Thank you very much. Yeah, Bind being a stage that has been set here between these two teams now for map number 2, and it's a series of unknowns really for Gen G. I mean, we haven't seen them pull this out in quite some time. They are running the same comp as they did when they qualified for this event of Madrid, just before it all occurred in the kickoff. And yeah, some question marks really about their play, about Sen's preparation, how comfortable they are going to be heading into this. Now, clearly, there is some level of that. It was the first map the Sentinels got their pick of when they actually got to wrangle that map, pull that map veto out of the hands of Gen G.
Pissed around again. Very clear focus. Gen G looking to fight over Shower's control. That's where Tenz and Zekken both are.
They are rapid onto the corner here. White face, 3 players though left to fight them. Tenz hightailing it out of there. Backs away. There's a smoke drop down at his feet as well, just to cover that retreat.
Looking like they want to take another fight immediately over towards short. Tenz just trying to make sure that nobody walked up behind the Viper wall. Risky to try to take that kind of play, hoping to catch a timing on Munchkin had he gone for that. Gen G's approach here is quite slow. Sassy's already used one of his flashes just to let him know that Fountain was clear at the beginning of the round. But now Lakir and Munchkin gaining information, peeking into John.
John should see this, as you said here, with the jiggle. A little bit of damage done.
But John, look, not pushed off that angle. So still getting information that Hookah is clear. That's going to keep 2 players over towards A. So Gen G were hoping that that play would open up A as the weak site. It's not going to be the case. Zels is still with Molly.
Whistle though will be about to be set up here. Now, what's the emphasis being placed towards this A side with the dogs? Straight through to Molly doing a bit of damage. It has slowed them down. They realize Showers is open. The reposition out into the back of the side. Dizzy up and away. Broken in place. Sassy, good kill. Wingman with the swing. They are absolutely running over these Gen G players. It was the fast TP and a wrap around. Shut down. Sentinels, a pistol round gained. And just in time for them.
Fantastic pistol. completely turning the tide of the narrative in the previous match that Gen G were dominating all of those important rounds. And the player to watch there was Tenz. He did such a good job. That's a fantastic play from Sassy too, but I love the wingman usage. I love the double up with Zelsis and Zekken, and making sure that they catch Meteor. To me, when I watched Gen G last time playing on the attack side on Bind, the player that stood out to me was Meteor. He gets so aggressive on Cypher.
Oh yeah.
A little Alpha Yer-esque.
A lot of solo takes into Showers. This time though he's supported with the whole pack almost here. Still Outlaw. Texture meets his match, drops to the floor, and these are kills that you don't really want to be funneling into Zekken. Don't want him to get those showstoppers online, but with Showers control gained, peace of mind granted for but a moment. They still need to deal with potential lurks.
They've actually pinged out where John Cutie was playing in the previous round, and everybody on Gen G looking to group up over towards Hookah. So perhaps, you know, because they found that positioning previously, they're going to look to try to punish it. Look, again, setting up, making sure the crosshairs are in the right place, but John playing a different angle.
Yeah.
Escapes without any danger.
Good jump spot from Tenz too. But Gen G again, the whole pack just roaming around here, looking for those openings. Here's Meteor. Talk this guy up, bigged him up for good reason. His mechanical ability's off the chart and he can just solo open things up. Cool, calm and collected with the aim. Has to really steady the hand now through and out into the site. And they have dropped the players for assaulting the positions.
30 seconds
Karen
left.
spotted. Tenz holding position, just waiting for these reinforcements to come through. And it's looking fairly clean. Nicely done from Sentinels. Tenz building up to what looks like a fairly speedy Thrash, which could be a massive ultimate to work with. I think this is the dangerous side actually for Sen. When I was watching them play this composition against Heretics, bearing in mind that we've only seen them play it once, they've really adjusted their defensive setups.
4-0 using a
did
Gecko.
in that game. Whereas
Gecko
previously
is
when they played the
duelist.
Yoru, they were focused heavily on Showers and B-Long. We saw much heavier focus towards Hookah, Shaw on defense.
Seems to be a return to that, right?
It seems to a little bit, but bear in mind we've only seen it once prior to this. So that could have just been their game plan against Heretics. This defensive setup, for example, much more reminiscent of what they've been
2-0.
doing early on in this game, and more similar to what they've done classically on the map.
Here's the Meteor Classic. As I was talking about, I mean, the guy just likes to go walkabouts. Solo plays towards Showers. He tries to play off the timings as well and noise that the rest of his team makes.
And I would say that this is Munchkin's weakest map individually. I think that's one of the reasons that Sen will have picked this and felt confident about it too. Gen G's map pool is just outrageously good, but this is probably down towards the bottom. If they're able to recover here and put up an X, might just be the goats. Who knows?
Let's see. Taking a gander now seriously at this bonus round as a call being made fast. Look at that Stimmy. Tenz following it through all the way into Lamps. Stunned up. There was that connection and they are just running and gunning. Curran didn't stand a chance. A second go of things now. Dizzy. There's some value behind it, but at least Lakia can stand his ground, rooted into place with 40 seconds left. Time. Not too much of a problem just yet, as long as they do slow it down and pick off these remaining players around. Sassy, back at the site, Ghost, winning it,
Nice.
but now just facing all together.
30 seconds
Second
left.
realizing it, backs himself away now,
No
up
time.
towards heaven.
Lakia has to plant here with 3 HP. Zekken has a nade. Is he going to be able to get into position to deny
Has to open
this?
himself super wide, but he takes the risk, actually just goes for the wider swing, and Lakia, yes, he does go down. Straight bit of damage, 140 to the
What
chest
the
and Texture.
heck?
Back at the site, not accounted for. Gun round earned here, and one out. So no bonus
What's
to get
the
away from
score?
them. Sen don't get that luxury.
But they've done an enormous amount of damage, honestly.
Shit.
Gen G's economy is not going to be in an amazing spot here. You know, Guardian, Bulldog coming into the next one. And there was certainly danger. I love this decision to fight backside. It was a little disjointed from Gen G, but a nice call. And Sen's defensive setup again prioritizes Showers at the start of the round and B-Long. Quite different from the last time they played against Heretics.
Certainly does. It's time to be split. Waiting out the molly, and Texture's just not scared at all. Look at this guy, wide facing. Not worried at all with the wall was down. Plenty of angles left and waiting. Flash through there, getting the acknowledgement. Tenz, what is the call to be made? They are really just out wide and open. If this wall goes down, They should know the timing for it. It's going down. Flash through and out. There it is. Meteor falls, deleted. Lakia.
How's he done that?
Away, I'm not too sure. Jumping up and hopping up. That was a trailblazer kill that I just saw filling up the feed, but the spike dropped down. Texture will seek to reclaim this one, and all this action has happened with still a minute left on the clock.
What is Munchkin's call here? Zelsis is still waiting over by Showers, expecting them to use that teleport, because Sentinels have lost B long control.
3v3.
Love the play from Sassy and Tenz, going for a fake B long reclear and then a real one afterwards with the wingman.
Go in the teleport, man.
Scenario.
Go in the portal. Go plan A, idiot.
This is still looking like they could take the teleporter, but Munchkin's getting into more and more of a committed position.
30 seconds
Slowly
left.
now assuming correct positions, like they want to try and exec themselves into this side.
One go in teleport, the rest go plan
We'll send it
B.
flying. That's just
Also
to block
possible.
off that CT exit and entrance. Still the face, and the fight is called. Munchkin. A lot more left to do now here with only a few seconds left.
No time.
Removes the Seeker, was pesky in his face, a bit of a problem, but again, time against him. And with the spike in the middle of nowhere,
no time.
Clear wing
No
cons
time.
acknowledged there. Zelsis, yeah, he runs his way out.
Very well handled from Sentinels in this round, and Sassy stepping up. A lot of what Sassy has been doing on this team in this new version of Sentinels has been purely supportive. You don't often see him at the top of the scoreboard, putting himself in good positions to dominate in the same way that we saw him when he was on Loud. But this round, finding great impact.
Oh, that spam.
With the reclear, with the swings as well, shutting down Genji. And all of that economic damage that Sentinels did on the bonus now really paying dividends.
Stacking up. It's a much weaker buy-in approach here for Genji.
I saw any spam.
Map Molly should be familiar with it by now. It's going to be landing onto B long. Allows Texture to claim that ground. Slowing it down. In the right moment, waiting for the team to back him up right behind him here. Classic playbook of Genji, just contacting in, hoping that they can take a fight and trade it out if it goes poorly. Sassy. He's the one to watch for here. And look at that Texture. I mean, insane awareness. Shots fired and rattled, but there it is. Zelsis returning. Few of his own. The spam battle won out, or at least evened out.
Evened out, and Munchkin is looking to try to take this timing down short. He's posted himself in an aggressive position. Second and Tenz want to re-clear.
Arrow theft. Molly was sent flying.
Oh, they missed it!
Oh, he missed it! Still walking into the Molly. How are Genji finding all of these kills are onto the A side already?
That is ridiculous! I thought Tenz and Zekken had the awareness that Munchkin was there, and Zekken, he ends up getting caught as well, so giving away his positioning. He's going to have to pull out heroics to get this. It's looking awesome for Genji.
Yeah, doesn't do anything there. Genji doubled up. Almost every position accounted for. Sentinels. Yeah.
2v4,
backing away from this one.
Brutal decision that they have to make in this spot.
Safe.
Terrible economy on Tenz, Zelsis, Sassy as well. How have Genji managed to pull that one away?
That's a confusing one.
It felt very similar, though, to that eco round that ended up swinging things when the score was something like 8-8, 8, you know. I think it was round 17, actually, yeah, on Breeze, where Munchkin tucked underneath window over towards B, and he made that aggressive move, and he got rewarded for it. And this is similar again. There's a distraction play over towards B, and Munchkin gets into position. This opener is lovely, but I think what actually ruins them, oh, that's brutal. He just didn't hear the molly or realize. But this is the play that I think wins the round for them. Munchkin finds the timing to be able to punish Tenz and opens up the A site for his team to rotate. Sen have been aware of that before. Tenz was looking to re-clear, but they just didn't go deep enough down short to catch Munchkin hiding behind that box. Flips the economy on its head. But actually, Genji are taking 2 Guardians into the round. 3 players that'll die to a double tap.
Really just trying to min-max as well, that money. Keep it flowing. Face now out wide. Munchkin. Great awareness and even better aim. That's 3. Drop down red, filling up the feed. Sassy, yeah, of course he returned the fire, but guns being reclaimed out in the open. No chance left here, so Genji, all but certain now going to be that 3rd round. John, happy to do a bit of that damage, but yeah, guess what, Meteor, he's not letting him get away with that.
Punishing the gun pickup instantly there. And I said earlier that from what I'd watched in Pacific, I thought Bind was Munchkin's weakest map individually. And I also said earlier that when I think about Genji, I'm thinking mainly about texture, Charon, Meteor being the three powerhouse players. When Munchkin is finding plays and finding moments and winning duels like this, I truly believe this team's unbeatable.
Yeah.
Because it adds that additional layer. Munchkin ended up top fragging on map 1. He destroyed them last time these two teams played split. He's been outrageous in this tournament.
He's doing it again now here on Bind. Nade off the Dizzy's contact and a fight as well out into the open. Tenz the one who's going to be coming up on top. Seekers here out. There's a little bit of chaos now. Strone really into the mix here with the orbital strike. Was committed. No kill from that one though. And Gen G wounded. Be limping themselves away now back over towards that A site.
They know that Zelsys took the teleporter, so they know that there's a Brimstone around there with ult to be able to deny the plants. This isn't a round where Gen G can just try to fight quickly. They actually smoked off the teleporter at the very beginning of the round as they took sand control, expecting a crunch from Sen. But instead, it was that double up that did the damage and put Gen G in this spot.
It's mid-rounded by Munchkin. Just contact all the way in. It's done them wonders still. They do have to worry about that ult. And there it is. Flying out to the back of the site. Like here, pop flash play. Out and collected. All sorts of kills and damage. But the wide face of Zelsys. Beautiful with the movement. He glides and saves the day. Leaves it down to that 1v2 still with the pit up. Munchkin. Plenty of options left here. Is he going to be aware of this? Potentially keeps the pit up. Tap.
He actually might be able to tap here and use the teleporter even, but he's looking to try to take the fight instead.
Trying to make a play. Every angle needs to watch for, and it is.
What a round by Zelsys.
Yeah, Vibe Merchant in the flesh.
Impeccable play there, and I love what Gen G went for too. The awareness from this team is spectacular. They're thinking about the fact that they could get sand crunched at the start of the round. Then they call the mid-round over towards A, tap, and look to flash backside to punish the players who are going to be trying to get into the pit at that time. Love what they did, but Zelsys shuts it down from his position on top in heaven.
Second.
Very competitive game that we have here. And Texture has yet to really show his dominance on the entry, coming straight down mid.
No direct hits.
He got rocked.
Straight to the back wall. Yep, it's second. Comes out on top in that one here. Nade will get sent flying. Players seeking to try and plug up that gap as well. You can see them. Gen G trying to swarm that position. Mosh Pit does relieve that pressure, but okay, Meteor still alive and has dropped him down. Now the showstopper. Earns up and a bound. Zekken eventually claiming the kill, just using a gun this time. Here it is into the site. It's Meteor. He splits it up.
He's distracting. He's pulling 3 players over towards A. Munchkin, though, instead of rotating, decides to reinforce his player, who's in a deep position. But this crossfire looks impossible to break.
How do you break it? You just can't, surely.
Well, they're worried about a B lurk, so this might break it themselves.
No way.
They don't swing.
The trade's late, the swing's late. Meteor, he's gone for seconds, you greedy, greedy boy. But spam down at a triple point, and now there's the call. Finally, a TP by Munchkin. Gives the indicator again, but Sentinels left worried. They've made the right read onto this one.
They have. If they double swing at the same time, they're going to be able to catch Meteor. Do they predict it?
Discipline, the diligence. Meteor can't land his shot. Still 30 seconds left. And again, it's a wrap around, the ring around the roses, straight through the TP. Munchkin, though, will be met or placed. It's going to be blocking them off, at least from being able to flood themselves back into it. But he actually didn't activate the orb.
And he didn't throw the snakebite either.
Bit of a misplay potentially, but now finally out into the open. A few bullets to pay for the price of that one, still alive.
Sen was so worried that Munchkin was fake tapping there that they didn't even get into backside in time. So now Munchkin's snakebite with the orb completely locks them off. They are worried, where could Munchkin be right now?
There's that misinformation strewn into the round now. Munchkin has a snakebite. Can play it as the first point here. Sassy just sticking, holding with faith in his teammate right behind him, and you can feel it all the way through. Paranoia settling in for John, but still he lands the shot in the end.
Great call by Sen, and a right smile on Munchkin. Look at that. Fantastic positioning by Zekken, and he hops over the top of it. Playing jump rope up there.
Pros don't fake, obviously.
Kaplan's happy about that one.
Dumb ass.
Sen starting to pull away. Not doing enough damage to Gen G's economy just yet.
Baby.
But they've got themselves in a great spot. Ults abound. Their defensive setups are working. And another fight potentially here. They've got the read that Meteor just keeps placing Cam in similar positions.
That's why the fast face comes out, it looks like, from Sentinels, just making sure that they take away the cam, don't let Media set himself up into that spot. But John QT, his pit blocks off his one section of the B site.
It's a mid-round timing. I mean, Zekken here might be looked to be bailed out by the Thrash. Yeah, you can see this setup. But it's possible that if Gen G have enough players here, this could just be Zekken in a one and done. And everyone is here, all four players for Gen G grouped up.
Dogs contact.
Either going to be amazing or terrible for Sentinels.
Thrash being held on the Trailblazer. Here it is, sent flying, but it's it's a little bit late. It's the late second. Does he get out of entertainment? Right on time, Keron. Oh, he's barely crawling away there. Death's door, but he will survive into this round. And guess where Meteor is? Go and walkabouts once more.
He made a noise.
So damn good at trying to play the map into this fashion. But yes, he did make a noise. And now the Seeker's being used. It will point him towards him. Has to break it. Drops down the cage. Direction. Gen G turning in and facing over towards the B side. And again, Sentinels will be running and following them fast on them, hot onto the heels. Inside the smoke. Meteor dominates the angle and dominates the space of his own neuro theft down. Gen G stand a chance and more. The decision to be made. They fight into the back of the site. And it is going beautifully for them.
Spike planted.
The pace from Gen G is just far too much for Sentinels to deal with. This team reacts so quickly. The calls are amazing. The decision there, realizing that the solo play from Meteor had taken enough space to get in, and instead of doing something simple, like throwing Karen's molly over towards that smoke and stopping the Sen flood retake, they get inside it themselves. And I was seeing this all the time when these two teams played on Split. To me, one of the biggest issues was Sen could not keep up with the pace of decision-making from Gen G. Like there, Tenz throws the wingman because he's thinking, I'm going to stop somebody from getting inside this smoke, and I'm going to get into it first. And he doesn't realize they've already thought of it and got there quicker. And these tiny adjustments in timing can be all the difference. Cool idea as well from Sentinels on that short hold. Just not quite enough. Look at it as well, the extra layer of flashing through the smoke. It's just so good. And while Sen felt like they were pulling away with their wins in round 7 and 8, it's actually them with a battered economy now.
Shoddy by.
Now Zelzis can still be a real difference maker with the judge in Hookah. Do not count that out.
Oh my goodness, you do not want to be standing there.
Yeah, they're expecting somebody to be playing for the orb, but nobody's won away, so just a hard read perhaps that they were going to go for that on the eco. Sassy and Tenz set up to go for that re-clear down B long again.
Texture though, he's in an anti-flash.
Yeah, definitely feels like Gen G are aware of it.
Sassy's out wide here. He's jiggling all that information. Trailblazer, this timing could be absolutely everything. It's broken up close and personal. He knows that Gen G have come knocking. Seems like they want nothing to do with it. Dizzy, flash play. But only around, they've called it to go back again.
Yeah, Dizzy only shot one person. So Gen G might be thinking, right, they think we've left, let's re-hit B now.
Rooted in place. Maybe the noise. Dog taking ground there. Lakia faking like there could be more presence over towards it. Sentinels making calls of their own to just triple up into Hookah, but with Lakia not spotting anything. Now the call has been made again. Another pivot here by Munchkin. He's cementing this idea that it's going to be that open site for them. They're not worried at all, are they? Nade, almost a punishment on it. Keron gets out alive. Heal on line 2, so he will be topped all the way back up.
And this is where the Judge and the Stinger don't look so good anymore.
The post-plant position is immaculate. Munchkin playing a deep angle into showers, even just Lakia with a late rotate now doubled up with him. Too much to deal with here for Sentinel, surely. They'd have to just some absolute miracle shots, and they're already setting up and gearing up for it now. Out wide again, but guess what? Yeah, Meteor is too fast onto the approach. Inside the smokes, inside every possible option that could have been there for Sentinels. And second, the only thing he's focused on his mind is trying to get out with that gun, but even that is denied. 5 to 5.
GG.
Gen G making it nice and even here.
I'm loving this attack side calling from Gen G. I think they're playing the macro game really, really nicely. It's been one of the things I'm most impressed with this team. And one of the reasons is I had no idea Munchkin was capable of this. No. We've seen him at global events before, but bear in mind, nobody on Gen G has previously been in a position to do this kind of thing. They are not the creme de la creme of Korean talent, at least not until this year. They've always played second fiddle. Munchkin and Meteor were playing in Japan. They didn't even have the option to, get those opportunities on top Korean teams. Lakio languishing on the bench. Texture off Duelist. Karen not even a pro player, for God's sake. And every time Munchkin had turned up, there'd be a language issue and the attack side calling didn't look very good. This team has come together with HSK prepping the roster, setting the groundwork, and just exceeded every expectation, even the coaches.
And then the respect region-wide. I mean, they've come knocking at multiple opponents. They've always knocked them out. Number 1 seed of Pacific for a reason.
And it's not so much, in my opinion, that they're standing on the shoulders of giants and building on what Pacific have done before. They look to be straight up leapfrogging them.
Oh, yeah.
How many times have we seen DRX and PaperX try to break through that glass ceiling? And yet Gen G, what ceiling? Wait, you guys couldn't win before? Why not? It's actually kind of easy. It's unbelievable. Double outlaw here for Gen G on the attack side, predicting the fact that Sen are going to be on an eco.
Maybe right. It would be right. Deep smoke dropped down here for Sentinels just to try and at least hold on to control of bathroom showers. Up towards that A-long angle, but B-long have a question entirely here because, again, walking slowly up towards it. Reactions on point for Texture. Just sit through the wall. Sassy barely survives.
Very lucky for Sassy there. Does Meteor have a read that Zekken's in this corner? Zekken trying not to make a footstep while staying agile. No damage on Zelsis.
There's noise being made all over the place here for Gen G. How difficult it must be for Sentinels. They see the dog go up B long, the shot's fired off towards A. Flash sees nothing.
That's ridiculous.
Flash sees nothing.
Anti-info and Sassy's leaving. How has that happened?
That is ridiculous. I have to see a replay of that one later, and it's already just being sold even further. Nades, snake bite, full combination. Terrible concoction. John QT, the sole defender, just needs to hold down his little portion of territory. But Meteor just seems so damn aware of it. He is. Hunts him down, sniffs him out.
Brutal situation for Sen to be in. This site's so difficult to retake Lakia. Oh, body block there for a moment.
Surely no chances though with the gun advantage for Gen G. They are just cross-fired up out the wazoo, making sure that they can beam down anybody who tries to step past that mark.
Zekken will take the death to be able to, oh, the kill, sure, to be able to get his ult online for the next round. But it's just all focus on round 12 here. Oh, and they're just playing with Sassy.
Dude, I thought he was going to go for it. I really did.
And any danger in the round for Gen G, completely upset by that bird telling lies over towards B long.
Let's see this one.
Yeah.
Way to go. Not
Flashes around. I mean, it just goes into garden, but everybody's playing an anti-flash position. I'm not sure on purpose there, really. Just happened to give terrible information. The bird disappeared without a whimper. A canary in the coal mine as Sentinels quickly did the same. 3 ops online for Gen G here, looking to try to close things out if Sen get aggressive.
Okay. Let's get silly.
They've all got rifles, I would assume, to be able to pick back up as well.
Round 12, final round of this first half.
And actually a really important one, I think, for Sen to be able to get online. You know, they've got the ults here. Zelsis one away from having an orbital strike too.
All it takes is one misstep though, one opened up body, just trying to gather the information from Sentinels. It might just go down to it. Zekken again, jiggling, Meteor, eager for the fight, eager for it indeed, and there it is. The first punish online. I mean, operators across the field. It's Karen just plucking Tenz out of the picture.
And that reaction trying to set up the showers crunch where Zekken could re-ult back onto Meteor. Didn't realize Meteor had already left. They'd read the play and punished the reaction.
Hiding inside the smoke, doubled up now. They want to flood back into this one, trying to catch that timing, and here it is. Doubled up high-low, Sentinels. This might be the right read for them, but Lakia is brute force to barrel through Sassy. So damn fancy. Might have brought them a window of opportunity, a chance, very narrowly. Nade rebounds, but not enough to stop this one, and Zekken still has the rocket. Showstopper available. Pit now going to be dropped down here with the rocket to clear through and out over the top. It's lifeless. Baron in nature! Oh. He snipes him anyway! Expected a position, Sentinels claiming the 6.
Zekken takes over in the 11th hour to tie this one up at the half. But if this is where Sen thought they had the biggest advantage over Gen G, this first half has taught them that they are not going quietly. This map pool, it's an ocean for Gen G. Lovely play from Sassy there, utilizing the brim smoke, ducking, dipping inside of it. But this is anybody's game.
Right. A series of unknowns really as we head into that second half of Bind, despite it being Sentinel's map pick. Absolutely insane stuff. But on the floor standing by, we have a special guest, a very special interview.
I am here joined by Valorant Studio Head Ana Donlan and obviously our Global Head of Esports, Leo Ferreira, Madrid. Uno de los motivos y las razones por los que estamos hoy aquí es gracias a ellos, así que os voy a pedir un fuerte aplauso para darles la bienvenida y las gracias obviamente por este pedazo de evento. That's just for you guys, so thank you for this event. Now, Ana, I want to ask you, today we just introduced a new agent to the pool. What can you tell me about them?
So Clove is something we've been working on for a really long time. I'm so proud of the teams back at Riot. They really pushed themselves on this agent, both from a design perspective, creatively. I think they are so vibrant and beautiful, and it's going to do so many great things for the game. So I can't wait for everyone to get to play them next week. I thought the show match today was amazing. It was so good. Congrats to Mixwell and Team España. That was amazing. And yeah.
Okay, we love that. Thank you very much. Now, bueno, obviamente creo que lo habéis entendido, ¿no? Que tiene muchas gracias de que tengamos a Clove entre los agentes, que el showmatch ha estado genial y que solo en una semana ya podéis estar probándolo y creo que va a estar muy, muy guay. Now, Leo, of course you're on the competitive side. What do you think about this gorgeous, gorgeous event here in Madrid?
Oh my God, we are so happy to be here. We've been dreaming about coming to Spain for a very long time. This is our first time here. You all have been incredible hosts. Thank you so much for embracing VCT. We love you. This is just the first event of the season. There's a lot of VCT to come in 2024. We're gonna jump straight into stage 1, and we're so happy to be here. So thank you all again.
Nos da las gracias por estar aquí, por ser tan acogedores. Esto para los que no habéis hecho el workbook. Pero la verdad que lo estáis haciendo genial. Obviamente todavía llegar en 2024. Recordad, cuanto más ruido hagáis, más conscientes serán de lo que necesitamos estos eventos en España. Pero obviamente esto no ha terminado, así que seguimos con el partido.
Don't understand a word.
Do love a bit of crowd work. The people riled up here for the second half of Bind. Full importance. Keeping our eyes peeled now onto this pistol round.
And I know that Sentinels have changed up a lot since the last time they played Bind against Heretics with this composition. But when we saw them play, it was a lot of short execs with late showers backstabs. Have they got more in their arsenal? Are they prepped against what Gen G are going to bring out here? This is a must-win map for them.
Lakia feeling the heat now and the pressure from that one. Bundle of util going to be used. Trailblazer holding his ground just for a moment, baits it out the shots, but he does get the info that he was after.
Oh, Tenz taking the ult up there when I think he was aiming to pick up Wingman.
He'll be happy with both.
Yeah, didn't get punished for either. Gen G are so happy to follow the noise and trust the read with their defensive rotates. This is such a key thing when you watch them. They stack sites like nobody's business. You've got to run fakes against them. And now, Trailblazer coming down short, trip broken, that starts to pull texture away. But only for a moment. He realizes there's nothing following it, and they trust their gut and stay on B.
30 seconds.
It's so difficult to sell a fake against these guys.
30 seconds left.
But I think Sen have just about managed it. The B control actually turning into the fake, looking to commit down short again. And I said, these 4-1 execs, they were bread and butter for Sen.
Meteor, is he going to be spotted? He's playing deep tucked inside that smoke, and he could again be the difference maker. Guarding, body a wingman, orbs picked and placed back up. Plant down here for Sentinels. It's all about how he gets played into the post, but Meteor, he was spotted out. Wide into the smoke, Nade flushing him into the back of the side. He is down and low, but hopefully a heal online, potentially there still. Need to hold down onto this ground here for Sentinels, in through lamps, and Gen G, they are methodical in the nature, the way that they approach a lot of these retake situations. It all comes down to the minutiae, these tiny little details. Flooding now, front of the site, shots found and kills finally online. The Gen G team in the defuse, Caron half already. Has he bought them time enough potentially for Gen G here with 2 players left? Lakia, the orb, at least there, another kill, found and out and defended. You're joking. You're kidding me!
From the first Masters event, coming out here in the most recent Lakia, so clutch. These shots are unbelievable towards the end. Defending from every different avenue, popping off.
Oh my goodness.
Lakia himself said in a recent interview with Pedro Romero that his biggest mistake in his career was joining DRX, then known as Vision Strikers, after having that success in his first Masters event.
That is gold.
Yeah, imagine that.
Gold.
And now, he's overtaken that team that he ended up joining and having more success here in a grand finals.
Sentinel off the charge, but Sentinels is a great charge out wide and open. Look at the molly, the damage all combined and collected. Rallied into it. Gen G obviously favoured. He's got the spike and he's in their spawn.
It's a weird one.
It is a really strange one.
Actually, if Karen ends up going down, although I don't see how he possibly could.
Not with the judge, surely not.
Just jump
The
out.
site would be open, and there is simply no way.
Just understands the timings inherently.
Just jump out. Told you, I'm a judge user.
They knew his backside. Corby made from his teammate. Second. Earns himself a plant at least here. Really, shouldn't be any opportunities for him to win it out. It'll have to be a bundle of mishaps and mistakes here from Gen G to really topple this one. So.
And these are just the consequences of Gen G winning a beautiful pistol round here. They get themselves up to 8. Lucky is going to take the defuse. He's now only 2 away from getting Seekers online. They know that Karen saved the judge into this as well, so might anticipate him being positioned over to Hookah for the next. Normally that's going to be Munchkin's job, defending onto Hookah. And when I was watching Gen G playing Pacific on defense, they loved to push. Not in a coordinated early round manner, but just looking for those mid-round timings, trying to abuse the fact that on Bind, teams don't tend to be as spread across the map, watching everything all the time. Of course, Tenz comp doesn't have the Cypher to be able to rely on. Those trips are not going to be there in market, so if anybody finds the mid-round push timings, they're good for it. And it is Munchkin looking to cover Hookah, while Karen picks up short.
Wow, Tenz.
Sentinels.
Got
Clearly aware that Munchkin likes to play that aggressively.
Riot.
I think
Riot, buddy.
This side is where we've seen weaknesses from Munchkin before, but he also loves to take fights so much that if he's on fire as he has been today, and he was in their last match, he could easily be the win condition for their team, in fact.
Gen G looking like they're calling for a reclear in through Hookah, so they're going to get information pretty rapidly at least.
But Bren, if the judge wasn't in Hookah, where else is it going to be other than short?
Now they're walking right into it. Caron. Too much util. The dog doesn't clear him, but he does break it anyway. Kill trip. Lands a shot. Good adjustment in the end, but Tenz does return that fire. Now flash blinded. Texture.
You think judge always works stupid?
45 seconds here for Sen. Collect yourself and cool down your senses. Enough for a potential pivot.
Blind.
Committed the smokes. They want to know what his last play is. That texture. What is that? Pulling away. Trip's still not dealt with. Lighting these players up. Yet John QT is right there again. TP
left.
through. That was only Zelsis. What is the call to be made? Bonus from Gen G finally. Full committal. But they're going to be walking again into Munchkin. Never losing his ground here. Always holding on to this space. And now Meteor doubled up crosshair setup. This could be nasty. This could be brutal. Obliterated! Gen G
6-9.
Just have such an immaculate read. Every position, every scenario, it's all accounted for.
It's these defensive rotations again, Brent. Gen G are so far ahead of it. Sen think that they've got the timing to be able to go through the teleport like that. Gen G have already got Meteor not just over towards B, but already set up a crossfire with Munchkin. And beautiful
What a
bait play there.
comeback.
Munchkin letting himself be seen first and dragging them into Meteor's crossfire. When you watch Gen G on defense, you would call it over-rotating if it wasn't winning so often. They have such a trust in the read. This nade to push Texture away from his position.
Nasty one landing right on top of the box satchel. Second setup now with this Bucky for position, but...
And he used Bucky.
Meteor. Oh, Meteor. Oh, what a snap to the side. That's the wrist breaker there from Sassy, and hello, what a time to come alive here for Sentinels.
Everywhere.
Much needed, much anticipated now. Texture trying to dodge and juke that timing here. Entertainment onto Lakia. Is back to all of them, chasing them down, hunting them down. Sassy wants even more, offloading the Seekers. Why not a winnable spot, a winnable position? Charon.
Wow, don't it reload?
But he picks up the rifle almost with the pre-fire. Still 2 versus 4. Spike has to get planted here, so Sentinels will at least earn that.
4v2 should be easy, right?
Inside lamps. It's a really unusual post-up position.
7-9.
Gaps to be played within. Sentinels cannot let this one slip, not after losing previous gun round, not after losing most of the scenarios where they had that advantage. Thrash off that tap. Satchel over the top here and a seek to punish. There it is. Texture, last one left, last one alive through the box. Nade earned again.
2v2.
But tucked, hiding away from the position. It's Sentinels trying to play this one just with a little bit of intelligence. And John gets that information.
Oh.
And a shot to the head. Thrifty here. MasterCard well earned.
What a timing for it too. Definitely felt like Gen G was running away with this game. And this is a must-win map for Sen. This is where they felt the most favored. This was their pick of all of the maps they could have gone to. And as the desk was mentioning earlier, they're kind of playing for the 3-1, hoping they don't even need to get to Icebox. Incredible shots being hit there, and Sassy on fire here on Bind. We expect to see those a little more, I think, from the Gen G players. But here it is.
Great time.
Texture with an operator looking down B long.
Yeah. He's got himself onto a really nice forward angle. Spotting out this operator is going to be pretty key and essential here for Sentinels, but they don't have anything concrete to clear it out. Look, even a Dizzy just clears it. Jump spot from second was really out wide, but giving up that space. Gen G putting such a heavy premium on control of just both B long and Showers. Even got a cam set up.
How can they know there's an op there?
To hold it down.
Yeah, and they've actually not really heard much on either side. Charon goes for the gamble over towards B. I'm interested. Munchkin.
What a good read.
Didn't quite find
by Sense.
the timing to take a duel, but he's now tucked in a position, going to get cleared by that flash.
Yeah, certainly should be. Zekin eager to take the fight there with the Boombot just right behind him. He knows the rough position here of Munchkin.
Charon's back immediately over towards A, so there's still 3 players defending this.
But only 30 seconds roughly left here. Moshpit sent flying over the top now as well. Trying to take the space. It's only Tenz and he's left alone to his own devices.
Tenz really like
for the rest of his team here with only 25 seconds. That's a spike drop down on top of it. It needs to be heroics and it needs to be masterful play at that. Munchkin almost going down to the stray satchel, but it matters not. Overwhelming aggression from Gen G. Full lockdown in approach and play. And seconds dwindling down to nothing. It's Gen G up to 10.
No time.
The stack, the crossfire, way too much for Sen to deal with. And not just that, Gen G fighting
GG
close,
7-10. Going home.
not trying to hold into backside and rely on the
2-0
fact that, they'll give Sen
already.
the play and try to push through smokes or anything like that.
Is it a fire game?
Almost even before Meteor was taking contact from the short trips. Look, they pick off Tenz here. They're looking to try to fight them in short. They mollied off Showers as well, so Zekin couldn't help. They picked that apart and fought aggressively. There's a really interesting quote from HSK, actually, during another interview where he said that Gen G tries to make the plays that other teams would hesitate to make. That's a very conscious thing that they've come into this year trying to do. We are going to try to be the team that picks that timing and fights you.
Shane, it goes to game, immediately get back.
Here, Gen G
Look at the rotates, Brent. Look at the rotates.
Set up and yeah,
there is less than 10 seconds into the round, and they're planning to 5-stack B.
Second showstopper. Loose here, was vulnerable, but up close to the corner. Does he clear? Lakia! Blinded! What? Snaps it! Sentinels, they found an advantage, but it's about converting it now into a round win.
And they've got an inkling that there's a ton of players here stacking the site, but they're not fast enough to pull the trigger and go for the rotate through the teleport, which would have been a play to open up the A site for a free plant. They found themselves that player advantage, and now Gen G, with the players stacked, looking to re-explore.
Oh man, look at this call to contact re-clear. Are they going to be ready with the rifle play? It needs to be online. It is Sentinels. Clean sweep there, out towards it, forcing Gen G out into the open. That slight pause keeps them alive for now, and it was really necessary, Josh. I mean, you end up losing that one. Gen G up to 11. The economy just been dwindling. Sentinels getting rocked left, right, and center.
But what is this? The timing on that Dizzy. It just blinds Lakia, right? Yeah. Well, he was 1 HP, I think, after he went through the Viper wall as well. Yeah, so just, but still, caught down extraordinarily low. And the crowd here behind Sentinels, willing them forwards.
They're not easy rounds that Sentinels are winning.
They're not at all. Again, Gen G had 5 players B.
That's fast though. Second. It's in front of the snakebite as well. A little bit of damage, almost a kill onto Lakia. It's good damage. It's going to be permanent. There's no heal online, at least he can't heal himself. For that one again, he just goes down with it.
Yeah, and these are the times when Munchkin ends up getting punished, and it's looked rough for Gen G. We haven't seen very much of it. Munchkin's been playing a superb game, but that's the kind of stuff that was happening in Pacific, and Sen have taken full advantage. There's 3 players very close to key ultimates as well, though the orb is not here. Sen put another pause in the round, maybe hoping that Gen G would do another exploration. They've got to be cautious about Texture's ultimate, and Garon's, for that matter. The more they let the time click, the more that those ults could just win it for Gen G.
Just waiting for the fuel here, just to prop both of it up, make sure he can clear some of this util. Trip. Spotted and broken. Not be pulling any of the Gen G players away. It looks like positioning is being shifted. No. Still a reclear of Texture. He's happy to hold this close angle.
30 seconds left.
This when he has the rocket available to him. Another trip.
No time.
This time. Noise pressure on either side. The TP rotation is now core with 20 seconds left. Guess what? What about gone now?
Go, go, go.
Charon's ult, yeah, it's not really going to be handled here at all, and that's going to be sending it out with Wingman. He's going to be broken. No! They can hold it correctly, but it does catch on the second. So the plan is online. 4v4 though. A must win for Sentinels. Must win indeed.
The flank.
Fast wrap around, flanks on, flanks Lakia. Punished for it. At least recognizing Sen the weaknesses of their own compositions, but is immediately answered and evened back out.
Celsius got ult.
So advantage now for Gen G here with the ult. Here's the first tap, and he's waiting for the second point. Karen's fast onto him! Karen's fast onto him! Already approaching and expecting that position, and he just has to let it rip anyway before anybody even taps. Gen G so fast with the moves, yet Sentinels shut it down!
The tension in those kind of rounds when it gets down to a post plant is palpable. Sentinels were so close to major ults getting online, and I think if Celsius hadn't found the kill to be able to get his up, there was all the chance in the world that that round was going towards Gen G. Tenz with 2 gorgeous kills towards the end, off the back of the Dizzy, and Gen G forced to take a timeout. Their first of this map. Frankly, it might be the first in the match that we've seen. I'm not sure whether they threw one in on Breeze.
Certainly a rarity. You don't see them often. Calling for that timeout, cool down in the play here, because this is Sentinels actually making a very decent go of it. Yes, they won here and there a couple of half-buy rounds when the economy wasn't too good, but that was, full-on gunplay occurring.
Wow,
remember,
all the
though,
PC
that this
down
should be
there.
the map where Sentinels are the most favoured, and they're still behind by 1 round.
Yeah.
Even though they're favoured in the next due to the economy advantage. It's not clean sailing here, not by any means. Gen G fighting for every inch of this. Not willing to give up any of these maps that they so carefully selected. Now, in terms of what Gen G are going to be talking about in the timeout here, I think it's going to be about those defensive rotations. They've been stacking the opposite site to the lurk. So when John QT goes and puts pressure and breaks that trip, If it doesn't feel like an exec down short, they still keep players on B. And this time, John Cutie took the space and called for the rotate over. So that's kind of the opposite, I think, of what Gen G were expecting. And it's possible that Solo and HSK are just addressing that and coming up with a slight variation in how they play the defense.
Oh, their Brim is crazy.
You're now eager for this orb, looking at one away from the ultimate, but again, might just earn it himself. He does, with him dropping, sent to the spectator seat.
Nice.
He's gonna have to sit on the sidelines and really fester and wonder about what went wrong there. Now it is explosive. Second through and out to the elbow position, spraying down texture.
GG.
This is explosive to the back of the side. They can't stand their ground, but they can't hold their candle. Not against the
so
weapons.
many behind for what?
Huge one. Clean one. Sentai the game up. And those ults that were close to being able to be put online a couple of rounds ago, where Zelsis Orbital Strike made all the difference. Now look at them. Huge tools available to Sen. If they're able to lean on those, it will knock the Gen G economy once more. And the game, which Gen G had under some level of control, will start spiraling away from them.
GG Sen can win.
Gen G just churning them up now.
The stack, 3 players over towards B to start, and Karen in a very committed position.
Super committed, but he backs away now with the knife out. Close tucked here. Sentinels.
I mean, this is looking like you thrash to try to put pressure on people, yep. And Zekken follows it up.
Osh and Seekers with a thrash on top, like you said, Josh here, sending it flying. Zekken is eager for the engagement, even more so, spots it out, Munchkin.
Nice.
First one to 4, fills up that feed for them nicely here, but Gen G might even look to just try and fight back with a pit down. Something has to really dislodge this one here, maybe even a few stray bullets. Sassy finally planting, elbow control for them. On top of that, it's Hookah.
They didn't plant though. They're still getting it down now, and Gen G are taking elbow control in the meantime.
It might work against them because it has cut off these angles, and the core made to contact works out beautifully. Thrash through with the flash as well. On top of it, it comes down to how can they win these kills out? Second, as the Wrangler the Beast that is his rifle lit up like big guns, but it matters not. Sentinels. It feels like almost the first time here in this series. I'm sure it's not, but they get that lead, at least by 1.
And relying so heavily on getting those ults up. Look at this play, Munchkin stuck while the rest of his team ended up playing for retake. He was just hoping to go 1-for-1 in this spot. But Zekken's entry has so much to help him. Seekers coming from B long, a thrash, nade into backside, smokes to cut off all the angles. Sen just decided to drop the nuclear codes and just send that one into B.
Sit down, Gen G.
And it's a great time to do it too. Oh, the punish on Alakia. Huge. Great read that he was going to be going for the ult orb at the start of the round.
And that's play just going their way.
Yeah, that's what you need. You need to keep these anti-ecos clean for Sen if you want them to start building up. Because Gen G are super dangerous in these kind of moments. You cannot count them out. They're so apt to take risks in these rounds that have paid off well in the series so far.
Completely ignoring Hookah. It's a smart call as well. You don't want to walk into those shotguns, but the trips close will cause some issues here.
Zelsis has just used all 3 of his smokes, one, I believe, to drop off Hookah, so they've got to commit while these smokes are up.
Fine with a trip get any values, just over and above the top of it here. Second satchel now to see the ball position. Meteor down. Really no more danger. Sentinels.
Blam.
They are steady as anything here.
Win already.
Feel it on the precipice. Getting that 12th round here. A critical map in the juncture that is this series.
Texture and Munchkin really with no chances in the round. Though Sassy looks to take the fight instead of relying on the double up.
Zelsis. Safe pair of hands there.
Easy.
Win them. Make sure that there's no funny business.
And Munchkin, you can see the motor mouth popping off there. Just going to save and take this time to address with his team what the game plan is once rifles get online in round 23. Because this is crunch time. Gen G need 2 in a row to just drag this to overtime. And they do not seem happy with the idea that Sen are going to be able to win on their map pick. There is still a chance for Gen G to get back into this one, but these recent rounds have all gone the way of Sen. A reminder, though, that they did it by using ultimates. Even here, Zekken wants the showstopper to be able to get into B. So Gen G, do they actually need an adjustment?
Gen G, bro,
not just
don't
the save for Munchkin to talk. Now a timeout called, the second of the map. to allow their coaches a bit of input too. But Bren, what I'm saying here is, yes, it's been 5 in a row for Sentinels, but crucial rounds have been won off the back of ultimates.
Yeah.
And Sen do not have access to those anymore. I mean, they're one away from getting Seekers back up because Sassy is frying. But I think Gen G's game plan has not necessarily been the issue so much as them fighting an uneven war.
Finally, there's going to be a bit of that parity. Even guns on Gen G's side. Sentinels running out of those ultimates. I think you are right. I mean, you're right on the money in terms of just talking about the game plan for Gen G. It hasn't really been going amiss. They've just been getting ran over, steamrolled almost by just that sheer ult economy that's just been churning, generating constantly for Sentinels, but it has run out. And Gen G have to put a stop to it here if they want to stop Sentinels on their map pick.
Yeah, we're talking about it running out, but Sassy could certainly play for the Showers Orb here. It looks like Sen are set up for a fast Showers take. And unless Meteor's able to pull off some magic, because he's going to be vastly outnumbered.
See it.
Seekers are going to be online, surely.
What have you got up your sleeve, Meteor? Team needs some magic. We need it now. He's backing away. It's just that aggressive cam.
He's been putting that there a lot, though.
Yeah.
They've already seen that in a couple of post-plant situations. Sen are going to know. It could trigger some kind of Showers crunch, though, so they've got to be a bit cautious. Look, Tenz, Zekken, ready to punish the players that might come through the teleport, using Sassy as bait. And now they walk forward, get Seekers online.
Texture. Close, up onto the angle. Dog broken. Boombot as the first layer of contact.
Munchkin
here.
pushing out through sand.
His Munchkin, and he's been doing this at least in the qualifiers. It could be a punishable element. They have to be aware of it. Gaps in the play for Sentinels, and it looks like Celsius is seemingly clearing most of this. But they've left that tiny, tiny window.
These are slow rotates. Zekken, though, making a little bit of noise. Munchkin's going to make the call. Look at these rotates from Gen G. All coming, beating the rotate.
No way.
Getting into B.
Flooding back in.
And Munchkin has not overplayed his hand. Makes sure...
Shit, this is bad.
He just feeds the info his team needs.
Go back to A, go back to A.
What a call this is.
Gets the hell out. 30 seconds. This is going to be a full committal. Straight into the maw, out wide. They're not expecting it. Gen G players holding their ground, rooted and snared into place, but they're willing to just fight tooth and nail. Spike drop down, Molly's at the feet. Nobody can advance. Nobody can step over the line. There's going to have to be those shots. It's going to have to be that firepower. But again, is it enough?
No.
Is it enough? It's not.
Wow.
Meteoric from Meteor himself.
Come back.
And what a call by Munchkin, man. We saw him go for those sand pushes all throughout Pacific, often getting punished for them, but played this one to perfection. Sentinels have got to be scratching their heads after that, thinking, how on earth, when we were fairly quiet the whole way over towards B and had made noise throughout Showers, how did they get the read? How did they know?
Cypher's problem.
Incredible play from Munchkin without really even popping up on the kill feed. All just based on getting that deep positioning and hearing the footsteps and calling the rotate. The defense side rotates from Munchkin are just phenomenal. And to make that play and just push the very boundary of what you can get away with in a round that now makes this feasible, that we could be heading to overtime.
That's why Sen are calling this timeout here. It's the last one that they've got, at least in regulation, and they understand the importance of the round. You don't want to go to OT, not against Gen G, not when they've been making these adaptations over time and correcting towards it.
Yeah, and not just that, Brent, we were talking a lot about the ults being on the side of Sentinels. Oh, now the coin has flipped. Right, Munchkin still has access to that Viper's Pit. Charon, one away from being able to get an orbital strike online. These are ultimates that in the middle of a round can change the flavor of what's happening dramatically. Oh my. Gen G are going to start the stack on A with 4 players. What a gamble to push them through into OT.
4-1 setup. Don't see it. Looks like they're going to try and set up Munchkin for that deep pit in through the main choke, and he is going to layer it down. Needs to be defended in time, but here's that Showers fight. Molly drop down. Gen G walking. Gen G walking. Gen G walking.
Nice.
But losing the fight. Initially, it's up to Lakia. Hold it down and stand as ground.
Short players.
Away the short players, and Lakia comes up huge. You're joking. Getting away with murder.
It just flips in an instant. Gen G not happy to just sit inside the pit. Push outside of it. Managed to get a kill. 2, up towards short. Outrageous decision from Munchkin and the Gen.G coaches coming out of Sen's tack timeout. And now funneling the final 2 survivors straight into these trip setups. I mean, this just looks absolutely brutal for Sen to deal with.
Dire straights. Not only the trips, got to worry about Charon's ult, denying. Meteor himself as well, he's just tucked. Safe position. But out wide, there won't be any punish onto these trips, but they're not going to walk into it anyway. It's just concealed, but that TP through Munchkin.
They just know.
Just got to read. I mean, they just know. Now with the camera, spotted it all. Look at Charon sends it and splits them up. OT all the way here. Gen.G not going to be denied it at all. John
Draw,
QT dropping to the floor.
Oh my god.
And let's go again, shall we?
There's a perfect example. I mean, look, let's let's look at this for starters. Second and Celsius trying to hold the push and just got minced. Tenz as well, not realizing that Lucky was in the corner, despite the fact that he caught a little bit of chip damage. But for me, that final moment where Munchkin just comes, all right, there's 30 seconds left. We haven't seen them over towards A at all. They've got to be taking B. And they just went through the teleporter. They're not worried about the fact that it could have been a late A hit at all. They just trust the read. Something that a lot of the coaches have been talking about. I mean, defending champs, Potter and EG talk about that all the time, trust in your gut, and I feel like no team embodies it more at the moment than Gen.G.
Yeah, full committal to the calls that are being made here, but the sides are swapped around now. Opening a round of OT. Meteor. They're going to go with this one here. Cam attacking, but already through the choke point still. They deal with him. Pesky intruder out towards, and Shower's control is going to be essential. What is the call now for Gen.G?
A plan for backside here and taking control of the defense spawn seems like a good idea. But Gen.G don't want to commit to it just yet. Now Karen's got one smoke to play with. You can smoke off Heaven, you can have somebody watch over towards pipes, but they're not making a decision here. They're slowing down and they're kind of trapped.
Waiting for Munchkin.
Yes, but what is Munchkin really going to do? Tenz is on a great angle at B long.
It's just all hinging on this, isn't it? It's an off angle at that.
I just don't see how Munchkin clears this.
Yeah, an ADS.
Nice.
Spoils it for Munchkin here, Tenz.
It's weird though, because they don't know where Gen.G are. They could be all the way up Heaven, all sorts of spots.
It's going to cause the push out here by Sentinels, meeting them right into texture, but he wasn't waiting for it. As a trade attempt by Charon, he will fall too. Ooh. Everybody topples. Sentinels flawless here.
Easy.
First round of OT, and another chance to seal up this map.
Easy.
Rare moment of hesitation, I think, from Gen.G there. Munchkin clearly wanted to take matters into his own hands and was hoping that Gen.G would find Sentinels making a mistake, going and re-exploring A for information.
Wow, nice.
Sen was so happy on B. Just one watching spawn, one watching B long. Very good patience and diligence from Sen to get themselves up to yet another map point. They've got to start closing these though.
It's integral. You look at the overall map pool in this best of 5 grand finals. It's an uphill battle almost all the way through. Bind is a necessary component that they need to take away.
Brent, Munchkin's in a really committed position here at Hookah. I don't see how he dodges Boombot Dizzy.
Here it is. He's out wide anyway, just hates to fight to him.
What?
No way.
How?
How are you doing something like that, Munchkin? The 2 best players, arguably, on Sentinels. Put down like nothing.
Finds that timing before the utility's used perfectly. This is going to get scrappy though, because they want to fight over the spike. They're not content with just playing the numbers advantage.
He's willing to join them, but he has cut off that angle here with the Trailblazer.
Oh, no.
Is he actually going to be stunned up? Bullets raining through TP. Core texture is right there. Fast.
3-2.
Here's the reinforcements. Here's the whole bloody team. Everybody joining the fight and the fray. Fast rotation. Stimmy. Evacuation.
That's an amazing read by Sentinels. They know that all 3 players are there, and this is a race that Sen have won. Rare for them to be able to beat the defensive rotates, but
wait a moment.
A rare mistake as well from Gen.G. They
Here
haven't got the plant down.
Sassy hears the noise cues, but he just pre-fires and guesses incorrectly. The gamble not paying off still. Not willing to give up that space, but finally here, Mazaus is out in the but still.
2v2.
2v2, running and gunning to just retreat and cover that section. Now the defuse. Meteor sticking all the way. Spray down, have earned. But that will be it. Sentinels Even it up 1-2-1. And I said it was necessary. And it certainly was necessary.
Easy win. Easy win. Fuck you, man. Genji, go back to fucking Korea. Fuck you.
To the elation of the crowd, Sen.
Fuck Genji.
A grueling win for them, forced into overtime. But they do it at the final moment, converting a 3v5.
Absolutely incredible stuff so far. Plenty more action where that came from. Do not go anywhere.
Fuck you, Genji. Yes, sir.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Listen up, says my teacher. In front of the class, he says if you're not a believer, you that's on you. Better shape up and pay your dues. Off with you, that's on you. I'll be on a flight soon to be and I sing you. Gotta know all this propaganda. How do you do? Better get it in my own medicine for you. I'm never gonna make them think I'll stand there. For all the things that I've said, pushing me closer to the edge. And I don't know let loose. Don't mind if I do. For all the things that I've said, pushing me closer to the edge. And I don't know let loose. Don't mind if I do. Free as the wind and as strong as a piece of amber. Give me a breath like the fire you'll soon remember. Ooh. I'll be on the fleet soon to the end. I'm singing. Ooh. Gotta know all this propaganda. How do you do? For all the things that I've said, pushing me closer to the edge. And I don't know let loose. Don't mind if I do. For all the things that I've said, pushing me closer to the edge. And I don't know let loose. Don't mind if I do.
folks, we got ourselves a game. 1-1 tied up, and there you can see the Vibe Merchant himself clocking in for a hard day's work. An incredible run from Sentinels in overtime. Took some heroics 100%, but goodness gracious, did Gen G make them work for it, guys. I mean, Mimi, that was just, what a game we were just treated to.
Yeah, I mean, Gen G was looking incredible in the first half. It seemed like all 5 of their players were stepping up and having moments. Lakio winning clutches. But once we got into that second half, Sentinels execs with this double flash comp were incredible, Mike.
Yeah, their ability to really slow down the tempo. And I mean, Josh kept talking about the rotations and stuff being absolutely key for Gen G. But what was crazy was Sentinels continued to slow things down. And that's those sort of rounds where you're looking at it and you're thinking, yeah, Gen G have got the reads. They're going to have people in the right place at the right time. Yeah. Sentinels were the ones to actually dictate that. And they came out on top. That string of rounds was absolutely insane.
Oh, it most definitely was. But let's not forget, though, that there were some brilliant calls. That actually takes us to our HyperX Reflex moment of the day. A little bit of a different one this time around. Mimi, why don't you go ahead and walk us through it?
Yeah, so this round, I think the real reflex of it is just showing how good the timings on utility is for Sentinels. Zekken using one satchel to get over that molly and then waiting for the second one. But right as that happens, you see that Sky Flash Dizzy combo coming in from long and from short. Perfectly catches that player in hookah and blinds everyone on site as well. So these traders from Sentinels can swing out together and win this round. Their synergy on those are incredible, and it really relies on these two guys on your screen, Mike.
Absolutely does. I mean, Zekken, we keep talking about how he's so explosive. I mean, no questions about it now. The most explosive player in terms of impact, in terms of what you see him doing on screen. And I think so far, it's 51% overall round win rate for Sentinels. It's 70% when Zekken gets the first blood. He's dropping, literally, there's a 1 in 4 chance of him getting a multi-kill. He has over 80 multi-kills already at this event, topping the charts. It's just insane to watch.
And I love watching him and Tenz play together. No matter the agent, that duo's synergy is absolutely on point in the server.
But you know who I got to give some love to here? I got to give love to my ball brother over there, Sassy. My guy's holding it down. This dude seriously has been impressive, Mike. And this is a question mark coming into this. How is Sassy going to be? How is he going to perform? And I think in this one, he proved exactly why you want this world champion on your squad.
Sure, and we said this earlier, top of the show, Sassy maybe not numerically has had a couple of rough performances, you got to say it, right? You're bottom of the scoreboard.
You'll be the first one to tell you.
Yeah, you're lacking the value from utility, but particularly with this composition, like you've just noted there, having that second layer, particularly for some of these slow mid rounds, has been absolutely crucial. And Sassy, in my eyes, this has probably been one of his best maps so far at the event.
And exactly when it was needed. We're already into the agent select for Ascent, and this is a map where I think we really go back to what we've prided both these teams on. Their excellent fundamentals. They're both going to be playing the default comp, but I think we have to put some extra pressure on this map, because for Sentinels, in my mind, this is a must-win. If they lose this map, they'll need to go to Icebox, where they are absolutely not favored, where they haven't had time to prep. They really need to take home Ascent.
Yeah, absolutely agree. And we've also still got the concern of split. And that's behind Ascent as well. So talking about aiming for the 3-1, looking for this to be a little front-loaded, this is the one you've got to follow up from that bind victory.
If Gen G can win this one, they have a real chance to lock in that trophy to win the first for Pacific.
It's a pivotal map 3. We'll see how things land and send it back over to Brennan Sideshow.
Even more important with this one here, getting us started. Ascent in our staging ground. Territory left to be claimed for both of these teams in a best of 5. Constant back and forth.
There's so much weight on Ascent. And so much uncertainty, I think, in terms of how these two teams are going to perform. It's a map that Sen like to float. I recently saw them perform incredibly well in their recent game against Paper Rex. Zekken in particular, starting on defense. Gen G grouped up over towards tiles. Both teams, when we saw them play against Paper X, did a lot of the defensive set plays. But I think that was a specific ante. I don't know whether we're going to see as many of them here. It's a trap play in mid for Sen. Turret to watch contact over towards B.
The question is, how do Sen pivot now that the turret takes a contact? It's going to be Zekken. Eyeing it up onto the angle. Orb. Picked up. Now a smoke.
And this is quite nice because once you break the turret, you actually break the trap setup in mid as well. So Sen's setup that was dangerous to walk mid on, dangerous to walk cat on, now gets dismantled a little. The macro game continues to be played really beautifully by Gen G.
Taking a bit of a wander now, straight down mid. Got the alarm bot to notify them of this one here. Sentinel's potential chance for the reclear, but no, just a shock dart. Bit of damage now onto Munchkin. Now steps going to be made with the alarm bot broken. Here it is, the flurry and rush from the Sentinels players. They have to really back them up. He does have the flash. Paranoia goes wide and does not connect onto the necessary target, and that is second still with that dash. Spraying away, quite praying as well. It's all Sentinels. Collecting and colliding. Only two left to stand here for Gen G, Munchkin, Lakia. Side by side. Now, there is damage done, but the door has been broken into their face. And with only 12 seconds left, Spike drop down and spawn on top of it. You have to make a good go of this if you are Gen G, but you have to take liberties. How's he got away with that then? Time? 4 seconds, barely enough, but now broken in place. Zekken slaps him down with that one. A pistol round now granted here for Sentinels.
Zekken gets the cleanup on the final two, but his positioning tucked behind the box. Getting the pick on Meteor, I believe it was, who tried to push lane. That's the one that's huge. This kill right here. If he ends up losing it, Celsius is under pressure. Suddenly B-side looks like it's going to fall a little. Very good setups from Sen. From the pistol into the adjustment.
All looking good. Something to keep an eye on as well. I mean, second does seal it up onto that pistol round here. Getting a bit of acknowledgement, but we'll be taking a gander, that head-to-head, him versus Texture. Texture, another great map too on Bind. Seeing how that made manifest. Will there be a continuation into the series? Yet to be seen. Now Gen G looking to just take control, maybe get an orb if they can, but they're really just being fought over this every step of the way.
Yeah, mowed down. Not really funneling the ult orbs into the players that would want them most. That's a silver lining to what has otherwise been a very simple round so far. Trying to bait out the second shot so they could punish. Good movement. But second, with the ghost as well. Yeah, knocking that one out.
So that is flawless.
Yeah.
Sentinels can now set themselves up going into that third round here. Really critical one.
And I think this is where we'll get to see.
Win already.
Are Sentinels going to go for the defensive set plays and that aggression? Because this would be the perfect round to try something like that.
Yeah.
You know, flash recon into mid, have Tenz teleport into a smoke or something like they've done before, or even go for a tiles crunch. It kind of looks like they're set up for a tiles crunch, except that there isn't a flash in mid. Maybe just a bit of aggression over towards B main instead. Doesn't particularly matter anyway, because Gen G, all 5 players grouped up as if they want to go for a fast A.
Stacked up. No time wasted with that one, just a flash to get them control towards A main. Deep knife. Cover going down. Quite deep enough, actually, really. Look at the tank. Or it does, in fact, actually, now, but the turret's going to be broken with the Nana Swarms. Still not deaded.
Yeah, nobody has gone to close the door, so the Nana Swarms haven't been used. Now they're popped. Karen took one of them out and gets a safe door down.
Insane pathing by Gen G, just avoiding all that Sentinel utility, but it does set it up now for the 5v5 retake. Now, of course, guns not on the side here for Sentinels, but they do have the util. They have been clean with it in the past. Texture. Let's take the fight there, but caught out in the open with the Paranoia tucked tight into these positions, being flooded and swarmed. Not enough with the bullets to spray them down. Reflank attempt now in through it. Tenz, he spots it, but doesn't expect the second player. Still, Celsius not be able to stick that defuse. He can't even get second onto it, and the damage has been done to all of them. Sassy has to really stick this one and pray for his life. Not enough. Barely over the line here for Gen G.
And they lose Lakia too. So that's a very expensive round to get on the board for Gen G. I like the idea that they went for their 2 players, Munchkin calling it, going for the wrap, back down through Catwalk, and then playing it one at a time, so Tenz thinks he's dealt with that post-plant lurk. And Meteor's able to pop through. At the end of the day, though, I think that's a win in the column for Sen. It's not technically, but they've done quite a bit of damage, kept the economy under control for Gen G, and got themselves the Odin, the op. Big tools to work with.
Massive tools. Essential, really, to any good hold of Ascent on the defensive side. Zekken took an early peek down mid, but think twice about it, I think, off the back of all that noise that Gen G are making. Open for a bit of a tussle here. Now, the drone does tag. Will there be any danger for Tenz inside the position this time? Texture aware of it, flash through around the back as well, but he can't quite lend a second one, at least his teammates can. Lakia cleaning up duty for him, and now retaking with the operator. Zekken, a stray shot. A gamble in that position.
Spike planted.
Oh! Ridiculous.
Blind shot.
I think this is one of the situations where you just need to save the op and Odin.
Yeah.
Get out of there. Not a fan of that defensive hold. The smoke that Tenz is using, got no problem with that. The one-way used to be more standard, but plenty of teams running the full smoke that blocks up A main. It's really annoying for the attacks to deal with. You're seeing that Lakia is investing the drone pretty much every time. And actually, if they start to get the read on that, you know, Tenz or Zelsis could start dominating that smoke and trying to spam him down when he's going for the drone.
Standing ahead.
There are little counterplays that you can do, but just not a huge fan of the timing that Tenz chose to try to get back into the kind of A main cloudburst that Texture had thrown. The attackers are going to be in there a little faster most of the time. All right, so Sen, silver lining, they still kept the Op and the Odin. There it is, that entry. It just puts a lot of pressure on Zelsis then, backpedaling. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair and honest, Valorant.
We have the devs in house.
I'm sure they're working on it as we speak.
Yeah, we'll see. Sen have managed to at least, you know, scramble a buy together ever so slightly. He's half armor and Guardians.
I think this is going to be fast here, Brent. I think Zekken's going to want to look for an aggressive position. Or are they going for the one-way and tucking into wine?
Gearing up for it, and that didn't tag.
Yeah, but it did onto Tenz, who was thinking about using Paranoia.
Now mid. Name of the game here for Gen G. 4 players waiting. Zekken, too much to account for here. Wow, still gets out and still has the dash as well. In fact, is he going to use it? Yes, opts for it! Can't hit it with the readjustment there still. Now he nails it. Body's hitting the wall. Texture though, he's so rapid. Look at this guy. He's all the way up into heaven, but he is going to be shut down in the end. John QT, good awareness from that one. It's about trying to keep up with the tempo. Can't let Gen G run all over you. Lakia, sole survivor. 1 shot left for Zekken. Shock darts. Pushes him out.
Great punish.
One more to do. He wants to make a go of it.
Lakia has been astoundingly clutch, but he's not going to get anything this time. Zelsis shuts it down. What a round from Zekken with the operator in hand.
Oh, yeah.
When we saw him play against Paper X, barely pulled out the op on defense, actually. Mostly rifling, mostly going for those defensive aggression plays. Now he's just allowing people to walk into him. Gorgeous reposition onto some of these angles, too, playing around the utility very well. Bit of a question mark for me, honestly, how Zekken was going to play with the op. We saw him absolutely dominate on this map. But, like I said, mostly with the rifle. He's looking very good to open here.
Hello, jump spot.
Wow, Zekken really is something else, man.
Yeah, what the hell is that? Ferrari peak.
That's amazing, though, playing with that. Oh, and look at this, Caron. So deep.
Oh, through, and he gets the punish there onto Zelsis, looking for that information inside the smoke. One of his own making. Drone clears through, and now he can just retreat back into the site tucked. What a play by Gen G.
Incredible from both of those players, Texture and Caron. Now Sen got more than they bargained with. Gonna play a disadvantage retake.
And they got an off. Very difficult.
Nothing to write home about here.
No, Gen G should really be in an advantage position, yet Texture goes down. Close quarters, action for Meteor, action indeed, but he does go down to the follow-through, spray-through of Sassy, anticipating it. The reflank now, just to re-clear into mid, and now regrouping up here for Sentinels. Damage done, but so is still on the opposite side, Zekken. You respond with that one. Need to deal with these players though. Anchoring, tucked, close Caron, he's gone. Lakia, Hunter's Fury available. Indecisive though in terms of how he wants to play this one. Sassy's just sticking this, and it is watched. Get down, Mr. President. Sentinels. I mean, pulling that one out of nowhere. I'm not gonna lie. Player disadvantage with the up ready. You shouldn't be winning retakes.
But it's Zekken again who actually finds 2 kills. One by peeking heaven, if I'm not mistaken, and the other, they throw a recon dart that forces a swing, and he gets this kill kind of for free, but good awareness. That is bonkers that they've turned that one around, especially when Lakia had the Hunter's Fury to work with towards the end there. You're right, he really did seem like he wanted to set up a shock dart play or the Hunter's Fury and just realized, I have to swing this.
Yeah.
It's a tide turn.
It certainly is. Still danger though. Knife going to be stopping a few of these Gen G players in their tracks there. He actually can't get out of here, but it's a knife on either side, so there's no util to flush him out of that spot. And finally, to get their abilities back online, TP's out of dodge. While all this has been going on, Gen G happy to take that B main control. We're going to try and set up Lakia there in the meantime.
Yeah, looking to just try to farm the ult orb, Meteor 1 away. So it's entirely possible that they're playing for that. Second pushed away. They know that there's no op over towards A. Texture clears out the entirety of A main. This is going to allow, I think, Meteor to get his ult online. They might really want to go for this with the lockdown.
Consider it.
What is going on here, though? Gen G retreating away, but they haven't picked up the orb. So they can't use the lockdown to fake towards A. They've just got some kind of read here. And to some degree, they're correct. Second was hoping towards mid. Now he's picked up Heaven. You know, they are hitting the weaker site.
Texture sees the barrel. Oh my goodness, what a timing for the ult. It's away to knives, and now Texture, weak as anything, declawed in the mix. I think back away and high.
That might have been based off a flash that Munchkin threw over towards A. Are they expecting this on B?
Does that a sword?
Look at the minimap.
What the hell is going on here? Still, the adjustments there with the flick of the wrist. And Gen G again left scrambling.
There's 15 seconds left and they don't want to survive.
Don't want to keep these into the next round. I mean, Texture's got nothing. You don't keep the blade, so you don't keep the ult. Flash, pop through round and aside here, spamming and spraying. A reload, no punish. 5 seconds left.
I told you no time.
Online, maybe enough. Maybe enough. It's going to be going down to the wire. And they do get that continuation, and Meteor gets the kills. Added concatenation, man. Round to the back, it's watched for. Texture.
Wow, their jet really sucks, man.
Need to be managed. Paranoia now. Doesn't break the door down, but both players blinded. That is perfection. Immaculate placement. Meteor with 32 health. And nothing but dreams will be fading away. The Sentinels win a rather scrappy turnabout round.
I've been praising the macro from Gen G all match, but that one boiled the carrots for too long. Now turned it into mush. I think they could have played it a little more simply. I mean, Munchkin almost gets an opportunity to get in there, but Zeka makes up for it with a gorgeous refight with the operator. And he's frying, by the way. If you want to talk about individuals, Zekan's looking just as good as he did when he played this map previously. And Texture's not really finding those openings as easily.
Of course, it's harder when you're the attack side jet. I mean, you have to be set up with util. Not going to be favored into a lot of those fights, but
also it's Texture.
Exactly. You kind of expect more from him. Here's a fast play though. Texture. Still not shying away. There's a dart over the top that sets us up on either side here. Texture now is into the site. He's worried about backside. Still, he could seek to deny. There's no one watching the back here of Zekan, but he does dash away and out of the fight here with the smoke. Covering it, 4 players spotted. Good information here for Sentinels, but Texture again needs to be this playmaker.
Karen teleports in over towards lane, only with 30 health, and they use the lockdown as well, but look at the lockdown positioning. It denies mid and market. It's so good for keeping control of site. Karen dies, but he'd already stuck that plant.
Second will get detained, will slow them down just a tad here with the plant down. A potential difference maker. And look at Lakier's position. Again, he's got that Hunter's Fury. He's going to be waiting for the right time to strike. Same with Meteor. Takes up that space, but he was blind as anything. And John QT, a little bit delayed, but eventually getting that trade. Hunter's Fury now is being used proactively. 2 tags, no kills though. Damage being done. The backside players, they need to be dealt with. Popping through with the flash. Texture putting them down side by side. Tenz will follow through. Time has run out entirely. And another's been bought here with all of these plays. Gen G barely pulling that one out from the jaws of defeat.
What the heck?
I really can't believe that Lakia decided to send that Hunter's Fury instead of playing for the time, because time seemed like it was the biggest asset on Gen G's side. That ended up being the deciding factor anyway. I was worried there for a moment. That aggression from Meteor is so classic to the way that Gen G love to play as well. The Pacific teams, Paper X, do this too. Not happy to just fall into backside B when they play the post plants, always looking to contest.
If they think they've got that timing, they will take it.
Okay, so Gen G get their 3rd on the board. A recon looking to push away Zekan if he was playing around mid.
Very mobile though.
Yeah, he got smoked off, and now he's going to pick up mid at the same time as the recon dissipates.
Seeing the player move over towards Cat here. It's going to be called out. At least it should be that awareness. Double done. They can't hit it. No way.
Nice.
No way. Tenz. My God, man. And the follow-up, the backup arriving in the form of an ultimate. Couldn't have been better.
You give him an inch, he'll take a mile. They just whiffed on him for a moment, and he readjusted his aim and took down 2. He looked completely caught there. The game plan worked for Gen G. It's just they just couldn't land the shots in the moment. 2v3 though, and we've certainly seen Gen G pull out rounds like this before, especially when Sen lose info around the map. You know, Karen could be in a position here where he just shoots them all in the back.
Yeah, reminiscent of Breeze. There was multiple scenarios where Sentinels threw away those player advantage situations because they didn't know where the enemies were, and now with the plant down.
Yeah, do they go for the ult? If you ult, you kind of have to just sit there and defend it.
Down online, that's what they were waiting for. Here's a lockdown, pushing the players out wide. Caron,
you have to defend
forced
this.
to make a play. Yeah, you do have to defend this here. He's not going to be detained from this spot. Here's it. Tekken not adjusting for that angle. Not even expecting it here. Now they have to worry about this crossfire. But John QT is halved already. Onto that defuse. Sassy responds with the fire, but here he does not know. Finally, Shock Dart fired. Sassy tapping, forcing out wide again.
Oh my god.
This time prevails.
Fuck.
Monstrous in the clutch. Time again.
Come on.
The enemy of Sentinels. They had a player advantage, but they had no information about where Gen G had disappeared off to. Another great play for Tenz that ends up being wasted somewhat by his team's inability to capitalize on those advantage situations, and Gen G using other advantages, map control, info denial. They don't need the players online.
There's a fast play though, already setting up. The flash in hand alongside that Dart. Texture might just be blinded fully. He's playing inside the smoke, he dominates it. Tenz to be playing this one before, but with the Odin spam at least potentially evened out, but not quite. Lakia straight there in the fight. Side by side. Advantage now for Gen G.
A massive advantage with John Cutie falling. That's all of that Killjoy utility over towards B that's disabled. Sen are going to have to make a proactive call here. They can't just wait this out.
Gen G are just doing the exact same, waiting. Yeah. Hoping to catch that proactive call. It's a great read. Celsius might just walk and wade right into it. The crossfire of a century, and look at that, the call to 3, 2, 1, peek it down, tap, 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 second! Right back at you. He's got plenty more to deal with now. Yeah, he wants to make a go of it.
He's got 2, but might be too little, too late. He has read this though. He might be able to get into spawn at the right timing to cut this off and get another for free.
Doesn't break the knife actually, yes, and he's got the dash back online.
You just don't think logs here though. You just never think about that.
Don't expect it. It's going to have to be reactions and adjustment potentially there. Still close to the corner. Jiggling from Lakia. Decides to take the timing and a fight right to him. So 5 to 5. Even up now again with Gen G. And this is a really good spot for the attack side of Ascent. We've got to imagine it plays out a lot more typically.
Sentinels going for their first piece of defensive set play aggression there, and it's dominated. They already used this. It was round 6, I believe, the last time they played on Ascent. And Tenz that time was able to get into the smoke before his opponent, dominated it, and got the win. This time, Texture just a little faster, just a little sharper. Sen knocked down onto an eco and going for another set play by the look of things.
You have to take risks here. I mean, when your money's so dire, if you're letting Gen G take the lead on their attack side. Ooh, missing the silent jump up. Second, it's giving an indicator.
Good awareness, though. Here. Yeah, it doesn't do any damage, but it indicates that Zekken is not going to get away with his Bucky play.
Movement, enough to survive. Doesn't even use the dash.
One of those rounds that Gen G would love to keep clean. While there's a little moment in the round as well, 5 rounds on attack side Ascent is looking pretty good.
Yeah, it is.
It has been somewhat even. Sen have in fact actually been pretty good on the attack side too.
Up through mid. Gap is spotted here by Gen G. Now a fast play approach. Trying to slam into these anchoring players, but it's on them to try and hold their ground. Sentinels standing side by side here, but again the weaponry is not able to go forward. The job now. Texture.
Come back.
Feeling it necessary to really clear through. Lots of that. Hello, Karen spotted and an upgrade here for the anchoring players. Again close, tuck 2 dice, but there's no trade and no swings. The anchoring players out back here with the Sheriff, John QT, but not expecting it away with the Bucky! Gaming! No! Can't land the shots, damage done to it, Tenz set up, it's a 1v1. That's such an important one at that, the money was dire, Tenz, 6 bullets accounted for! Exactly what he needed!
Another miracle. Ritualistically brought down by the crowd, willing it into existence, I think. How are they doing these?
No shot.
What a timing. to be honest with you, I thought it was over when the Bucky didn't deliver those 2 clean one-shot kills.
I mean, I'm shocked that Zek didn't one-shot them.
Yeah, he was so close, but still able to finish one of them off. The other week, Tenz wins a 1v2 towards the end after opening things up. So many rounds like this. It's a Red Bull clutch, but it's also economically upset the time.
I want to watch it back.
Kills.
I mean, I'm shocked that Zek didn't one-shot them.
Ritualistically brought down by the crowd, willing it into existence, I think.
Tenz.
How are they doing these?
1.
No shot.
What a timing.
2.
To be honest with you, I thought it was over when the Bucky didn't deliver those 2 clean one-shot kills.
I mean, I'm shocked that Zek didn't one-shot them.
Yeah. And Sentinels have got to be thinking about the fact that Texture would love to do some kind of updraft dash engage into B now that they have B main control. So, you know, you're playing retake B at this point because you don't want to challenge that. He's got knives. And you've also kind of set up for a bit of a retake A approach. Now Tenz and Zelsis looking to re-explore perhaps.
Right here.
Pinging out the alarm bot, important. Genji have to make sure that nobody followed that drone up.
Walking up now, Sassy.
Both
it's all about
of us.
when you pick your time. Is a counter spam. Almost gone down potentially there with the damage down, and out of here with the drone. Everybody lit up, but a shot goes wide and just goes a miss. Second though. He's still alive in the fight here, but a TP into the back of the site now. There is that danger facing, but cancelled. Only 30 seconds left. What is the call to be made? The reposition backing away. Hunter's Fury. And Lackey is hoping to set this one up for the rest of the team. They're going to pivot. They're going to A. 20 seconds indecisive.
They're going back to B.
Running back to B. Can't be making plays like this, man, but maybe just getting hectic in those final moments. TP engage. Meteor. He's lurked his way in. Damage done, and another kill found. It's all being added up. Right click. Kills here. Needs to stick in. Right click. Gamble incorrect.
The body block.
Oh my god.
Absolutely unbelievable.
Telsis 1v2, 1v2, 1v2. Rushing entirely into
Where
it.
people run in like that?
I don't think I've seen a round that chaotic the entire tournament. Genji didn't know where to end. What a way to finish that half. They pulled it out off the back of Meteor getting in. Tenz went for an alt play, cancelled it for info, got caught, and then they have to body block Caron to avoid him being caught by Zekken. Look at him getting in front of the Classic.
Okay.
Ludicrous. Munchkin, you crazy little raccoon, how have you done that?
6-6, that's where we stand here on Ascent. Absolute insanity, but standing by on the floor, some of Sentinel's biggest fans.
It's another great half of Valorant here in the grand finals, and I got 2 very special guests with me here. It is Tenz's mom, Valerie, and Sassy's wife, Sophie. Welcome to the grand finals. Every map has been so close so far. They were so pumped on stage when they won Bind. I wanted to know what was going through your mind when they managed to close that out. I'll start with you, Sophie.
It's crazy actually, but
this is Tenz.
we're even. I think we got it.
Oh, I like it, I like it. What about you, Valerie?
I was a little nervous, but I feel good, and I think they got this. I think they're bringing the trophy home. I can feel it.
Oh, well, it's been, 1,029 days since Tenz first brought that Masters trophy home. So tell me, what's it been like to follow his journey and support him all the way back to the top?
It's amazing, entertaining. I love it. I'm in awe of him all the time. He's awesome.
We think so too. Come on, guys, give it up for Tenz. Come on, come on. And for you, Sophie, you won there in Istanbul when Sassy became a world champion. So what are your emotions right now to know that he could potentially win a trophy here with you in the audience?
I think if we get the trophy, it's gonna be a really step up in his career, and the boys are amazing. I love them all, and let's go Sen!
Come on, you guys know what to do. Sentinels! 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 Well, let's see if Sentinels can close this one out on Ascent.
Crowd's really rallied up here. Right behind Sentinels, trying to get it done.
And a reminder, it is only Tenz returning to the final stage for Sen. But Sassy also making his 3rd time here, both looking for another trophy. An elite group. There's only 5 players, I believe, who've been able to lift the trophy twice, and they have been looking to join them, Tenz and Sassy. We've also never had somebody win a Masters and a Champions before.
Sassy, he ended up overcoming this Grand finals against the Demons, it is Gen G. Would be the first player to ever do it.
Pretty incredible.
We spoke about the importance here, getting the rounds up online, sent with these compositions, you know, by all metrics, from what we know. It's not an attack-sided map.
Standing ahead.
That puts even more importance now onto this pistol round for Sentinels.
And I think, again, I'm looking at the Gen G defensive rotations and how John tries to play with those. Because Gen G are just so happy to trust the read. Look, I mean, at the beginning here, Caron getting info in A main. Oh, like he's going to start calling people back over towards B. They were thinking it was A.
He's out open. They could be fast onto him, but they're not really going to be quick enough here. Just waiting for the drone now with the shock dust through as well. A lot of damage. Tagged him up. Zekken. Slight pause into the play. Slight pause into the angle. Waiting now. What is the call from the rest of them? A flash play into the back here, but they're just waiting for the right time to strike, potentially, but now jumping right, leaping into his face. And there it is from Gen G. Calling their bluff. They want to fight it. The front section of that side of Paranoia is good, and it blinds them all up. 3 players tucked to the site now for Sentinels, and they still don't have that plan
3 versus 3.
I feel like as soon as Zelsis goes for it, Gen G
Plan
he thinks the same.
Just plan, man.
Stray damage. It could come down to anything. A few stray shots now. Paranoia flying forward. Still no spike being planted. One-way smoke.
30 seconds left.
Oh, Caron? Has he got a pixel? No, not quite.
Not quite at all, but waiting for it. Now the knife. Takes away the abilities, takes away the threat of this one, and as the turret's getting broken, they swing right into it, Gen G. Surely not. They're doing it again.
Oh my god.
Wonderful, wonderful patience. And
This is
capitalizing at the
bad.
right moments there.
Certainly. They look great with it. As soon as Sen put pressure on the player backside, that is instantly turned into texture dashing into a smoke to take front sight. So as soon as they know that Sentinels are focused not on them, they go and get themselves into a retake situation and start putting pressure even before the plant is down. They are looking good. Taunts being thrown across the stage. And a great way to open this up on the defense side.
Yeah, Gen G going to be really quite happy with this one.
It's all the fundamental stuff. The timing is excellent, they're confident, and they're doubling up together in these moments.
Disrespectful from Zekken. Tagged up by the knife, but still decided to just try to take that fight close to them.
You're hoping that the Gen G players were not posted on an angle and trying to take a fight aggressively, when actually I feel like that's the way that Gen G plays. They're not afraid to try to challenge angles. They're not the kind of team to just drop back and keep giving up room over and over again for free. They like to disrespect utility a little bit and post up.
Clear game plan here though from Sentinels on their eco. Gonna use a flash to re-clear into A main, make sure that the orb gets loaded up there onto Zelsis. He's only a few away from his ult, so they're just thinking ahead here into this round.
Yeah, but they are still quite a way away from this. Right? Because there wasn't any damage in this round particularly, Zelsis is still going to be 3 away from getting that online. It's not particularly going to be helpful. At least not in the short term, I should say.
Yeah, now they're going to be hoping for a bit of a plan here, but a Paranoia is sent flying, TP forwards, lighting him up. Caron, 20 HP surviving, strenuous in the approach, but look at that, just a collapse.
Ooh.
Straight into the fragment nade and the bullets sent flying, so flawless, everybody surviving for Gen G.
Beautifully
Gen G. A good
This is where I want to
comment.
see Gen G
Immediately get
buying the
removed.
operator when the rest of his team is going for the bonus. It's not too crazy, lots of teams that end up going for that. But do they have a game plan to set him up? One of the other things that stuck in my head actually from listening to an interview from HSK was that he said one of the things they've tried to focus on is snowballing the game by utilizing their aim and aggression. Right? Not by trying to make smart game plans necessarily, but by putting pressure on their opponents, by wanting to fight in moments like these. And Texture looks like he wants to take the op for a walk off the back of Sova utility. That's great information, knowing exactly where John is. You don't have to be worried about other sightlines.
You're really worried. Turret broken. John, still in the lineup here.
He almost got caught, didn't he?
Almost got caught, but look at it. I mean, the dash is active. Texture. You can smell it, blood in the water.
That's the same pace and anticipation problem that I was noticing before. Gen G are quite a bit faster than Sen expect.
Oh.
Bus used to just try and cross Sentinels now. Scurrying away, trying to take control of A, but then there's a paranoia. Goes flying, actually missing onto Sassy. No clear connection, but he still maintains control of A main control.
Yeah, Tenz caught. Sassy dropped as well. This is looking like a monstrous bonus.
I mean, this is beautiful for
Wow,
Gen G.
looks like this 6-9 curse again.
Never had an opportunity. You had both of the Flash players, Karen and Munchkin, looking to lock down Tree. And even as Sen tried to make some approach in that department, Tenz was the only player A main. Paranoia got caught in the smoke, and it's over at that point. You're in a 5v3, it's just done. He just wanders into this smoke, assuming that Karen must be focused on Tree, because that's where he threw the paranoia. And again, the anticipation from Gen G is just so much better. They throw the paranoia and they're like, right, this is the timing that the A main player is going to take. Let's stop them. The awareness is so good. And again, from a player, Karen, who has not been a pro before joining Gen G.
It's insane.
He played on an amateur team, and basically that was a long time ago. He frankly just got picked out of ranked.
Ranked player on the big stage, but he's really performing. Unshaken against it. Flash repeat. Karen knows to respect that one. He's going to be using the TP just to get the hell out of there. And a call is made again from Gen G. All stacked up.
Yeah, look at them. I mean, Meteor is already starting to rotate away from B. I'm so confident this is going to be an A exec.
Probably util expended here, though, with the dart fading away. Karen shuts that down, doesn't he? Tenz forward with the Sheriff, but again, not too much you can do, not without the rifle.
Lose already. 6-10.
Sassy weakened down.
Oh my god, GG.
Here. This is Gen G, not just in control, they're running away with this map.
It's Gen G's map pick, but it's one where Kaplan earlier in the coach interview said they were feeling very confident coming out of their game against Paper X. And the implication there that the desk picked up on is that they were going for a 3-1 win by winning on Bind, Ascent, and Split. And this is looking less and less likely the more rounds go on. I want to see John start messing with the defensive rotations. It's not something we've really seen.
Sen is ready for the
You need to be faking at least half as much as your opponents are over-rotating. And so far, they're nowhere near.
Just seeking out to ruin them here with a flash. Okay, return of the fire. Second. Right back at you with the nades rebounding. Meteor dodging over and around. No way. Second was blind as anything. Dashed forward to try and punish, but Meteor is tucked into this corner. There should be that punish online. Karen seeking to relieve it. Zelsa's dropped down onto his knees. I mean, is there going to be any chance of even just Rez to pull him back up?
It's going to get punished. They need to be aware.
Surely picking him up. Zelsa's there, but no. Spamming through the wall, but no kill collected. John QT.
What a play.
Meteor cosplay in effect. This guy is found the gaps and more.
Oh, nice.
And another one to the collection. Sight opened up right when the team needed it.
That's incredible. What a read by John. Getting himself tucked into logs because Meteor went down early and that was open to them. Huge play. Not exactly running a fake, but just challenging Gen G for the map control and beating them.
But yeah,
I don't think Tenz is going to survive this interaction. But
oh, yes!
What
Never doubt him.
Well, I'll shut my mouth. Not the world's most important kill, but a funny one to end it. There was a bit of a disaster in the middle of that round, though, with Zekken getting full blinded. Was that a team flash?
Oh, that reaction immediately.
Perhaps.
Yeah, I think it was a bit of a team flash play. Yeah, he just full stares at Zelsis' flash. Bit weird, but didn't really hurt them whatsoever. John bailing them out of that situation. Not necessarily with his macro calling, but with a great solo play. Reading the game.
The bankroll runs deep here for Gen G. Sentinels that need to dig even deeper.
Tenz,
it's a spread default to try to start the round. Not over-investing over towards A, but certainly making it feel like A, right? And this is where you start to see the defense pulled towards that A defense. It's only luckier over towards B. But now as there's a little bit of mid-pressure, you see things shifting around, and Texture with an operator looking to take that pick through mid.
Directly down mid, they might just walk into him.
Texture's quick. Is he there before
walk
Zekken?
Into Jet.
It looks like it.
Now he's found the timing. It's just so damn instinctual! And again,
stupid.
A difference maker. Zekken. He's left Texture reeling. Back-to-back rounds now.
That is a ludicrous swing. Perfect pre-aim. I mean, pretty much a pre-fire, I think. There's no time to react to that. He just knows exactly where the jet is going to be set up.
That's so stupid.
Gathered, Lakia. On the shock dart. Here's that one now at a close.
Almost got
no way.
Yeah, he was a critical target. It needs to stay alive with the lockdown now in play. What is the call to be made, Gen G?
Oh no.
How do you fight this one?
But house,
Split
bro.
across the map here. I mean, it's just really only Munchkin, and they're just trying to get Lakia out of there. Hunter's Fury through and out into the spawn, into the location. 12 seconds left. They need to get this spike down and planted. They push this one back and away, but Gen G, they're out of there.
It's only John in an aggressive position in the post plant right now, and Sassy's miles away. Doesn't have that ult to work with.
Doesn't indeed.
He's not going to have shock dart lineups from there, so he needs to find some way of having impact.
Start clearing Paranoia here. Still close quarters enough. It has revealed, and he has cleaned him up. With John down, finally a kill found. Not going to be blinded up by that one, but still emanating out with waves of the suppression. He's dropped to his knees. Meteor, last one left, unless he can get Munchkin back alive. A tap. Putting out the spray here. 3 players left out in the open.
Oh, nice.
Running over them.
That was a difficult situation there. John getting caught in his aggressive position. Sassy way out of the fight. Zeka needed to step up, and he did it. This opener is sublime. And then he also follows up by being able to punish Lakia and to stop Munchkin. It's an amazing round from the star player of Sentinels. I say the star player. One of the superstar.
Plenty to pick from. Plenty to pick from.
So Senna's still making a go of this, even though Gen G are in the lead.
In the lead. Arguably still favoured, but they are starting to put a dent into that economy for Gen G. The loss round here. Gen G, vital for Sentinels. They're going to be hoping for a flash repeat.
Yeah, another jet duel.
Dash just fades away. They're going to be using util of their own now. Paranoia even layered on top, spamming away. An exchange of lead. No casualties.
Gen G not over-rotating this time. Keeping a couple of players in mid, realizing that it's not a full commitment from Sen here. They're just fighting for map control. You could consider this a win, though, for Sentinels, because they're going to be going into a site that only has 3 players on it.
Yeah.
And that's assuming they commit to A.
Back off already.
Munchkin gathering that information.
We got commit.
As the nade ready here. As time runs short, John QT. Hello. Flash forwards on top of it here. Backing away. Will get cleaned up eventually. The air is sprayed down. Fragment, nade, texture, and Munchkin all combined.
Oh no.
And they have shut down his approach.
8-11, then lose already.
With ultimate, it's going to try to get into the B site and get the plant down.
Yeah, it's an open site for him. Still rapid.
Sassy get there?
Oh, Sassy. He's picked them apart. Texture onto that rotation, but he is alone now. Tenz is going to do a hell of a job to try and hold on to this one. Keron sticking. No way. Up onto it. Just gets that information. Now 2 players assaulting the position slowly, surely.
Sassy's so far away.
He needs so much. He needs so much here. Sassy is miles away. Reinforcements are lacking. Lakia seeking to destroy it. That dart, it was fantastic though. Still playing inside. Lakia shuts it down, but time has been bought. A tap, Sassy. Does he think it's open to the fuse? Spamming away. Counter spam from Munchkin. Sticking from Lakia. Full defensive setup. 11 now on the board.
It's a nice try there with that dart, seeing if he could assist Tenz while still being positionally a long way away. I think it wasn't quite planted in a spot where he was able to get the wall back there.
What is this, man?
Over towards A, stopping Sentinels getting in on the A splits.
1,
it looks
2.
really nice from
Then
Gen
will
G.
be 1, 3.
Anytime Sen have tried an A split, the A main players have not been able to have any impact. They're just sending a drone in there and they can't actually push the players from Gen G who are killing the people on cat. The A splits are being defended immaculately. But look at this, Sen are so convinced that this is going to be defensive aggression in this round. They know that Texture had to pop knives. And they are ready for the Hunter's Fury play, a classic set play that teams would love to do.
Really far back.
Has pulled 20 seconds off the clock here.
With how time has been playing an issue for Sentinels. Little moments like that might make the difference in the round. Grouped up now with Texture. Fast rotation to try and back up the rest of his team out towards the A site.
Love this positioning from Lakia as well. If he stays over towards Market, he'll have a perfect ult line, but instead he drops back towards B. Spotted people in mid and maybe just worried that it could be a B split.
50 seconds.
Time certainly is ticking here.
Decisions need to be made. I mean, you haven't pulled out good util from Gen G. They can just stall you out. Right, they're going to be showing some presence, but with the knife tags, Zekken.
That doesn't give you too much info. It could be a cat push, could still be a B split.
They're going to get destroyed, but they're trying to fake A presence, perhaps. I mean, the spike is in the middle of nowhere, and certainly they are fast. It was Zekken. He's rapid on the uptake. Texture, even more so. And the Hunter's Fury to punish. Alarmbot chasing them into the top section of mid. That's Tenz. He's got to try and get some value in. He's got to try and get some kills. The lockdown. It's really just absolutely brutalized them. Slowed them to a crawl. They can't break it. They have to fight it. Tenz here onto the angle again. They're swarming into the position, and behind them, Texture rips them to shreds, rips them to pieces.
Has to stick.
And there's no chances, not anymore. Gen G up to 12.
GG. Airport.
You watch what Texture does on defense. It's so good. He gets pressured here with the paranoia, instantly updrafts, kills the player, dashes forwards to re-fight that. And he immediately notices it's a fake. If he dashes away there, they don't get the info, and those B players might not have stayed on B. But because Texture is so confident to take the fight, to dash forwards, to look for the others, he gets to come to the rest of his team. This is cap, guys. They ain't coming.
I mean, absolutely. It's looking disastrous, to put it lightly, here for Sentinels on this map. Now, of course, it's not like the whole series weighs on there, but I think that every single map matters, and especially early on, you know, going back to what we were talking about. I mean, Kaplan in that coach interview saying they felt comfortable with the earlier maps.
Really can see my name off.
Ascent being one of them, so coming up.
They both go home.
And it's Icebox, that territory where it gets a bit messy. If Gen G end up taking this map,
actually read
they're
my
forced
text.
to win out on Split just to continue that series, and then they will be forced to play on Icebox.
And bearing in mind, Gen G beat them 13-5 on Split, dismantling them. And does Gen G look like they've taken any break today? Does Texture look like he isn't performing incredibly today? I don't think so. The Sen players themselves shooting back a bit more. But I think they're also just getting outplayed. The teamwork, the way that Gen G are playing off each other, and their confidence is just getting them so much more info to play with on their defense side. This defensive Ascent has been lovely to watch. Certainly feels like there could not be a better moment for Pacific to pick up their first ever global trophy. And Gen G, if they get this one step forwards on Ascent, they'll be one step closer to hoisting it.
On the precipice. In through mid, that's Sentinels. All eyes on that now. Zekken with the knives. Grouped up as well. Might be looking for a flash. Peek through, drone. And forwards here, just showcasing. Oh, doesn't break it in time, so it actually spots both players, and they're already up through mid as well. Paranoia misses, Texture. Clean shot, rips it away, and this Dreams being dashed. Out and away, John QT, maybe a chance. Turn with the one kill, but it's still a player disadvantage, and they don't know where the rest of them are.
What a
finding
bad luck.
here.
Lose already. Bad luck, man. Totally. Got hit by spam.
Celsius dropped dead to rights. 2v2, still Spike in the
2v2,
open.
still okay.
And a control gained and gathered. Munchkin
GG.
follows through with the fire.
Odin for the
Doubled
win.
up now, understanding the win con. Smoke to block it off. It's all on Sassy.
They know he's not close. Karen is actually looking the
left.
other way too. They've split up to form two 1v1s. Could Sassy be given anything? He just doesn't expect them coming from spawn.
No, there's no way you expect this, and this could be it. This should be it.
On the left, idiot.
And dusted. Gen G edge ever closer to that title, ever closer to that trophy. But it's not done yet. The job isn't finished.
They said that themselves when they won the upper bracket final. Just because we won here, they said, doesn't mean that the job is finished. But they're in a great spot.
They're in a fantastic spot. It's yet to be seen if Sentinels can fight back. Don't go anywhere. You know you don't want to miss it.
Excuse me, would you mind taking a picture of us?
Oh, no problem.
Thanks.
Ooh, yes, problem. You need Verizon. Trade in that old thing and get a new iPhone 15 Pro with tons of storage, so you can take all the pics. So many selfies.
a preposterous amount of panos!
That means panoramic. And as many portraits of me as your heart desires.
How about none?
None, yeah, none feels right.
Trade in any iPhone in any condition and get iPhone 15 Pro and iPad and Apple Watch SE all on us. Only on Verizon.
Lost Ark. How are you not watching the finals, bro?
Red Bull gives you wings.
How are you? Reach silver rank today. Feels good. Damn, I still never seen silver rank yet. But I always play in gold rank. Bro, how can you not watch the final, bro?
Take it up a God, hey. You can pay me for my time though. And it all on the high note. I don't have to say goodbye. Found out I'm probably Irish.
This is my first time, surprisingly, this is my first time watching Tenz play in the tournament. I know Valorant also because of Tenz, but I never seen him play professionally. I just watch a lot of his content, like those YouTube clips of him owning using Jet. But I think Sentinel going home because not all of them pro. Like for example PRX, right? All of them were very pro. Sentinel team, there are 1 or 2 noobs.
You can't tell me what's good for me. You can't tell me what's good for me. You can't tell me what's good. Everybody moving scared. Don't know what the answer is. Told myself I say the word. Speaking like a prophet did. Shit just feel like stranger things. Upside down and overwhelmed. Chaos just to set you free. Chaos just to set you free. Deep down, still in doubt. Hold a smile like it's all good. Seeking answers, all I found is you. Look, man. They don't know nothing. I don't know nothing either. All I know.
Tenz overrated. Your mom is overrated.
You can't tell me what's good for me. You can't tell me what's good for me. You can't tell me what's good for me. You can't tell me what's good. You can't tell me what's good for me. You can't tell me what's good for me.
I feel like PRX is stronger than Sense.
Feel the bang in your head like it's whiplash. Can you feel that?
Genji toxic. Yep. Watching eSport not really my thing. Oh, okay.
When the world crash, feel the bang in your head like it's whiplash. Can you feel that? All this back and forth to be free.
Gen G is just one
Gen G
away from making history. Not just for Korean Valorant, but for the Pacific region as a whole. It would be absolutely monumental if they were able to pick up this win. But
Mimi.
they still
So
have
there's
one
2
more
Mimi.
map ahead of them here, and that would be Split that we're going to be seeing in a moment. And oh boy, this could go either way.
But I think Gen G is on the course to win a trophy. They have 2 maps coming up where they have looked great thus far. That Ascent win could have been the make or break in this series.
Yeah, undefeated on Split so far here in Madrid, and they've taken down Sentinels, the ones we hyped up up as the best Split team in the world. It would almost be poetic to close it out on Split.
Well, let's talk about some of the great ideas that we were seeing from Gen G, because honestly, it just feels like Munchkin Mike is just making some brilliant calls, and on top of that, the plays have just been immaculate.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a perfect example here. Just a real slow burn pistol round. There's two opportunities for this to actually slow down and go back into Sentinel's favor, but Gen G just make the right decisions time and time again. There's a second freeze here where actually in the post-plant situation, they wait for the turret to come back up. It's just so composed.
I think the way that Gen G plays like pace is like no one else in this tournament. They can have rounds like this where they slow down twice, they take these pauses, they force their opponent to make a move, and then they have rounds where when they have an advantage, they're pressing it, they're going hyper-aggressive, they're relying on the aim. They're so good at breaking the timings, but also going back to playing this super standard style of Valorant that just makes them so hard to call against.
This might be the best
the most difficult thing for John and Kaplan to have to make these plays work against a Gen G squad that just seems to have the playbook.
One round you're playing against PaperX, and the next round you're playing against a better DRX.
Yeah, no, real talk. That really is a great way to break it down. Of course, though, one player that we have to highlight as we, could maybe see him make history here for the region. It's Lakia, who, he's been in these positions before, but now not like this. This is going to be monumental for this young man who's able to pull this off.
Yeah, in particular, I mean, he comes under flack occasionally, but here he's the second leg to kind of Munchkin's mid-round.
Yeah, split,
the way that they use his utility and the reclearance of being proactive, we come back to that composure as well. Their ability to swing mid-round back in their favor. When they concede a first blood, nearing
finally,
on 50%
not
of
boring.
a 4v5 conversion comes down to players like Lakia.
And imagine if he could win a trophy now. He was there when Korea had their next best placement at an international event on New Turn all the way back. He has been grinding since then.
Full
had
circle.
Multiple opportunities, joined DRX, it didn't go his way, went down to Tier 2, but now he's back in the Tier 1 in the first final that his country has ever made in Valorant with a real shot at winning it.
Yeah, I mean, look, the odds gotta be on the side of Gen G, and you can even see it in the poll. People are starting to come to their senses here. Don't get me wrong, I love Sentinels, but Gen G's cooking.
Have Sentinels ever lost a Twitter poll?
Regardless, they're making a comeback now.
Oh, they're making a comeback now.
It's going to be a lot harder for them to make a comeback in this server.
This is crazy. The fans have no idea where this is going to go.
Yeah, it's wild. Sentinels honestly shouldn't be winning because they're going into Split. This has historically been their best map. They were excellent in Americas. They were dominating the early stages of this tournament, but Gen G's on a 3-0 win
Omen
streak,
again.
and they figured them out last time. The way they varied this place sent some really hyper-aggressive pieces with the Raise Jet double Google's combo. Took Sen by surprise.
And the concerning thing here is actually, I think we've been talking about a couple of times
I think Johnny QT and Zelsis is noob, that's why they cannot win. Second is the match MVP because he got the highest
I think the biggest change
KDA.
for Sen needs to be on their defense.
Sassy not bad actually.
Handling Gen G's disruption. What they were doing
Even
so
though
well
all
was
his
kind of
wise,
set
smart.
retakes. If they can't make that change, if they can't come back on a map that has been their best,
need a better
Sentinels will be out
player.
and Gen G will hoist that trophy.
Will we go to a map 5? I know the crowd wants it. We want it, but let's go ahead and see if we get it. Bren, Sideshow, the floor is yours.
For a fourth map here in the grand finals, it's up to Sentinels to really steal their hearts. You gotta imagine despair settling in. Think about it, Gen G got a better rhythm on this map. I mean, Split, they used to be the bane of many teams when they were up against Sentinels. People arguing, why didn't they fight back? Why didn't they ban it?
Yeah. But I mean, you look at what Gen G have been able to do this tournament on Split. It's been fantastic. Early ramp take to start this one off. Paranoia being thrown, countered as well. Everyone blind.
No way, Tenz, he can't get away with the kill.
Okay, but Sen also realized that that's a bit of a fake. It's not everybody in that area.
Second gets off the line for just a moment, and now he's going to be faced with an absolute onslaught. They rush his position in still, walks away with two. Return of the fire.
Second really good.
Leaving anything to chance. They want to try and
the next superstar.
rotate everybody towards them, but yet still Gen G have played right into their hands.
One enemy remaining.
Nice.
No health. Low on health indeed. Meteor forced to scatter and back away. I mean, we are talking about the opening 35 seconds here. And now grouped up side by side, looking to put a pistol round on the board.
I'm in hospital, what?
John QT out wide, Tenz wide face! And definite chances, but Sentinels, necessary beginning here for this map on Split.
It definitely is, that's a great opening. And you saw from the very beginning, a lot of actually Gen G's attack side the last time these two teams faced was dominated by A ramp fights.
Yeah.
And kind of that fight over A heaven, actually even in the post plant. So Tenz uses the paranoia instantly to try to stop anyone from scaling. They realize that Zekin does an amazing job at picking up too.
Zeus is always so dramatic.
Got to remember, this is still Sentinels before getting smacked around by some of the APAC teams.
Oh, so many.
Still one of their better maps here. They might just try and jump onto this one, but Celsius spotted out, backs away, not getting caught out into the open. Still, a few stray shots in. One of the key real win cons for Gen G I found as well when you were revisiting, the split map when they last clashed and played against one another, was Celsius kind of getting caught out in the open. On top of those mid fights, or at least the A ramp fights that you were talking about earlier, Josh.
Yeah. I mean, they in the previous time these two teams faced, they tried to set up a high-low
AMD
mid and just dropped the orb and faced into 4 players.
Yeah.
It was brutal. This time, not going to go for something that risky on the follow-up after the rifle, after the pistol.
They have given up a lot of space, though, to Cam. Spotting out the tippy toes.
And this is a very classic position for John's Cam. Gen G are going to know that. They break it. Zekin's the only player here. He's got to get safe before the wall goes down. And Munchkin, almost getting caught in mid, will die to Tenz.
Might be looking to swarm here, just a wide face and peek. John is under attack, and finally he's going to have some reinforcements just allowed into the side here, but everybody survives. Could have got dangerous, could have maybe got expensive, let's say.
Oh, but it's a good, clean finish for Sen. John Cudie's been fantastic in an anchoring spot. Tenz always sends a really nice smoke, and John's got cages he can play around, traps to catch people. It's very effective.
Yeah.
One enemy remaining.
What doesn't work is when they lose the early round fights right off the rip. Gen G now with rifles on board, looking to try to dominate B main by the look of things. Meteor was acting a bit as the lurk. And it looks like he is again separated from the pack.
Good time for Sen to try and cook something up here in their bonus round, and fully grouped up this time. Nothing to chance, is it? Flash through, no connection. The orb dropping down. Well, not expecting it, but he does dash into the open. There is that follow-up. Now the reaction. Gen G fast on the approach. TP forwards by Karen, and they have cleared out that B site.
I do like the way that Gen G balance between pushing aggressively in post plants and waiting for the flood defense. This one, just waiting to see if there's a reaction from Sen. We know that the economy's weak, expecting the flood.
Texture spotted. Nade as well, he's stunned up entirely here. Sassy so fast with it. Zekin combining with that approach here out wide. Munchkin seeking to at least relieve that pressure and damage and offset that disadvantage. Still locked down onto the pillar angle. They wait a pause, but now the paranoia allows him to play it a little bit deeper here. Smoke now, propped up.
Zekin is one, he's got to be healed.
He is going to top back up to a bit more health still. Got to think Gen G, it all comes down to the way these fights get taken. Zekin from the side.
Huge.
Taken out of Caron inside the cage, dominating, cleaned up. Munchkin in the back, 1v1! No bullets, no chance!
What
Munchkin
the fuck,
man? Saves the bloody day.
Well, that's an extremely expensive round again. Sen on the bonus, creating pressure, applying danger.
No bullet.
Pretty disastrous dash there from Meteor, actually. A player who has really impressed me with how much smarter he seems than on previous teams.
Yeah.
And then grouping together to try to flush out these people one at a time. Just a little unfortunate that the second didn't have more loaded in the clip. That economic damage is going to mean one Guardian for Gen G, so it doesn't even have that much effect.
Potential for another large fight.
Now, Gen G were fighting over A ramp with 4 players a lot of the time, the last time that these two teams faced off. This one, though, a 1-1-3.
They pause, and now they make the play here with the paranoia just a little bit too delayed. Rocket up
Tenz
over,
always
saves it, but
die
not from the bullets. You're falling, damage done to texture. Nade nowhere closer. He will survive, and Lakia is in mid.
Yeah, look at this awesome response from Lakia. Realizing that Sen have overcommitted to the A ramp fight, he takes all of this space.
Celsius is not going to be expecting this, not going to be expecting this, but still lands it.
What a flick, what a turn.
That is insane.
Nope.
Forced to pivot now for Gen G. He's not an option. So they go back to what has been working for them. They've been doing a lot of these mid-round calls. Group up, collected together.
I'm seeing
brute force and win these fights.
I'm seeing pings on the minimap, Bren, that indicate they want to push through B Heaven into spawn. I don't know exactly whether they're going to commit on that. The cam is
Cypher watching.
30 seconds left.
Just about. Snakebite though.
Yeah, look at this. They're looking to try to take the fight towards stairs while Munchkin plants.
Wow. He was trying to pit. Goes down
how can that hit,
here.
man?
The trades online now.
Blind hit all the time, pros.
Obliterating any chance here for Charon to even stand toe to toe. He'd have to hit those shots and he can't quite manage it.
A supremely better beginning to this map for Sen. Putting the pressure on Genji, dealing, I don't know how, but dealing with Lakia coming through vent. Got to see this again. Oh, what a flick. That's an outrageous one. If Lakia is able to get that, the whole round just pivots.
Yeah. All laughs in the Sen camp. Don't stress get to them.
I mean, I assume that there was an amusing reaction from Zelsis in comms as well. He seems like the kind of player to do it. But that's broken Genji. All of that damage from an expensive bonus round.
Here.
I don't want to count them out, but the economical advantage is massive for Sen, and they needed a hot start. They've got it.
You're right, we're feeling like you can't count Genji out. I mean, this team made a name for themselves as well, just in qualifying for this event by winning so many of these rounds where they weren't expected to. Shouldn't be as much danger, but you never know. Ollie's
Viper got line up
here. Quickly into the approach here. There was a paranoia, and as Pillars close to it. Players getting beamed down and ran down. Showstopper rocket.
Triple kill second.
Falling. John QT left scrambling.
Double kill
pieces. Collected and corralled now. It's only up to him in a 1v1 second.
Nice.
Maintains that composure and holds down the fort just when his team needed it.
What a savior for Sentinels. 9-3 to begin. After being rocked by not yet, it was the only map where Zekken didn't look like the best player in the lower bracket final.
Zekken is actually strong, better than Tenz.
Texture did as much as he possibly could to make this one a win. John taking out Munchkin though, dropping the pit, set Zekken up for success.
No wonder Zekken.
So much danger in that round.
Pumped up after
Zelsis.
Genji
always
looked
acting
so crazy whenever they're at a disadvantage. In the series overall, they're still winning a third of the time when they're down a player. Never mind when they're on their eco, you know, that you can just never count them out.
Almost unheard of entirely. And again, it's that fast play from Genji. They're going to get access and gained over towards that B side, but now a fight into the spawn. Texture spamming the appropriate angles.
Shooting blind again.
Work. That's purely just off of a read. Maybe even just a sound cue.
A great read though. And now Texture looking like he wants to get put into the smoke, or at least avoiding this flash.
Texture's going to get value. They're not going to clear him out as well. They topple and fall, and they collide right into him.
And that's more like what Genji were up to previously. A great balance of sometimes waiting for the flood if they anticipate it, and then if they're not going for the flood, trying to disrupt the Sen retake. There was a lot of talk about how incredible Sentinel's retakes were.
Just now they got showcased the new character, new character that will release next week.
At Madrid, that's 20.
Called Clove.
It's gone right down.
It's like a female omen with smoke.
Being a good retake percentage at all. Never mind a great one, an incredible one,
and can revive.
One. So if Sen can get back to that kind of level and deal with Genji looking to disrupt,
but looks stupid.
There's a major win
look like
for them in this half.
Bisexual. Again, want to brainwash the kids. Like how they brainwash.
Seeking to reposition now. This
how they brainwash the Jet and who's that?
Can get cleared very easily.
It's nice though if
Killjoy and Raze is a gay couple.
He's in trouble.
This game is trying to brainwash kids to become gay.
Really well done. Very
Illuminati agenda.
Zelsis is getting caught by a mid-stack again, hoping just to be able to pick up a lurker. But look at Meteor again, kind of picking up that role as Sentinels re-push out through B main.
It's a good call to make here, but Sassy surely not favoured into that one, and yeah, just backs away. Tenz holding the angle for him, just over the shoulder.
Crazy.
Offload those Seekers as well, giving him a good indicator now, but already getting a move on, a run now. Over towards A, fast sprint and fast in action. There are anchoring players. Zekken here, oh my goodness, almost claiming that one. It was a dink. Drops him down to 10 HP. Meteor falling to the nade. Zekken still alive. Still playing towards the pillar with the help of his team with only 30 seconds left. What is the call now for Gen G?
There's very little time for them to work with. They're going into a stack. I mean,
no time.
Where's the win condition here? How do they get this?
Unlikely. It just looks so damn unlikely. Texture forward in this approach again, but there's no setup ready for it. Just satchels to his doom and defeat. Everybody picked apart.
Wall bang.
Spike drop down. No kill onto Charon.
Wow, got time.
This plant down, maybe potentially
Tenz.
push in, end and put a stop
Easy.
to it.
Disgusting.
Big round from Tenz. Great shot with the Guardian to open things up. But I think what actually wins the round, I've been talking so much about how the Gen G look like they over-rotate, they trust the read, they believe in it, follow the noise, that kind of stuff. Sen actually just hold their ground. They went for the B-main exploration, got the kill, and they didn't gamble that it was going to be a B hit afterwards. They kept John and Zekken in anchor positions over towards A, and that's what paid dividends. Staying rooted, staying to the fundamental defense. And now Zekken's got a showstopper to work with. Could be incredible against a fast A push.
Fast ramp aggression, and you're right, there is going to be that showstopper ready and waiting. He just looks for the right time to strike, and that appears to be now! Rebounding across the wall, Lakia finish, gap into the wall, maybe a chance for Meteor, but the knives just go amiss, all ran out. And so do the chances, really. Attempt to try and take this space, still.
Love that smoke from Tenz as well. Not something that they were previously doing, choosing to fight A ramp. But now just making sure Gen G have no opportunity.
It's impossible to plan because
up, looking to drop the wall and take
they got Cypher.
Oh. Meteor, they combine their might, and Sentinels, no chance entirely.
How?
It's all gone wrong.
Brutal. That's the bungle. And I said I love the fact that they were smoking it off and not taking the fight. Made me eat my words in about a second and a half afterwards as they just sent the paranoia, missed it, and ran in one by one. That's a tragic misplay, and looking so similar to what was hurting Sen on their defense in the upper bracket final.
It's an advantage situation they're in.
Yes, there is simply no need to make a play like that. They want to clear out a ramp, I understand, but you're just taking too many risks there. The paranoia doesn't clear out the lane fully, and Gen G are so ready for that. They punished Sentinels many times before. What a huge one for Gen G to be able to take. And frankly, against most teams, Sen would get away with that. Yeah. But Gen G are so sharp. Their positioning is so good over towards A ramp.
Despite that shakiness at the beginning, split, undeterred, Gen G have that economical advantage. Even the showstopper for Texture here should be looking at that fourth round on the board.
Texture got an amazing showstopper round against Sen previously by doing pretty much the same thing we just saw, stopping them fighting A ramp.
Its anchoring players are going to get tested.
It's unusual for Zelsis to be here on A.
Let's try and play around these smokes here, but with the wires taken out, he's pitting. Pitting early preemptive. Paranoia will not connect there. Where will the rocket go, though? That is the question. And fires it straight.
What the hell? So lucky.
Zelsis is dropped, and with that, the pit. It's an open side out, open still. Looks like a chance to take this fight, but not anticipating it. Meteor already up onto the high ground position. Sentinels not messing around. A rapid approach and a rapid retake of this one, but they are being cleaned up entirely as Charon is just plucking them apart.
Munchkin ready to stop anybody going through A heaven, but the players on site had already done his job for him.
Second.
Tries to make the most of it, but he's going to have no chances there. Gen G getting a couple of huge rounds back to back to put the squeeze onto Sen. After Sen had got such a great start to this map, which was exactly what they needed. Great read as well from Texture. That Zelsis would not be playing inside the ultimate because he's scared of the showstopper, and instead would be over towards elbow. And even if Zelsis wasn't there, that's a spot that John loves to play in. John also, without the cage he normally uses to flood from CT
damn toxic,
into elbow,
man, all this Korean
really able
bitch.
to help Zelsis there. Or perhaps had already used it earlier in the round. Sen are going to take a timeout.
Potential turning point, really. Not just the map, but maybe even the series. That's why Sentinels are taking their time with this one.
I mean, the pressure is already on Sen. We knew that they were at a disadvantage coming into this. Gen G earned that advantage by bullying Sentinels on two of the maps in the upper bracket final and cementing themselves as the leaders at Masters Madrid, but not the winners yet.
Gecko.
The job's not finished.
Look like Gecko.
That's why they're taking it one
But
round
Gecko
at a
is
time.
black,
because
right? What the hell?
Just the hopes and dreams of their country. It's a Korean team, the furthest they've ever got in one of these international tournaments, going all the way to the finals, but Pacific as well. They've had 10 chances. This is the 10th one here.
Gang.
We're looking at in Masters Madrid at getting a title. And they've come close, don't get me wrong, but tumbled at the finish line many, many times.
Or some not even made it to the finish line. If we're going to talk about the Korean squads, right?
Yeah.
New turn, DRX. Best was third. Gen G already overtaken that. And looking to lift the trophy.
This is that new era of Valorant that we're looking at. Team's been put together. Rookie's filling up the pieces here.
Outlaw.
Shots going wide there from Meteor. No tag onto the damage, and it was definitely a threat of it. Celsius on the half armor.
I wonder if they can get a read that because Meteor faced mid, he's not going to be lurking A ramp.
Tenz.
Sassy and Zekken are still trying to clear that, but this is as the B hit comes through.
Paranoia does connect it, at least onto the dog, but into the back
Boom.
of the site. He needs to exchange positions, and he will do so. Wrapping back away, but Gen G have nothing to do with this site now. They are fully rotating away.
But they're rotating without anybody taking space over towards A. And Zekken and Sassy cleared this out. You know, Sassy is perfectly fine facing ramp here. He knows he's not going to get punished. He's going to be able to hear some of this. Zekken's coming forwards to try to help.
50 seconds. Now Karen does have util as well. Paranoia, going to be getting good information with that one. Respecting the position here. Sassy not eager to take that fight. Instead, doubling up. It looks like potential high-low setup. Yeah, it is indeed, with him playing up onto Satchel forwards. Cuts up the angle, flash repick. No, not through main.
Oh, nice.
Adjustment necessary, and Zekken comes up with the goods.
Ace. Oh my god. Almost ace.
Ripped away.
Almost ace. Damn.
I'm not sure if Zekken's asking the
Zekken
crowd
really
to
MVP,
appreciate
man.
or telling Gen G he can handle more of
19
them.
years old MVP.
The flash play from Sassy cost him his life. Makes him look worse in terms of the stats, but it was exactly what his teammates needed. It fed Celsius in through the back into heaven and also allowed Zekken to try to contest the main players too. What a spray control. He's 17-7.
Leading the charge, doesn't even cover it.
Here.
Almost dragging his team over some of these rounds.
Friend, the most rounds that Gen G have dropped on Split this tournament is 8. Senna looking good to maybe make it 7.
Add a few more to the tally perhaps, but maybe speaking too soon. We know how good Gen G are.
And they're so good at, in the 4v5s.
Yep.
But look at this. Sassy and Zekken realizing that if nobody's there, they can take the space.
Disrespect. Zekken knows if he gets one more kill, he's got a showstopper earned and available for him to just try and get out of the dodge.
The trip will give him the timing here to potentially make the play.
There it is, flash through. TP pass, broken. Backs to the wall, backs to him entirely.
With the
movement, the twists and turns.
I take back my word.
Out in mid.
Not the player of the match.
Zekken goes from high to low, but Sassy's here potentially as the
How can you miss that, man? They don't even know you are there.
Step up to the line.
Oh, still got Sassy.
Reward the rest of your team. As two topple and fall.
Nice.
Soon after.
Wow, white
swing, wide face. Lead maintained
easy.
For Sentinels. Vital, necessary, essential for it.
A relieved
easy,
smile on the face
too
of
easy.
Zekken. No need for the replay, I don't think. After picking up 4 in the previous, look at that, hand on his head. Thought he'd ruined it. But his teammates were there to pick things up. Huge from Sassy, who gave his life to make Zekken's play work in the previous round. And what a read from Sen as well, that they can get away with that because Gen G group up so much in their attack side. They talked about that, they knew it coming out of the press conference after the upper bracket final.
Last round of the half. And Zekken's down already, and look how aggressive Sen are. This Trailblazer, I mean, it's so deeply pushed.
Yeah.
Constant information. I mean, Sassy is pushed entirely. He's giving them the full information now, just calling it out to the rest of his team.
It looks like we're watching Gen G on the defense, right? Just believing in the read. Celsius cannot peek into that many players. But if you allow them to walk up mid, Zekken's death earned him a showstopper.
No way.
Sassy can't die here. He can't take that level of risk. He's just looking for the information.
Gen G, all eyes now on the B side. There'll be trips waiting for him. The nade should clear at least one layer of it. Smoke's now up with the paranoia through, and it's a call made to flood right back into it. The rocket damage done, but already Texture right behind, snaps back second. Shuts down the adversary, shuts down the nemesis. But does he anticipate this? Yes, he does!
Whoa.
Sublime!
Second too good, man.
Another 4 kills and only 4 rounds on the board for Gen G. Sen were held at 5 in their matches against both of the Pacific teams here. But they've broken through that and already equaled the max amount that anyone's taken against Gen G here at Madrid. Zekken can feel it. 21 kills for this young player on the defense side.
Rallied and rejuvenated.
Wow.
8-4, like
damn
you
long,
said,
man, this
21
match.
kills,
God damn
looking
it.
unstoppable truly here. The second half yet to happen and yet to speak.
1-0, 1-1, 2-1, 2-2.
All the people following us at home, I must take this break to show you all how incredible is the Spanish crowd that we are having right now on Madrid Arena. And for that, I'm going to use my mother tongue. Para toda la gente que tenemos aquí, amigos, sois un público maravilloso y vamos a demostrarle al mundo entero que como vosotros no hay ninguno. Así que quiero saber con quién vais. Primero, ¿quién va con Sentinels? Y ahora, ¿quién va con Gen G? Amigos, vamos a dedicarle un aplauso a toda la gente que estáis aquí y también a los jugadores, todos juntos, lentito. Primero, uno, vamos. Sois absolutamente increíbles. Para despedirme, todos juntos, calentamos manos. Una ola, de abajo arriba. 3, 2, 1, ¡arriba todo el mundo! Madrid, sois increíbles. Disfrutemos de esta gran final. Hagámoslo juntos, hagamos historia. Porque como esta final, no hay ninguna. Friends, on home, let's go back with this banger.
But the energy is palpable here in the Madrid arena. There's been mayhem, there's been madness, don't get me wrong. But Sentinels perhaps have done enough for them here against this Gen G team put together. It was Gen G that was standing on the precipice, really. They just needed this map to close it out and make history, carving out their own path. But maybe starting to feel that heat.
Oh my god.
Sometimes in moments like this, it can just feel a little too real. The realization hits you. Texture knocked down to only 20 health.
Switch account.
Few shots flying, nade.
Wait, this one. Got banned.
Done! Kills collected. All on top, and it's all added up as well for that Gen G advantage still. Sentinels understanding the importance of it, not getting ahead of themselves.
Their map control is actually fairly good here, with Sassy watching behind. Lakia not getting punished for this re-exploration, but also finding incorrect information. That might drive people into Sassy. He's weak, but he has a sheriff.
You've gone walkabouts themselves. The thought process here, flash. Acknowledgement now, at least, that there's going to be players behind him, but Sassy feeling no real pressure, but now he's got to hear it. Jumping down into vents, they are just forcing the position and forcing the fight straight to them. Surely not favoured into this one. 3v2, damage!
2v2.
Down, drop down to the players here. Single shot will do it. Texture survives. Spike. It's still in the hands of Sassy here, but he's got so much more to do. And does he hear the drop down? He does not.
That's a crazy round from Texture towards the end. Combined health pools, barely in the double digits. And yet Texture's able to weave around slightly. Pops ahead. Great resilience on show here for Gen G. Even though they're in the lead, with players that haven't been in this kind of position before, the closer you get to winning, sometimes the more the pressure mounts. I was wondering if these rookie players, or rather some of the players with less experience at the big level as well as Caron, might struggle in a spot like this, but certainly Meteor has not given up the confidence.
No. That's back immediately here in the jump spot. Zelsis is not seeing too much there. Ends up getting punished. Meteor, real chance for him to feast. We met though with a few shotgun pellets. Munchkin, really nice idea there and awareness, knowing that could be a possibility. It's all being shut down, all being locked down.
Wow, come back already.
Clean from Gen G, very clean.
I think
Second just trying to get the orb online, and he
Sen
does.
might lose.
He runs away with it. Call that a
smiles.
silver lining, yeah. And Sen have got to be fairly happy about this.
Enemies there.
Knives out. What the hell is going on here? Realize
could go for a knife fight. Why not? Second gets picked off, but Sen won't be too bothered about that. Another huge difference between Sen playing Split in the upper bracket final and now. The vibe, the atmosphere, it's so different. They don't feel as timid, unconfident. Tenz said that he was zoning out throughout the game. Couldn't really find good timings to be able to take his ones. Zekken got shut down. It's different, and yet Gen G are still keeping it within 2. They're such a dangerous squad, and it's on them to cook up some idea for this bonus round. What a weird wall from Munchkin over towards A.
This is bizarre.
Sen gonna lose.
Twist onto some of them that are being thrown out. Blocks up this angle. Meteor happy to jiggle it. They could have crossed onto either side here. Okay, there it is. Just spotting the one and now backing away. Munchkin. Did he miss that timing? Was he going to be aware of it? Meteor close now. Tucked to the corner. Trailblazer, any seek or attempt to punish this one. Might just be met pound for pound. 3 players grouped up mid. Also being explored here, but the first kill. Damage done. Meteor dash to disengage away. And Lakia.
They're going to get caught here.
Covering fire. You're right. They are getting caught in all sorts of positions. With Charon falling. Zekken creeping and crawling. Whoa. Texture though. Back at it again. It's not quite enough still. It's an overwhelming advantage now for Sentinels.
Exactly where you are.
I'm watching for this again. Texture caught.
Easy. 9-6.
So much value out of this position over towards Vents. Again, feels like a hard read from Sentinels to me. Baiting them into fighting over A ramp and then just creeping up mid with the contact play. Any time where you see Sen taking mid control without using Dog or Boombot, you got to call it a hard read in my opinion. They just know that Gen G love to group up heavily on sides of the map, and this is where you're finally seeing that adaptation, abusing the holes that Gen G cause by trying to stack players. It is difficult though, because if you get the read wrong, you're just walking up mid into a crossfire. Meteor is now going to have an operator online.
Okay.
But he's holding very far back over towards A. It's not a position where you're likely to get too much value. At least not in the early round.
Looks like Gen G were setting up for a punish over towards B.
Yeah, and at the very least...
Probably because Zekken's one away from the ult.
Yeah, it also allows them to get good information behind Zelsis' orb, which he's put at the front of B main. And now as it goes down, Gen G knows that there's nobody over in this area of the map.
Clearing a push with the flashes out. It's a wide face, really wide face, but all the kills eventually being collected and traded there by Charon. Meteor though, gonna miss though to where these potential players could be. Good information, at least with the acknowledgement there. Trailblazer finding the target and the mark, but really chaotic situation. Pings on the map though, Gen G are aware.
Yeah, and I don't think Gen G are actually gonna think that it's a full commitment A Heaven. You would expect Zekken to be with the play here because he's one away from Showstopper, he's the entry player. So the fact he was in market, I think, has scrambled Gen G a little.
Yeah, they're all over the place this time, less trusting of their gut and wondering where the hell these players have got to. Tenz almost going down there, out to the open. Meteor left to anchor now, and his position is being assaulted and swarmed. Paranoia is good, shot, missed, going stray, still walks it down onto this angle, but look at it, they've just absolutely overpowered them.
Win already.
Really beautiful
so
attack
down
side
to
from
ice
Sen.
box.
Gorgeous calling from John Cutie, from the whole team. Contact plays. In the previous, contacting up mid to pinch the players over towards A Heaven. This time, going for a semi-contact all the way through A Heaven. Karen just caught a glimpse and gave up the game. Take a look at the replay as Lakia saves. Look how deep they are before Gen G get the read. And to me, the biggest strength of Gen G on defense is the fact that they get the reads. They either play aggressive or they re-clear in the mid-round or something to give Munchkin that gut feeling that he's going to make the right call. And I think you could see it on the minimap there. Gen G were so spread out. Even after they re-cleared B main, spotting Zekken with the Trailblazer in market was a real head-scratcher for them.
10-6 already.
Love what John QD's bringing out here. You can see that they put in a lot of effort. And what a tight turnaround for Sen. They had to play basically the entire time since losing on Split. They haven't really had a break to work with.
No.
Gen G are the team that should have been able to pull adaptations out of it, but it's harder when you won. It's actually easier to learn from your mistakes.
Yeah, true.
That seems like what Sen are doing.
Gen G now calling this timeout, seeking a few adaptations, because they're realizing with the map slipping away from their grasp, Sentinels holding this lead, looking more and more likely that this map 5 is just inevitable.
Now map 5, Icebox, would be good news for Gen G, but a lot of it has to do with keeping up that spirit. I feel like it's difficult from the outside to understand just how much mental game there is involved in Valorant. If you lose your confidence, if you hesitate, doesn't matter how good your game plan was, how good your ideas are, if you can't execute on them because you're feeling the nerves, feeling the pressure of the moment, you're going to let it all slip away. Exactly. So that's what I need to see from Gen G here. Even if they're not able to rebound on this map, which I'll be hoping they can, that they're at least keeping their heads above the water.
Toss the hesitation to the side here. Trust the gut, make the plays. That's what carried Gen G so far all the way to this grand finals. You can't lose your nerve here, not when you're at the finish line.
Tenz 9 kill. Oh my god, Zekken 26 kill.
Put over towards B.
Disgusting, man. Zekken is like a killing machine, man.
A and the orb on B. What's this? But it doesn't look like Gen G are thinking it's a real threat. It's only Munchkin in this area with a Bucky.
I've seen Gen G do work in spots like this prior, especially inside the orb. Hello, Munchkin. There's the dog now, breaks it, will let loose that snake bite. So covering the retreat, but at the same time, John QT here anticipating every single play.
Easy.
Getting two there's a job well done. Karen did return that fire, but Munchkin pushed back and away. Snakebite vulnerable. Boombot in his face, barely dealt with. Still alive and kicking the Meteor. Rapid on the approach, rapid on the uptake.
They didn't help Zekken. Zekken got into sight and they were scared. Scared of the Buckies, scared of the Snakebites coming down. Something caused a hesitation in Sen here. And it's a 3v3, still with knives on the other side.
Fear might cost you if you are Sentinels, Karen.
3v3.
Not quite concealed, only good for the one. There's that instant trade. The Meteor's way ahead of you. Look at this guy, already taking a position forward and tucked underneath. He's picked up a rifle, and this could be the playmaker. Real time, watching it play out. It's like a car crash in slow motion, but top plant, not anticipating it, labored in that 1v1, or 1v2. Sassy removed. Meteor, what a play!
The anticipation again of the rotate coming through before Sen had even realized they were going to end A. Meteor knew it.
That's trusting your gut. What we were talking about, having just no hesitation in terms of the way you make these plays.
And yet for Sentinels, I think it was a bit of hesitation. If they'd bullied their way through Munchkin's setup on B, they're probably there to help Zekken, maybe even trade that out. Listen, there's a possibility that it all goes wrong as well, but that's how dangerous Gen G can be. Solo and HSK looking like that's given them new life. Wind in the sails.
Yeah, you can understand why. Zekken does have this showstopper. Critical tool that they could be using. Maybe swing this round when the economy, well, a super heavy investment. Gen G should have some money just left in the bank, but if they lose this round, it won't look ideal for them.
Zekken was dominating on the defense side. I think he ended it with 23. Hasn't quite been able to find the same success, but here he comes.
Yep, just following it. It's all going to be leading. No way, Meteor!
Zekken.
Plucks him out of the sky.
Didn't get cleared, he was on top of the box.
And the threat of that rocket is just negated immediately. Tenz, though, he's looking for timings of his own, and this is the right time to take them. Got to play riskily now when you're a player down.
Generally garbage.
A team like Gen G.
Texture.
Stacked.
Oh, they just missed the timing.
Texture. He's going to spot him now. Tenz doesn't see it. Tenz called out.
He's a dead man walking.
He really is. Should not be getting away with this at all. In fact, Texture not even worried about it. His team's going to be calling for it. He wins the fight out. Munchkin taking that one alone, but already it's Texture sees the advantage, and now that close position, tucked to the corner, punishing the AWP pick. Himself is wondering, how the hell did he get there? 2 players to stand, but turning it down, and Meteor turning up the bloody heat. All up to John.
Again, another Sen player in a 1v2 to end this situation. Not favoured. 25 seconds. Doesn't know where Meteor is. There's barely going to be any time here. At some point, he's got to get a move on. He's going to get information away to Lakia.
15 seconds.
No point. 3, 2v1.
He possibly can. Wants to give away.
And your HP so low, 43.
At some point, they got to know it's A. And Lakia, yeah, finally realizing, turns his attention towards it. Barely enough time. So John's got a hell of a task ahead of him now. Doesn't know where the players are. Left to take some gambles. What the hell was that peak?
That's an unbelievable shot though from
John.
Can
win.
Absolutely.
7-11.
Brought it to the 1v1. 8 bullets left in the clip. Smoke out.
Oh, fuck, man.
Spoils the potential play of a lifetime.
I believed it for a moment. He even got the game reset, but Meteor comes up with another huge round, saving Gen G.
GG.
They looked down and out. And here it is, the punish on the showstopper after already winning that previous round. He dominates, shuts down Tenz, wins the 1v1 at the end as well. They'll have to film another take of that.
Oh, frustrations on display.
Not the cinema that John was looking for there. I believe we're going into a tactical timeout here as well.
Come back already.
Yeah, there it is.
Yeah, timeout for Sentinels then. They've just lost 2 rounds in a row. And things have gotten very scrappy in the middle of them. I mean, the engage up into B Heaven seems to make a lot of sense there. Dog, Showstopper follows it. They just weren't expecting there to be 3 players.
No.
They had the audio cues that they were chasing one away. They're expecting another to be hard anchored on B. They just don't think the Meteor's also going to be there. How do Sentinels adjust their attack side to get value? Because now they're also heading into Texture's ult.
Cheer for the cameraman.
Zekan, I think, had 23 kills to end his defense half. He was somewhere in that area, even if I'm wrong with the exact number. He's only at 26 now.
Yeah, it's been slowed down.
Yes, he hasn't really been able to have the same level of impact on the entry. And to be honest, him entering was part of what looked magical in the game against Paper Rex. And when he played Lotus against Gen G, actually, he was just sailing in, dominating opponents, cracking stuff open for the team. Kind of dragging the rest of Sen through some difficult moments.
Not in hot water just yet, but again, that lead that they had.
If draw, then Sen go back home.
To it now, trying to make it an even map, an even game. Texture. Showstopper here. Caron setting up the play out towards Ram.
That's pretty risky, actually, giving away his positioning there. And Tenz is taking the timing.
Smoke out. Texture, though, with the rifle in his hands. He's the one who has to really land this one. Shot crouched up. Not expecting that. Too many players to account for. Texture falling. Caron now with the judge. Now, I've seen this one before. If they walk right into him, there could be trouble.
Yeah, but they've got the Cypher up. They see that he's got that weapon. They want no piece of that smoke.
Now a maneuver all the way over. Lakia out wide, trying to anchor this position. Follow through with the kills, and they do trade out the available plays. But Caron, TP in the fight, in the mix.
That is not how you use judge, bro.
But he only has the judge. What can one man do? Not enough. Pit.
1v2.
They're not leaving this one to chance. They need to clean it up now.
Wow, can win.
Does he anticipate seconds forward position? He does not. So
cannot win.
11-1 now
11-8.
on the board for Sentinels. At the back of that timeout. New lease of life on their side.
And that's a great attack side call again. Sen are really adding fake plays into their game. Yes, it's this one that opens up the round officially on the kill feed, but the whole reason that they're able to take that space in mid silently is because they created pressure A ramp and then got knowledge about where Caron was playing and knowledge that there was an opening in mid they could take advantage of. Now, last time we saw Gen G on a broken buy, they won the thing. So don't count them out here.
Definitely have the tools to do so again.
But I mean, their positioning it couldn't be more wrong at the moment. Munchkin's got to try and hold it down with the judge until the cavalry arrives.
Going fast onto his approach, but now they might just be. Still that judge. Prime position to really get some work done with this one in the close quarter avenue. Still they dash past him. They don't know where he is finally. Dealing with him. But that push down mid has turned into a fast flank with all four on the trip. They're giving it away, but are they going to be aware that there's this many players?
Tough it.
No reaction from Sen. They're not trying to take space elsewhere.
No. Holding the ground and snared onto the site. Now from that high ground position, spam through, but Tenz not being baited with this one. Texture, how has he got that? Opened it up onto Zelsis, rocket, rebound, into the bag, kills,
can come back.
1v2 out of nowhere!
Oh my god, can come back.
Delivers. I'm telling you, man, you
11-9.
9-11,
because
it's another thrifty for Gen G, man. And it's Sen not being quick enough, not realizing fast enough that everybody was on the flank there. You know, from our position, seeing all of the perfect information, it seems obvious. Okay, you need to take screens control. You need to be able to take heaven control there. But they didn't plan for heaven, and they just all got stuck on site. They were expecting there to still be some people over towards screens or ramp or heaven.
Yeah. And unreal mechanics on display.
Yeah. Absolutely. Meteor to open, Texture's ult, and then Karen closes.
Sit down, bitch.
The three heavy hitters.
Putting in work. 2 rounds stands between them in terms of that equalization. Again, looks like a fast play out, and it is. Gliding forward, Zelsis go down to his own nade.
All down.
With the damage follow-up, the rifle in play. John
Collapse
is so
already.
fast here, just trying to follow through with Sassy. He's already gained that ground here, but they've lost too many players.
Surely. I mean, Gen G don't have that many holes in the defense side either this round. Munchkin's already keeping B main control. You know, you've got Karen looking for the lurk play too.
Yeah, he's taking that real quick.
That was just an attempt from Sen to try to up the tempo. Use the fact that they'd faked fast A control earlier. But I think as soon as you saw the cages come through with the blast packs.
This is a full investment round for Sen. You
Yeah.
lose this, the economy goes tumbling once more.
Lose already,
Gen G up to 10.
Why Tenz always die so easy?
How is he getting away with it again?
But
the movement.
They can't use that. It does pull the Gen G players away slightly, but as soon as the plant goes down, Gen G are going to know that they have to focus on B, and Zelsis is going to get rooted out here.
Not again. No! Not again! No way! The 3 versus 3.
30
The
seconds.
discipline, the diligence, paranoia sweeps through. Now the Seekers over the top. With the
Zekken gone already. Those.
Sassy does not go down. Pillardo, blade up, double up, guns need to be out, and AI
2v1.
Finally, Lack here. A 1v2.
Oh.
It's the first.
Low HP. Ayya, low HP,
Get
man.
out of here. It's lights out.
No way, already lah. Go Sen going home.
He's
Sen
been
going home.
so good for Gen G
Sen
in
going
the clutch. And he cleans it up again.
Sky no HP.
Zelsis got away with murder in that round to make things doable. But finally, Gen G got rewarded for their good early round play. There've only been 3 successful rounds for Sentinels in this.
How can you 1v2 lose to a Sky?
At the moment, and look at the reaction.
Lose to a Sky.
Pure relief on Lakia's face compared to the elation on all the rest. The
Their
stress, the
Sky
heart
is
rates
even
all spiking.
low KDA. You can lose to a Sky 2 versus 1.
Now they have
Fast
to make
again.
a play. They have to make a play. They have to make it now. Backing away with a position.
Draw,
of respect
lose already,
being shown. Don't want to tangle with that judge.
Gen G have made such an incredible comeback in this half. They're starting to believe it. They're starting to earn it. They're only 3 rounds away from lifting that trophy. And this one should be a gimme.
Even it up 11-11. It's up to Sentinels to pull out. Not just miraculous moments, but honestly just divine intervention. Might just be necessary. A jiggle. And folk gathering for Lakia here. There's not there's much chance of a punish.
Mid and air.
Here's the dog, Trailblazer broken, denying any sort of ground, and he might be able to gain Meteor. He's up close and personal now with this rifle in his hands. Does he anticipate this kind of danger? It's returned.
You see?
He's with the fire, but he's already gained
Their defense so bad,
for
man.
his team, and now John QT wants to put a bit of a move on here still. Doesn't have a rifle to take that fight, dodging, ducking, weaving.
My
Finally,
God,
the run
Sen
and gun
defense.
in action. Sassy, sticking his plan down.
Very nicely done there by Sentinels. Lucky had just given it away a little too early by taking the shot. Missed it on John. He's opened up a chance for Sen. Post plants look good as well, honestly.
They do.
They've also planted so that Tenz could get one and then ult away to heaven.
Possibilities now for Sen. Twist and turn and find themselves up to 12 here. Paranoia's exchanged. Okay, the nade just dodged the bow with the TP. Engage. Texture. Matters into his own hands. He's just blitzed his way onto the site now and out through the back of it. Neurofem. Maybe it's a false information, but they are looking everywhere now.
Tenz,
drop down. Texture.
Come on.
Sticking.
But still lose.
Denied.
No need to defuse.
For Sen to respond.
No need to defuse.
The Thrifties will not go quietly.
Oh my god.
Both teams finding those avenues to be able
Luckily,
to turn
Tenz
these
changed the whole game.
into miracles.
Oh.
It's Lakia there who just
Under that kind of
pulls the trigger
pressure.
a little too early, gives away his spot, and from there,
This
John
is
and
Tenz
Sassy
just
will
quiet
their way
themselves,
in
just
to be
stand
able
out.
to get the plant down into such a
King
nice
Kong.
area for Tenz to play. Didn't even have to use the ult to reposition. Pit in mid. Sen, map point, looking to try to extend the series. Deny Gen G the trophy, at least for now,
Who
and move
just
us up
judged?
to Icebox.
Here.
How well Gen G have been playing. No certainties. But I think Sen
BBB.
in this spot now. Guns are good. Gen G's economy, listen, hasn't stopped them in the past, but it's taken a hit.
Only a little one though. Munchkin is pretty happy with the judge here. It's Texture, who's really in the worst spot of things, but he's hiding inside a smoke, looking to try to make the play here.
Crouched.
Meteor.
Off angle, off angle!
Oh my
Loses
god.
his fight out.
Against the high-low there, it's very difficult to get anything done.
Will this be the domino effect
But
here?
look, it's a
an
fake
instant
Brent.
reaction. Yeah, it's a fake Charon. He commits a TP to try and reinforce
Sen win,
that
I
A
guess.
side, but it's all for naught. Texture, the lone player to stand against it.
Poison.
The onslaught sweeping them through all the bounds, and the Stinger's just not good for it, at least for that. Paranoia though,
Wow,
has to be a follow-up,
Stinger
has to be a
can do it.
cleanup, and there is there on time. Texture dropped in the process now with 30 seconds left.
30
Take a pause in the round and take a breather because Sentinels realize it. The chance now to extend that play in the series, to take it all the way to Icebox. A tap forces it out. The
Icebox,
first little wave of the util. Oh, the flash is
Oh,
flying
winner,
through, and
winner.
so do the bullets. Lakia. A
2v2.
lot to overcome, a lot to do, and it's just impossible. Map 5 is on the cards.
I call it since the early round.
2 times the Sen play split. They take back
This cells is damn funny.
of looking like the team who's best in the world on this map. Absolute cinema at the end there from John QD2. The fakes have got to be
But
coming
Sen
against
not
the
very
way that
not good
Munchkin
in
plays defense,
Icebox,
and he
right?
had 'em in every moment.
An unbelievable series so far. Would we
I
have
find-
it
I find-
any other way?
I
Map
find
5 Icebox
Tenz
coming
very
right
funny.
at
He's
you.
very shy and very introvert. He don't even react. He got no reaction. Win or lose, he got no reaction. I think even Ace he got no reaction. 3 minutes rest. A new character, yeah, next week. Clover. Just now they give a demo. Just now. Kaide team gave a demo of Clover, which is quite stupid. No interest. I'm still gonna main my Neon. The more character come out, all are rubbish. Neon is the strongest shit. Lab Academy, what the fuck?
Still are beating hearts on pins and needles. Everyone in the Madrid arena was. And Sentinels pull it off, and they managed to force a map 5 on Icebox. What an incredible game we just witnessed. And if anything, it just goes to show for the Sentinels, hey, on Split, third time's the charm, baby. You know?
Yeah, they look back. They were incredible on that map. I think coming in with a great game plan, their attacking side in particular. John QT was making some crazy calls, just walking into mid, reading these stacks and punishing in the late round. But damn, did Gen G make it close with that comeback.
Yeah, they did, but I gotta say, this is the first time we've really seen Gen G actually struggle in terms of the decision making, the information game. And actually noting Lakia a couple of questionable decisions along the way, but his utility usage was amazing. And Sentinels still benefited in that regard.
And in that first half, I mean, we had a couple Sentinels multi-kill rounds that had no business happening. I feel like Gen G in that first half was letting some things slip, right? We have this round where Zekin in one position manages to come out and hit the nastiest break transfer you've ever seen. And then immediately the round after this, Saucy goes and does this, Mike.
Yeah, I mean, obviously this flank, the fact we're even showing this replay again, it's criminal, but yeah, this was the sort of thing, there was time and time again we saw Gen G just have kind of things slipping through their fingers, not having a solid grasp on exactly the position of Sentinels in the plan.
And look at this man,
just
19 years old, his first global final, almost dropping 400 ACS. He has 89 kills right now. If he keeps up his performance on Icebox, he's on pace to beat the global record for the most kills anyone has in a single best-of-5 series. Right now it's Demon 1 at 101. Zekin's on track to best that.
Oh, very well. With the way that boy's playing, it's going to be lights out potentially on Icebox. But let's actually go ahead and talk about Icebox because, Mimi, statistically speaking, this favors
minimum
Gen
2
G
kills
going
per round.
into it. You gotta look at the numbers
kill.
and feel like, man, this is going to be a tall order for the Sentinels to overcome.
I don't care at this point. I don't think that the players can care at this point. It's map 5 of a best out of 5. We already saw it on Split. This is where it doesn't really come down to the prep, to what you have ahead of time, to what the coaches have been saying, but form in the server. These boys have been playing for, 3-4 hours at this point, putting their hearts into this game. It's about the team who can keep that pace.
Ding dong, ding dong.
Can find those big plays. The IGL who can make that adaptation.
Gen G will take the last one. You see ding dong, ding dong.
In terms of the emotions here,
Gen G, send Q, send Gen G, send. The next one will be Gen G. It's all about probability.
I mean, look, I gotta talk about it. Fans obviously going crazy for Sentinels here. Goes without saying.
Holy shit.
Oh man, I can't help but wonder, what are we gonna get from Gen G on this one? Because there's just so many directions that they can elect to go here. But what I think is most important is there anyone that's like standing out on the Gen G side? Because when I look at the numbers on Gen G, I just see a lot of consistency, Mike, across the board. But you know, you're really looking for a texture here to pop off and have that standout game.
I mean, historically on Icebox, it's been Munchkin the one to be numerically delivering.
Icebox,
again, had a rough performance here on Split, but I mean, if we do have a pop-off game from Texture, do have a pop-off game from Meteor, then actually Icebox could be really interesting for things.
I think it's going to be about that Jet head-to-head, honestly. Zekin is looking white hot. It's the same for Texture last map. And also, this one's really interesting because a lot of the times with new Icebox, we get different head-to-heads. We get to see the Gecko KO versus the Harbor Viper or versus the old default. This is straight up Gecko KO versus Gecko KO. Both these teams playing that new standard of composition, which means they're going to be hyper-aggressive, using those flash combos to set their Jet up, having tons of util to re-clear in the mid-round. I think all of that util, all of these 4 maps we've played thus far, really comes down to this and that head-to-head between those stars.
It's safe to say that this is one of the best Masters finals we've ever had.
The best.
The best
you know what,
you're right.
Finals, yeah.
The best. Let me go ahead and say it with my chest, because honestly, man, what we're getting here, just to go ahead and quote the John Cutie line, it truly is absolute cinema. A game where you got Gen.G taking it, Sen taking it, the constant left and right hooks that we are seeing to make a boxing reference and contextualize it here. That's what it feels like. It feels like a slugfest, guys. Who's going to walk away with this? Are we feeling Sen? We feeling Gen.G?
I mean, I'm still leaning Gen.G. I have to give it to them.
That's
Again,
nice. Stick to your guns.
Statistics coming in. I agree with Mimi's point.
Because
Obviously,
Gen.G
about
is
the
good
emotion,
at
the
all
mental
those
game
new
that's
maps
on
like
display
Breeze,
here on the
Sunset,
stage,
and Icebox.
I feel like Gen.G are going to be able to
Sen
take
is
this across the
good
line.
at
Sentinels are hot out of that
all
map
maps
number
like
4. I gotta believe in these guys to take it home. It's always the hard way with them.
It definitely has been.
And just now
it's
that
never
one.
easy.
An uphill struggle.
I actually saw Kaplan at breakfast this morning, and I was like, hey, man, what's going on? He's like, hey, man, you already know. We just got to do it the hard way.
He just looks 10 years older now.
Those maps where Neon is very good, they can win.
All right, well, let's go ahead
KO
and see.
again.
As far as the
GG.
agent select goes, nothing
Tenz
crazy
is
at
so
the point
bad
of
at
Mimi.
KO.
It's going to be that Gecko KO, Gecko KO.
Both these teams know how the other plays. Gen.G is good on this map in the past. They're favored here, but this is going to come down to the individuals. Pacific will either lift their first ever trophy, a redemption arc for so many of these players on Gen.G, for their rookies coming into their first ever tournament, or it will be Sentinels joining that elite few of organizations to lift 2 international trophies in Valorant.
Yeah, and looking at Texas to be the one to step up here. Alongside that, it's got to be Lakia and Munchkin to really enable him.
This is it. It all comes down to this. Map 5 and to determine who lifts the first trophy of the 2024 season. Let's go ahead and find out and send it back over one final time to the one and only Brent and Sideshow.
I don't think the Madrid Arena has really seen anything quite as electric as this. Two teams pushed to the limits. Map 5, Icebox are staging ground set. For both of these teams looking to tussle and tangle, potentially get an edge over one or the other.
For one, at the end of Icebox, all the glory. The other will be gutted to have come so far and go away empty-handed. Texture takes a little bit of space over towards A, but that knife indicating, I think, that it's going to be a bit of fake pressure.
Yeah.
Sentinels have already stacked 4 players over towards A, ready for Gen.G's classic flash, dizzy, engage. But they're not going in that direction, and I think Sen are just starting to realize before Tenz takes contact.
Wondering where they might be. Thoughts creeping into their heads.
I need to refresh them.
Gotta try and watch those angles. Tenz gets off the angle.
Who will win? Wow, lag until...
And down, but it's an open angle here that wasn't actually smoked off. It's not available for them. Still fights ready to be taken here. Sentinels trying to get fast onto the approach and hot on their heels.
Wow.
Onto Lakia. It evens it out to 4-4.
Wow, lag until don't have 1440p.
Down, but it's an open angle here that wasn't actually smoked off. It's not available.
Wow, super lag. Last match, super lag.
For them. Still fights ready.
Why?
Need to be taken here. Sentinels trying to get fast onto the approach and hot on their heels. Kill onto Lakia. It evens it out to... Late lurks. Elsis seeming like he might be aware of it.
Too many.
Drifting back and forth. What a shot. Straight to the cranium. Sassy defusing is already on half. Sassy defusing. Wingman, hello, already on the half, but it might have just brought them that critical, crucial lifeline. Munchkin from the side. The time second is that uncertainty, but he's defended in time by John QT. You absolute beauty.
John QT.
What a way for Sen to get back in. And that's after missing the read in the round.
Wow, QT can kill too.
They got a nice little spam kill to open things up. The pick onto Lucky is huge.
Wow.
Wingman, and then the
Pistol can aim them far.
As John held it down, huge.
You always react like that.
We're going to see whether the difference between experience and lacking it makes the difference between a trophy or not. So many players on Sen that have been in positions like this before. Some new players as well, like John.
Wow, them
calling a lights out game and playing one too.
Exactly right. I mean, there's a chance of history on both sides. Of course, Gen.G looking for that trophy lift for Pacific for themselves as well as one of the most successful iterations of a Korean roster we've ever seen. Meteor forwards now into the angle. Zelsis retreating away with the turret is covering that angle there. With Munchkin caught out into the open. Still a plant down for Gen G. Can't be too much more behind this.
Wow, can win. So good.
Very diligent play by Sentinels, making sure that they deal with the lurk, but not
diligent.
Not clearing.
Wow, Sen's so good.
The Devil Man texture.
Sen's so good in Icebox.
Go of it.
I don't see how Karen wins this though in a 1v3.
With a fragment nade, force him out.
Not possible.
Open to drop.
Wow.
So a little bit of damage
winning
done,
very
not
fast
too
also.
bad. Double Bulldog and a Guardian saved into the next. And you're right, Brent. While there's history on the line for Gen G, Pacific, they've never won a trophy before. Gen G could not be closer. It's only Paper Rex in that final against FPX in Copenhagen, who were in a similar position to this. Map 5, and it slipped away from them. But not only are they on the precipice of making history, but when you look at the two people at the top of the scoreboard
just
here,
now also not that
Sentinels,
now super lag.
Sassy and Tenz both wanting to get into that, as the desk said, very exclusive club. Double trophy lifters. And hello. Org would only be the second org ever to have 2 trophies.
Wouldn't that be something?
The first and the last, or at least the most recent. I hope we don't stop doing them anytime soon.
I certainly hope not.
Sen looking aggressive at the start of this round, going forwards with 3 players over towards A, and Gen G get funneled into a B hit.
I should record
look very confident
using
and
app,
comfortable
not
in playing
displays.
the B takes. They seem
Display will let.
And also, you've got to be aware that Gen G at some point could try to flash Dizzy combo into Snowman.
Yeah.
That's another thing that
should record under YouTube app.
Dizzy's exchanging.
No, it will be super laggy.
Handshake there in the air. The shots are fired off here, but the plant's still down now for Gen G. Into the post plant. Again, that weaponry isn't good, but the util is. Look at that. It's a coordinated effort. An absolutely filthy spray transfer. Lakia. Texture with the final blow. Put an end to any of that funny business.
Does not matter how good your utility is.
My God.
If you're not able to get the kill onto Lakia as he sprays down 4. I mean, so many players that he was fighting there just didn't really seem to have the guns out ready to take a duel. Not anticipating
he used it like
would have gone in front of all of that util.
Can non-stop spray.
He gets his ult online. That can really start some momentum going. Huge play from Lakia.
Spray and pray.
Yeah, sorry. The big stage, seen the big scene before, even way back in the day.
I was just going to say, Brent, by the numbers, this would be disaster for Sen, if you care about them. 0 and 6 on Icebox Sentinels since May 2022.
Yeah, man, I should open YouTube as an app so that I can,
roster at that point,
so that it won't lag.
But essentially just not a map that they've ever had success on.
Stupid.
Does it matter in a big moment like this, though? I would say it doesn't really.
Long time never record.
There's so much more to it.
The emotional aspect, playing to each other's forms, cooking up plays on the fly. But you can stop this one here from Gen G, and they do with the knife. It's a good one. Thrash. Be stopped and stunted, and the full group up again from Sentinels, looking like they are really ready to fight this one. Tooth and nail seems to be the call. Everybody through now with the Thrash, setting it up from Sassy. It hasn't been dealt with here still. Wingman forwards, Entertainment not online, and they are really trying to flood in and through, but Gen G, the high ground positions on high, trying to topple them over. Celsius, the difference maker. Right when his team needed it. 2 versus 2, and guess what? Spike, drop down, top nest.
Wingman
2v2.
Like a juicy little delivery.
Oh my God.
Of delivery, Sassy out wide, but Celsius again. It would have to be the ace.
Oh, cannot. Need Zetkin.
Great try
1
from
second
Celsius
died,
there, but just not quite enough to overcome the player disadvantage. Sen have a clear game plan of how they want to defend against this. They're not getting caught by the flash combos at the beginning of the round, but they use their own utility to get back in, doing a retake before Wingman can even get started, making sure to break that as well so the spike's lost in enemy territory. But Gen G got too many picks as Sen were trying to flood. That round win for Gen G has knocked the economy of Sen. Celsius one away from the lockdown too. Certainly something to fight with if they can get picks early.
Doesn't expect the angle though. Meteor be close to the corner, swinging out, only gets the body shot, so 100 damage done, and already Texture gained all that ground, scaled rapidly on the approach. Looking to pick apart this Sentinels players that are left standing.
And this top 4-10 position is one where Gen.G were able to get value in the previous round.
There's a broker. Just creeping right into it.
Yeah, and by the way, throughout all of this,
Loser.
Cameron has just walked up B into Snowman and is calling for his team, listen, you don't need to take the risk of going into A. Yeah, you're favored, but why even bother with it? Let's go B, let's make sure that Munchkin gets his ult online for the next round and keep this snowball going.
Play it safe. We've got players in forwards, advanced positions. I mean, if there's any pushing out of position here by Sentinels, look, it's going to be captured by Lakia. If not Lakia, then Texture.
Looks like a great game plan for Gen.G here. Not just applying crazy pressure over towards A.
There it is.
But also being able to get the lurk in on B. The Gen.G A hit is so powerful. And really, this Flash Dizzy lineup that they use with Munchkin on top of pipes and then Lakia following it in afterwards, it's crazy hard to deal with. And that means that Sentinels are starting to stack A to deal with it more and cheat over towards the A side. And Karen's found within the first 5 rounds that opening on B as a reaction.
Chomping at the bit for the chance.
Already thinking ahead about how to stop Sentinels' counter-strat.
More importantly here for Gen.G, with these recurring wins, rounds online, they have big ults to try and punish and keep that snowball going. Now the knife wasn't broken, so Zekken tagged up here. Players have to watch the belt position, at least on that high ground approach. Wall up in his face. There is some danger here. Up close, it's all about the reactions, but again, they could come from any direction. No command! It's a jiggle, almost anticipating and expecting there to be that level of aggression. But still Tenz is in that top position with the operator. Still, it's a half clearance, and punishment in place.
Beautiful adaptation from Sen, deciding to take the fight to Gen.G. They know that the classic Gen.G exec starts from pipes control. And so Tenz is already up there, using Zekken as a distraction, essentially.
GG, man.
Everyone's going to be focused on the operator, shutting them down, trying to punish them. And they just end up running.
200,000 watching.
Arms. Munchkin, the IGL, going to take a moment to see if he can win this round. Does he have an opening still? This isn't going to be a full save where he uses it as a timeout. He does still have chances here.
I mean, the money's stacked.
3v1.
Make a go of it.
Spotted, plant, now 1v3.
Sounds into this one here, but it's Munchkin who he needs to seek out the weaknesses, really.
All 3 aim him, he can't shoot 3 person at one time.
There's an updraft peek here from Zekken, so he's just clearing all the potential possible spots, but there is that blind spot. There is that blind spot.
Oh my god,
Munchkin eventually cleaned up, but knowing this team, I'm a believer in almost any scenario.
Almost lost.
Now that Munchkin's had his go at winning the 1v3, he'll have to start thinking about what went wrong in terms of the macro of that round. Did they need to put more B pressure in order to pull players away from A?
Stay down. My ult's ready.
Was it that they need to be applying a little bit more utility to clearing out pipes before they go for the exec? These kind of things are going to be racking through his brain as the score's at 3-3.
Really good job. Really good positions.
Zelsis clearly happy with that one. And Sen don't start this round with a stack over towards A. I think already anticipating a change up from Gen.G. There's not one coming.
Soon we'll be able to tell.
To opt into that brawl. Knuckle fighting. Picked up by the knife, slowing it down for but a moment. Now waiting for it. Right time to strike. Big ultimates for them to use to try and get themselves into this. In fact, it's on the other side of things. Do they have anything to deal with Zelsis? This lockdown, contacting, and walking right now. Finally, the mollies being used to try and take that backside control. Texture. Oh, he's
lineups.
Deep,
Here it comes.
spotted lineups.
Oh, missed!
Against the wall here. Moshpit has to be committed. Will it break?
No, because it needs the fragment as well.
So the additional util just doesn't add up. It was all missed in time. Tenz forwards here. There is entertainment. Fragment nade. Does he expect it? No, he does not. Meteor. Again, taking matters into his own hands, and he's snuck himself up into that forward position, but finally dealt with. Shut down. Lakia cannot withstand this pressure. It's just immense.
Sentinels with a successful retake.
Interesting.
Part of that has got to be down to the fact that Munchkin missed the nade. every team at this point has a setup to try to counter that lockdown. We're talking the best teams in the world. Of course they have setups for that. But it got missed somehow, the fumble from Gen G. I don't know what piece of
the belly
that hit onto.
I won't claim to know as well, but
it's just on a door frame by the look of it. Devastation.
Tiniest of differences for Sentinels to take the lead here in map 5. Grand finals on the line.
Get out of my way.
Meteor, Karen creeping closer to those ults, and Lakia already has his. It's going to be difficult for Zekken, I think, to really get a peek if he decide to invest the Thrash.
Oh my god, the knife, no way! He just disrespects it, and Zekken is out of there on top of the ropes. He does not want to be hunted down and away, but there's that detainment. Where's the help? Dash through, Tenz is there! Finally, support arriving, but Lakia cleaning up that pesky player close towards yellow.
But Sassy's done enough, just by staying in an open area where the rest of his team could cover him.
Spotted in the window.
Yeah, by the turret. Yep. Great turret position there. Utilizing the new window that got carved out of Tube.
Real read here for Sentinels. But again, have to maintain these advantages when they are handed to you. And if you lose that fight into mid, suddenly 3 versus 3. Have a peek of things here. Out, open, timing against him. Second, he loses his fight, and just like that, it's turned.
Absolutely brutal for Sen.
4v4.
Great punishment on these peaks by Gen G.
4-4.
Reaction test here for Zelsis. He doesn't even need it. Blind as a bat, but he still sprays him down, but he can't follow through with the second kill. 1 versus 2.
2v1.
Out on QT, not anticipating it.
That's why Junk QT is the noob.
Tempo injected into the round by Gen G at just the right moments.
Change people.
I love it too, because while you're talking about the post-plant aggression, the pause in the round baited out these little plays. I mean, Zekken didn't know exactly where to put his crosshair. And Tenz going for a peek under Tube.
I don't understand
opens the win up for Gen G. That's got to be frustrating for the Sen coaches. What a gift for Gen G.
Oh, damn laggy, man. What happened?
No imbalances here when it comes to the rounds.
Suddenly.
Our fight taken straight to them here. Opting into the scrap. Zekken, there's no way you dash into that angle, and he's punished.
Wow, what a flash from Munchkin. Just bleached the eyeballs of Zekken, and Tenz looking to try to take the fight.
The dizzy didn't get broken in time. No, what
a wall bang.
Right through the wall. And Tenz still not going to be removed from this spot. He just sees it, head poking over, but now has to respect it. Players all around him. Sassy, your turn to strike back if you can. While the iron is hot, and hot it is. They drop him. No entry into the site. Stand your ground, say your piece. Divine Merchant on his feet.
Gen G cannot crack this A defense. I've not seen any team put up as good as a defensive setup against this as Sen have. Multiple layers to it, right? There's Zekken going aggressive at the beginning, drawing attention, Tenz up on pipes, and then crossfire setups on the site. And yes, Sen are overstacking A, but they're doing it at the right times. They're actually getting the read on when Gen G are executing. Gen G need to throw a few fakes of their own into it. That's something we've been talking about Sentinels attack side the whole time. They need to try to pull people towards A and use that B lurk timing that Karen found in round 5.
Still anyone's game, though.
Oh, absolutely. It's not like Sen have figured it out and that's them with the trophy in hand.
Yeah.
They're putting up a great fight on a bad map for them.
And here it is, target-rich environment. The wall obscuring, hiding. The intent of Gen G, but out wide, that's Munchkin. No kill to be claimed, but Zekken, let's give it up anyway. Now, the pixel angle. Holding forward, it's going to be that high-low, and a peek with the dizzy on top of things, running and gunning forward. Zekken dropped down,
died,
one kill found, but already the pit is down and out, covered at the site.
Munchkin's weak. He's going to try to knock himself to get the full res. Oh, they go for the lockdown as well.
Lockdown play. Using it to clear them all the way back here, so Sentinels won't be able to withstand their ground here, but there is that gap out towards the back here. It seems like there's some hesitation. How do they want to try and fight towards this one? It looks like now the plan being committed. Still with that pit here with the ults all the way through now. Thrash to set it up, and it has cleared the way through. No! Timing!
Oh my god.
An absolute menace! And a 1v2.
2v1.
So much to do. Moss.
Too low HP.
Rebounds. Pit still alive and active, but it finally fades. And look at it. It's hectic. It's frantic. He's looking this way and that way. Wingman out.
Oh.
Collect the kill.
GG. The game has
you can
ended.
See the nerves at play here, just by taking a look at normally a calm and very experienced player. What is this as well? That's everything. Karen being able to dodge that thrash is everything in this round. It's a beautiful idea. Sassy and Tenz play it superbly. Karen making the play to dodge it, keep the pit up. 5-5, Gen G. They came into that round with
so close, man.
With only sheriffs.
Yeah, I mean, the money wasn't good. See 3 rifles to play with. Undeterred now by that one. Fast play, fast approach. Over towards A. Sen stacking it with players.
No, this time playing it for retake again with Zelsys lockdown. I mean, they must realize though that they got kind of lucky with Munchkin missing the fragment grenade before. Look how good the Flash Dizzy is.
Yeah, just can't break it, can't withstand it. Here comes a lockdown though. It's fast by Sen.
Is there anything to break it?
Pushing it back right into the flank. Sassy! He's going in the open. Didn't withstand it with his gun out.
He thought Gen G were going to fight the lockdown, but the lockdown came too early. Gen G weren't in position for the lineups. Zelsys in mid.
Catching Meteor, crucial to the round. Success. Orb in his face, blooms and blossoms fading away. Here's the footsteps, here's the running gun. Zelsys! Awareness off the charts. Pit dropped down 2. But dodging that one with the detainment. The thrash not getting anything. And the decay damage, there it is. Putting in work with Zelsys leading that charge still.
The spike, it went down. Wingman able to plant it in the midst of all of this. But this pit, it's not a post-plant play. It's for Sen to go for the retake.
And they got all that space, still have to clear through this one. Karen has a snake bite, at least one with the tap. And now they're flooding through onto the side. That left hand.
Oh my.
Flash! Magnificent! Munchkin!
Oh my god.
And he's got to stand and do it now. The tap, forcing out the bullets, no more. Left in the chamber!
Oh.
What an incredible beginning. Could be set at an absolutely tied first half on a map where, by all accounts, Gen G should be hugely favored. But I don't feel like I'm seeing the nerves hit the Gen G players. It doesn't feel like a collapse from them.
No, it feels like Sen stepping up.
It definitely does. The adaptations they've made and the awareness of how Gen G want to play Icebox, loving the way that they're defending. The pit there from John Cutie was immaculate. Zelsys' awareness too. And the flash out from Tenz just all working really nicely together.
And players rallied, reinvigorated. Deep knife gives him peace of mind there, so Tenz can earn himself up to his ult. Wasn't pushed back, and a full group up by Gen G.
They're aware that sometimes the Sentinels players have pushed on defense. Remember, they caught Sassy pushing out of B in the previous round after they'd applied their pressure on A.
Faster, man.
Wait too long, the knife might be back online for Tenz to just throw it from
6-5, 6-6, 6-7, 6-8, 6-9, 6-10.
To be able to work with too, so
6-11,
the less they can really rely on the Viper wall to do anything for them. Do they have an idea of where Tenz is? He's set up for another knife lineup. Here comes the knife again. Might get bad info though here actually.
Orb catches back over to A.
Yeah, that knife caught onto Munchkin. But then Tenz is still rotating off.
It's really orchestrated. I mean, they just know. When the orb's up like that, they only catch one onto the knife. Yes, they could cut noise, but second, holding from the top rafter position here. Plenty of angles to adjust and choose from, but they are walking right into the one that matters most. Dash online, backs away, Sassy, close now. In their faces, willing to take the fight straight to them with only 25 seconds left as the final round of the first half. And an important one at that, Wingman broken. That's the confirmation. Gen G have to follow through with the weaponry and the guns, and they're finding their own place, but it's only down to one. Texture, Soul Survivor breaks it down. Munchkin late to the party and jumping around. The nerves at play.
Sentinels can feel it. They've got the lead at the half on a map they weren't favored on. They were banking on a 3-1 finish to this series, but 3-2 would do the job. Heartbreak on the horizon perhaps for Gen G as they were looking at the first trophy for Pacific and now have such an uphill battle to be able to make that a reality. What a finals we have here.
Absolutely insane stuff. Send it down to the desk. They want to break it all down, I can tell.
The electricity in this room is unreal as everyone is on their feet and honestly just blown away by what we've been seeing in this game, guys. Not just are we getting great ideas from Gen G, but we're getting even better ideas from Sentinels on a map, as Brennan Sideshow were noting, Hypoc, that they were just not favored in.
Yeah, and I think Sentinels achieved the primary objective, shutting down the main win condition, which is this A-site execute. Josh was talking about it. After that, though, the adaptation from Sentinels is perfect. They read the game to perfection, start stacking towards B, baiting Gen G into their stronger setup.
For 8 of these players, they've never been in a grand finals of an international event of this level before. For 2 of them, they're rookies in their first ever appearance at an international. You can see the nerves, even in the veterans. The shots from Sashi shaky at times, but what matters is how you convert in the end. That was a half of hero plays, of moments towards the end to come back, but Sentinels is up. But at this halftime, this is the last chance really for the coaches, for the teams to talk together, to come up with that final plan to lift that trophy in front of them.
This is it.
I mean, you've seen some of the cracks start to show on the side of Gen G. I mean, Josh even referenced this as well. The pressure getting to them, some questionable decisions, a couple of misplays here and there. Is this where it all comes apart?
Pacific has been in the finals before. They've never lifted a trophy. Gen G want to make this comeback happen, but Sentinels, you can see it in their eyes. They're standing up on the stage. They can feel that trophy. They are ready for it.
This is it, folks. The next time you'll hear our voices, we have crowned a a Masters champion. But hey, you know, this matchup feels quite global in itself. Let's go ahead and send it back over to Brennan Sideshow to send this bad boy home.
Not champion.
The tension is palpable, energy building in the arena. You can see it, we can feel it. History will be made right here on this half of Icebox.
Gen G won every single pistol the last time that these 2 teams played in the upper bracket final and walked away with a comfortable win on 2 out of 3 of the maps. They need this one.
Open face by Caron, almost with the punishment. Tagged down by the turret, just seeking to at least destroy it and remove some of that mid-round information.
That's not the only piece of aggression in mid. Texture, Lakia, still trying to get posted up there, making sure that Sen don't play in that area.
Jump spot from Tenz here, but he's out wide now with the face in top of the Dizzy. They have to give up this space here, but Gen G might seek to try and fight this one. Wingman is already in the fray, through the back of the side here, broken down. Plant out in the open, but behind the box, second finds his mark. Precision being the name of the game, but Gen G not willing to give up even a scrap of territory. No map control, and no gain really for Gen G. Takes to, oh my goodness, 2, but eventually brought down. 3 versus 3, and the spike's still not retrievable.
It's a spike position.
30 seconds left.
They keep getting tucked behind this box over and over. Caron, though, he took so much damage earlier on, they could just spin him out.
20 seconds roughly in the round. It all comes down to this Sen and a pistol round. 1 to stand, 1, 2, fall!
Wow, then winner.
Sentinels are feeling it!
Zeltz on his feet again. And Sen in the driving seat, despite having that map veto disadvantage because they had to come through the lowers. Sassy on that stage for the 3rd time knows that it can be done. He, every time he'd made it to a grand finals before, went through the upper bracket, but he didn't always win.
That's the thing here.
He knows it's doable.
How come? Even second lowest kill in this map.
Truly palpable for Gen G. A shy investment. Utility, maybe a sheriff of Meteor to get something done, but this is Sentinels, in all likelihood, wrapped up to that 9th round.
Depending on whether or not they go into the stack, I really feel like you can't count out Gen G even when they only have pistols and Meteor, who hasn't really been hitting this map, the only one with the sheriff. If Tenz goes down and they pick up the Stinger, maybe something can snowball off the back of it. Sen are playing this so cautiously. They do not want to give an inch to Gen G.
Caution can spell defeat sometimes. Knife, no info, it's caused to rotate.
That's an amazing timing for Sen to start to hit A. Tenz has read this one perfectly.
Just like that, We talk about it, the tiniest of differences.
5 a.m. already, I cannot imagine.
Where are you going?
12 noon, 12 midnight until now.
Tenz getting away with all sorts of murder. It's a massacre in front of the back of the site, but he gives up his life in the end.
I can't believe he took that decision, but I think that shows you the confidence on plays and setting up for the aggressive post plants. Gen G's composition can be very potent when you allow them to get into retake scenarios, and Sen are clearly planning to play forwards even when this turns into rifle rounds. You can see the kind of angles that they're taking. Gen G are going to struggle to get back into sight if they allow Sen to walk in like that. Yes, it was a gamble. Yes, they needed to try to make the play. But what a beautiful read from Tenz there. Saw the knife whistle past him and realized an opening could be his. A 4-round lead for Sentinels.
Win already though.
Gen G, unfamiliar position that they're in here in this grand finals on this big stage. Now we're going to do the most. They're going to try and steal their hearts, calm down the nerves, get some form of collection together. Gen G. Because the map is running away from you, and not just the map, it's the series. It's your chance of etching your place into history.
Texture has gone for a glass cannon operator this
You know what's funny? This is my first time watching Sen play, and Sen
triple stack
won.
over towards A. The knife catching Sassy over
The
there.
luck comes from me.
And Texture already starting to come off that aggressive B long line.
This AWP has to pay off. It just has to. Taking a gander. Walking back over. To the angle now, behind yellow box. Lots of angles to really choose from too.
He can't expose himself to Zekan's position. At any point here, he could be getting walked up on. That's why you see him just going for the check.
And he just doesn't know. He just does not know.
You are open to being timinged here. He's taking a risk.
Risks are necessary in this particular position. All up.
Bye-bye, Gen G.
Everybody crossing. Texture can feel it now, and it's going to be tagged up by the knife. Has to respect this now and back away. No, he's just out in the open. No man's land. Flash, though, eventually respecting it and backs behind the wall. Gen G trying to be fast. Now with this rotate plan denied. Shut down here with only 33 seconds left now. Cavalry has arrived.
30 seconds
All 5 players here. There's 25 seconds left. How are they getting back in?
That's the question, isn't it? Waiting for that regen util, but again, there's only 20 seconds remaining. Got to get a move on, and it needs to be now for Sen. What is the game plan? Wall up, just about.
They've got to push forwards.
Push forwards, and that's why Tenz is there. Underhanded, flash through, takes it. The fight straight to Intermedia on top of bridge. Gengino, surely the guns prevail.
Oh my god,
versus 2.
9-6 curse again.
Upgrade Celsius here. Is it even planted for it? I'm not even sure. Tucked to the corner here. They know where he is. Wingman sets its sight onto it. Lakia half on the defuse and even more. No kills to be claimed. No kills to be collected. Gen G narrowly avoiding it, but they need to keep these guns.
That is so rough, losing the op in that situation. They knew that they had the round secured, and they still couldn't keep that supremely important weapon online. Nerves in these big moments certainly hit Sen. Yes, it wasn't the most successful round in the world, but that was their bonus. They were coming into it with Stingers, Spectres. And they've hurt the economy in the sense that Gen G coming into this one with double Guardians and no Operator. That is huge. They know they don't need to deal with that in the next round.
6-9.
Familiar scenes here. Seen that one before. The deep knife gives him that chance for Munchkin to try and build up that ult, but here it is, fast and loose. It's a call made here by Sentinels. Looking to disrupt. No command. Still abilities here, so Sassy going to be able to get that plan down. So again, into the post-plan situation we go. Gen G going to be tested now on their retakes.
Gen G are looking for the lurker, coming around throughout mid. There isn't one.
Yeah, just trying to clear it out.
Sassy can play so far back and just work off his thrash. Does Munchkin have some kind of knife to be able to deny this?
Mosh pit, flash, through and out second. How the hell is he alive there? Thrash now finally being used, but it's offloaded. All the volleys as well. Thrash broken. Media, wide texture. Trying to claim another one here. Being dropped down to 10 HP. Tenz, surely he falls, surely. They go down. Half. Out. Munchkin Has he bought enough time? He's got too many targets to deal with. Too much indeed.
I think give up already. Genji give up.
Throwing in the wide swing, knowing that the aim is going to be at its shakiest in this, the latest hour.
Wow.
Zen creep ever closer.
Really won.
It was a tough one. They had to hold off all sorts. The swing that came through here, or in the previous, to be able to deny the wingman, I thought could have been punished. Yeah. But Genji just didn't have it in them. They've been stuck, paralyzed at 6. As Sen creep up and up. 3 rounds away now. Within touching distance, they can see the trophy in front of them. What they've been working for since October. Honestly, all throughout last year as well. Through the turmoil of their roster, of trying to figure out an identity. And since adding John, his first time on the big stage like this as well, doesn't appear to be a rookie.
No. He's been delivering.
They keep on filming Zell's system for what?
This tale that is the grand finals, this best
He's not even the best player in the team.
It's just a ludicrous scenario that we stare ourselves at. Sentinels holding this lead on a map that they haven't won since May 2022.
Wow, faster finish, man.
Genji have looked fabulous here. They wrote the book on how to use this Gecko KO composition that Sentinels ended up taking for themselves.
Yeah.
And now to see Sen outplaying them, this is what we were talking about earlier, Brent. It's not always the game plan or who's won in the past. When it gets to big, high-pressure moments like this, it's can you deliver?
Do you have the determination in you? Timeout that was taken for Genji here. They have to pick themselves up. We've seen comebacks on Icebox before, on the biggest stages of the world. But it takes a special kind of team to be able to pull that one off.
Oh.
The Molly misses the Nano Swarm.
But going off the sound cue there, the turret still gets retracted.
Yeah, pulled back.
Genji do not have the weaponry to hold on against this. The knife collecting onto 2, at least, possibly even 3 there, indicating that it would be an A execute. Meteor gets pulled over to reinforce Munchkin. And then goes back as Munchkin comes. There is no noise. The re-hits working really nicely against Genji and the way that Munchkin likes to make hard reads.
Fall asleep already.
Only one tag there with a knife. That is going to be the
I hate this map. I have no interest in watching this map.
But they're pressing the advantage.
If they play Heaven or Lotus, at least I'm interested. Fracture.
It's tucked deep. It's going to be that supportive util. Look at that. Tenz already holding for it. First signs of life from Genji. A flash and Molly is going to go flying. There it is. Dizzy. To be broken, not quite, just sailed right over, but a bit of miscommunication out here. Texture, the knives at play, the knives at work. He's going to try and slice and dice to victory. Genji finding that footwork and the ground game and granted to them. 2 versus 2, a weapon, at least with the upgrade. Meteor is going to be holding this one, he's going to be defusing this one, but already the wall fades and topples away.
What, 11-6?
Needs to be earned, and he does get it, but time against him entirely.
Wow.
Celsius again is there to make sure the safe pair of hands.
Win already.
Another player who was there at the very beginning. And he's 18-8, making sure to be the backbone of this team. Emotional leader for Sentinels, thriving under the pressure. Making sure that every one of these tight moments is closed out. Genji, they must pick this timing to respond if they want any chance of forging their place in history.
It has to happen now.
Cannot chase that. 7
against them.
Unless 7-11.
What makes diamonds?
Both.
Texture misses the adjustment. Can't quite hit the snap to the side and now pushed away from the angle. In fact, even activates the dash, anticipating like it could be a follow through, but it's not. But he's getting out of there.
He's getting good information here, Bren. The fact that Texture popped the dash and got back on the angle is telling Genji to keep 3 players A. And they have Lackey on pipes too. This is looking like the way that Sen wanted to defend.
Certainly is. Here's Ekan! Matters into his own hands, leading the charge with a dash that just collides right into the collision of 410. There needs to be the adjustment.
Win already, 12-6 already.
An inevitability. Texture in a 1v3.
He's got to try to hold on to the last shreds of hope in his heart. But it must be feeling heavy. He knows that this is Sen likely to get up to 12.
Look at the triangle they formed as well, crossfire setups. It would have to be the play of his career, and he knows it's not possible. In the movement, in his posture.
You see that he's just forced to take the smart play and back off. But this has got to be devastating. The silence in the Gen G camp as they allow Texture to play the clutch, settle in like fog. Memories flashing back. Where did it go wrong in the series? We were favored on split, weren't we? Icebox, surely we had the advantage. How are we in this position? 6 rounds in a row that Gen G would need to take, and Zelsis, he's on his feet. The round was still going on, and he's already celebrating.
Orchestrating the crowd.
HSK head in hands.
Thanks.
And this is it, the precipice. The line that's been drawn, and Sentinels willing to cross it. And this will be them as an org, as players, as individuals, etching themselves in the history books. But one last hurrah for Gen G. Has to put a stop to it now. Thrash clears through, that's entertainment! Takes a drops down, but he's fallen prey to it. Hunted down. Up to Lakia. He's
win already. That's still done.
It's a brutal scenario. They're picked to pieces.
Win already. Win already.
Unraveled. Sentinels can feel it.
The ult even forced out a Meteor here to try to keep the Horde back. But they're in a 3v5. There's nobody on A. Where's the win condition? It just looks like Sen are going to have a free ticket to A. Second's going to make a play down mid and it gets cancelled. Why would you even bother taking the risk?
Play it together. Thrash, second round. To clear the way through. It's Munchkin standing his ground. Knife just a little bit too late here. They can feel it now. Pressure mounting. Gen G stacking, but they will topple. They will fall. The rifles are too good. 1,000 days and counting.
GG.
Sentinels maintaining their relevancy.
30 seconds left. Spike planted.
The last time they were at an international event, last time they earned any sort of accolades.
Toxins going up.
GG.
From rank to rookie to tier 1 play, left to stew. Pacific's hopes and dreams laid on his shoulders. Gen G's hopes and dreams laid on his shoulders. But how much can one man do? First one found, second one not there.
Win already.
It's over. Sen City.
Win already.
Here to stay. And history has been made.
GG. GG. Wow, they actually won.
Leapt to stardom, became a household name because of the win that they got in that first.
Can you imagine my first time watching them and they immediately win?
They've been clowned on. Last year was devastated, but this group of players has done it. They put Sentinels back on top. The best team in the world to open 2024. And I can't believe it happened like that. 5 maps, Pacific's hopes dashed.
Hopes and dreams, and that's what they'll remain. But for Sentinels, proud of how far they've come here. Gen G will take a bow. It's a curtain close finish. Not how they hoped, not how they liked. It was supposed to go differently for them, but they just couldn't pull it over the finish line.
They've still made history. They've still made history, but that trophy is not for them.
Oh shit. Woo! Cannot believe it.
An unbelievable run. A historic run. A team that went from
amazing
to riches right here in Madrid.
Let's go.
They controlled their own destiny, and now they can finally say they are champions.
Let's go. Let's go, Sander.
An unreal sight here as every single member of the Sentinels hoist that trophy over their head. A long and difficult path for each and every one of those guys on that stage. What a run.
Who is this?
A journey that stretches over 1,000 days. Sentinels are finally back
Boy,
on
and
top,
he win it in front of
solidifying
Kaide.
their spots this year
Shit.
as world champions. Madrid will forever be known as the second coming of Sentinels.
They did it the hardest way possible. They played every match in the offseason, grinded since October. Every possible game in Americas. They went the long road here in Madrid and all 5 maps in the finals. After over 3 years, Sentinels joins the very few to have 2 international trophies in Valorant.
An unreal run from an unreal team. Guys who joined in a unified vision to bring a trophy to the fans of Sen City, to the organization that has stood by this game from the very beginning. And for them to do it in the way that they have done it, taking the hard road, baby. This right here is something that
thanks to Zekken, man. Because of Zekken,
and you see
man.
Tenz on that stage. He's been there since the beginning, since that
Without
first trophy
Zekken,
lift. Went through
they can't win.
3 years of turmoil, of grinding it out in North America, unable to make another run happen. But now he has that trophy.
Crazy, man.
Cannot believe
Who's that guy actually?
Together. But also, I do want to say real quick, commiserations for Gen G on one hell of a tournament as well. They played hard. They played this team as tough as they could. Pacific's got a lot to be proud of. But on this day, Sentinels got the better of them. But I will say this much. I don't think that this is going to be the end of us seeing this rivalry between Sentinels and Gen G, because I want more.
We're bound to get it. You see Zekken lift the trophy just days after his 19th birthday.
Crazy. Actually,
Zekken really good, man. Holy shit.
I'll go ahead and say it now. Solidifying MVP
Bright
status
future,
here in
this
Madrid. Just an individual performance for the history books.
This kid has been waiting for his opportunity, and he finally had the right team around him to make it happen. Sassy as well. Champions 2022, the last time this man felt a trophy now on a completely different team. With 4 new members around him, he's made it happen again.
Buy the Sand Bundle. Oh my god, I want to buy the Sand Bundle, man. My account all got banned, man. Shit, I want to buy TRX and Sand Bundle. The gun, the classic. Who's that? Who's this guy?
For him to be right here, I mean, it's just unbelievable.
You see the owner of Sand?
The man's more than just a salesman. He's the guy who kept him in it. You saw him on that last map, standing up, shouting at every moment. His teammates have said he's the reason they play for. He reminds them what they're after. This is it. They don't need a reminder anymore.
Yeah, his contribution in and out of the game today has been so visible the whole way through. Regardless of when the wins came for Gen G, regardless of when the wins came for Sentinels, he's been on his feet. He's been elevating his team today.
Of course, it was a back and forth affair between both of these teams, and it really couldn't have gone any other way. When you think about the great finals that we've had already in the history of this game, the short history of this game, whether it's Fnatic versus Loud, e.g. Paper X last year, some great matches across the board. This one, most definitely a special one, as it just goes to show me how the game has just continuously evolved.
And I'm just so impressed in Sentinels staying in this series. The final map not favored to them whatsoever, but they played their damn hearts out and earned that trophy. John QT, his first international event as an IGL.
I want to buy the jersey.
With the regaining with Kaplan, the coach who he played with,
jersey.
what, 2 years ago now, back in Tier 2, failing then, but reuniting and lifting a trophy together here in Madrid.
And I'll be honest, never the easy road for Sentinels, but bouncing back on Split, righting their wrongs from previous series, and then closing out on Icebox, it's just the best way to crown them.
It's the fact that they did it on Icebox. I saw Anna, I saw Leo and John need them all in the back, and I was like, guys, I think statistically speaking, it's going to look really good here for Gen G, but instead it is the Sentinels who rise to the occasion and are your Masters champion. For now, let's go ahead and hear from your champs.
Interview time.
And now from Riot Games, joining us on stage, we have some very important guests that are joining us to celebrate and congratulate our winners. We have head of president of esports, John Needham, of course, a global head of Valorant esports, Leo Faria, and our wonderful Anna Donlan, head of Valorant studio head. Amazing. Please, just go ahead, celebrate with them. And I feel like, Madrid, I haven't heard you enough. I feel like we have to give it up for Sentinels one more time. Madrid, lo habéis estado haciendo de locos. Menudo partidazo que hemos tenido en el día de hoy. Os habéis portado, ¿eh? Habéis sido unos magníficos reyes. Muchísimas, muchísimas gracias por venir hasta aquí y por celebrar con nosotros. Now, as in for the interview, you ready? Tenz, I'm gonna start with you. Of course, everybody's chanting for you. But after 3 years, you can say that you are finally back. Talking about being back, your mom is right there. Don't get emotional, because I would get emotional too. What does this mean for you? You lifted that first Masters International trophy, and you get to celebrate this one as well.
Honestly, it's just an amazing experience getting to do it with these guys here. Being able to lift it once again, and of course, a big shout out to the amazing audience here in Madrid, Spain. Appreciate all the fans of Sentinels, and thank you to my family.
Le he preguntado que qué significa para él. Claro, después de tanto tiempo él estuvo en ese primer trofeo que levantamos en una Masters internacional y obviamente se siente increíble. Por supuesto, os da las gracias a la audiencia que ha estado aquí porque habéis sido lo mejor de lo mejor. Con este equipo se puede cualquier cosa. Now, second, for you, you are probably now the best duelist in the world. Do you consider yourself to be that?
Yes, he is. He is the best duelist in the world.
Yes, he is.
He is the best.
He is the best?
He is 100% undoubtedly the best.
Okay. You do not consider yourself the best, but you're definitely different, right? How would you consider yourself different?
I'm just willing to do the job. I have the best teammates in the world behind me, the best support that a duelist could ever ask for. They make my life so easy. That's pretty much it.
Yo le pregunto si se considera que es el mejor duelista del mundo y él dice que no, que la verdad que no lo tiene tan claro, que es realmente el equipo el que hace que tenga tantísimo éxito, pero todos sabemos, lo estamos escuchando, que es el MVP. Probablemente
match MVP, man. Match MVP. Not just MVP.
Now, Celsius, I need to hear from you. I know what you're gonna do, but please give me a bit, the best of both worlds, okay? We know, we have seen you on stage. You're given everything. Of course, going to 5 maps, the vibes need to be up, and I feel like you've been in charge of that.
Yeah, I mean, there's a joke always going around that I'm only the vibe merchant, so it feels really nice that I got to lift a trophy, especially with these guys. Like, they really believe in me, everything I bring to them and everything they bring to me. And for once, it feels like we have a real team who everyone wants to win, and I'm just glad we got it done.
Anything else you want to add?
By the Sentinels bundle!
Tengo que dejar que haga a eso que celebre. Le pregunto que cómo ha estado manteniendo la energía tan arriba, sobre todo cuando nos vamos a un quinto mapa. Y él dice pues que todos sus compañeros lo hacen bastante fácil, que sí, que él está considerado ese tipo de persona que siempre tiene las vibes arriba, y desde luego que hoy lo ha demostrado. Sassy, this is your second trophy, right? But you have been competing for a very, very long time. There's been some ups, there's been some downs. How do you see this moment in your career?
Fake, I'm old, I know. But yeah, I think I've been here for like 10 years already playing esports. I don't know, I'm just grateful. I consider myself lucky to play so much like good teammates like Zach and Tyson, Jordan, John. Also the coaching staff made a great job on this tournament. And I don't know, I'm just happy to be here and happy to get my second trophy international. Yeah, that's it.
Porque obviamente este es el segundo trofeo que él consigue, pero lleva compitiendo muchísimos años también en otros títulos. Me hace la broma, ¿no?, de que a lo mejor es un poco mayor, pero la verdad es que está muy agradecido de tener al equipo que tiene, de poder estar aquí y de celebrar todo esto y de seguir ganando. La verdad que un momento muy humilde para él. Now, Junkie T, how are you feeling? You feeling good?
Feeling great.
Yeah?
Feeling dangerous.
I feel like there was a lot of eyes on you coming into this tournament. Of course, some might consider you a rookie, but what you did here during this entire tournament, but especially today, as a fresh, IGL coming into the big stage, what do you think has been your biggest struggle that you faced during this tournament?
Biggest struggle? I don't know. Our biggest struggle as a team was just like not playing like ourselves. We know we're the best team in the world, and yeah, we just need to play like that, pretty much.
Yo que le quería preguntar que aunque ha tenido dificultad porque obviamente no lleva compitiendo tanto tiempo como los otros, ahora llega a este stage tan grande y no se viene abajo ante nada. Dice que con lo que más han dudado, con lo que más les ha costado es jugar como ellos mismos, sabiendo que son el mejor equipo del planeta. Now, Kaplan, you're in for last. We have been hearing your thoughts during the tournament, some things that you agree with, some things that your ups and downs as well. But what has been your biggest learning point from this entire experience?
I did not know the resilience my team has was possible, and it means the world to me. I don't think we would be standing up here having won if we didn't have the hardest road in kickoff, and maybe if we didn't lose 2 days ago. We just get back up and we keep going, and they fucking want it, and whoops, they really, really want it, and I'll never forget that people can want it that bad, and I love them. We love you. We all love you.
Le preguntaba que cuál ha sido, pues desde luego con las opiniones que hemos estado escuchando de él durante el torneo, que ha sido lo que ha aprendido, ¿no?, de todo esto. Dice que de no haber perdido hace 2 días, de no haberse visto contra las cuerdas, no se habrían visto en esta situación de levantarse, de darlo todo y por supuesto de ganar este torneo. Let's give it up one more time for Sentinels! This is all that we're going to have for this tournament. Thank you very much.
Kaide, man, shit. Holy shit.
Oh my God, this is a very wholesome moment. Thank you very much to everyone for joining us, for enjoying our passion the way we did it. Everyone from production, working behind the scenes, everyone that made this possible, every single team. Thank you very much for this. Muchísimas gracias a todos por venir aquí, por disfrutar con nosotros, por compartir vuestra pasión minuto a minuto. Ha sido una experiencia alucinante. Muchísimas gracias. Esta es la primera, pero no la última que estaremos aquí.
Can you imagine games come to this point?
A beautiful moment with a team that has fought tooth
To
and
become
nail
a sport.
for this right here, for that trophy.
That moment.
That moment. And it's something that they will never truly forget. But man, what an event this has been, guys. You talk about one of the most explosive tournaments that we've ever had in the history of this game. I mean, no one knew who was going to win it coming into this one, Mimi, and boy, oh boy, was this one a banger.
Pretty much every roster coming into this year had massive changes, had new expectations, but Sentinels, they've been grinding since last October. They got their roster set, they found their identity finally, and have worked so hard to get to this point. You heard it from Kaplan, the hardest road possible, but that's how they got here.
Yeah, it's really, really great to hear him talk about the resilience, because I think that's one of the key things here to close out this run in Madrid. I mean, it's taken so much. You can see how much it means to them as well. Somebody is cutting onions out there, but it's just, yeah, it's so fantastic for these guys.
Yeah, and of course, for Sentinels.
Wow, so good, man. Can selfie, what the fuck?
Beginning. Because this is literally the beginning of our season. We had the kickoff tournament, something a little different to spice things up at the start of the season, and now we kick it off here in Madrid, but there is just so much more to come. Guys, this is going to be awesome. What a great season we have in front of us.
We got to top that now.
Yeah, somehow.
It's going to be hard.
Somehow, some way, we have to top the absolute cinema that we just watched here today in Madrid, Spain. Excuse me. Now, folks, I'm a little verklempt over here, but before we go,
watching.
we want to thank everyone in this arena who came out, who poured their heart and soul into each and every one of those games. We want to thank our incredible production team that has worked tooth and nail to make this broadcast happen, whether it was here in Madrid,
but Champion got more people watch. This one less. Champion, I remember, got 1 million people watching.
Team that makes this incredible event happen. Without you guys, I mean, my job is pointless. So thank you so much for being lovely people. And most importantly, we want to thank you who tune in and break records with us week in and week out and support this awesome game. This is only just the beginning, folks. And we'll see you at the international leagues. We'll see you for stage 1, and we will see you very, very soon. Take care, everybody.
Damn. Oh my god.
Bienvenidos a la gran final del Masters.
What is this? What is this? Oh. End of day highlight. Finish.
¿Qué pasa? We're in Spain finally.
Bienvenidos a España.
I'm so excited to be here.
This tournament is going to be definitely one that nobody wants to miss.
Give me another.
Just keep throwing,
Genji.
Just keep throwing.
Okay.
This is really the year of young blood, of new
I didn't
teams
even watch
stepping
the
up.
early match. I just watched the final.
And the stakes are so much higher.
It's Valorant.
The biggest
Anyone
match
can
should be
lose.
PRX versus Sen, and I didn't even watch that one because I was busy outside. Didn't know when was that match, but that was the match that I wanted to watch the most. Both of them are my favorite team. PRX.
This guy is not the Lisan Al-Gaib.
I want to just take my moment to go crazy about Les, because for
Sen.
my money, coming into this tournament, he looks like the best player in the world.
Oh my gosh!
How do you feel going up against the former world champions in Loud?
I wasn't playing when they won champs.
Clean from Texture.
What the fuck?
Show us what you got.
This guy is absolutely phenomenal.
Them toxic, man. This team, I hate them so much.
You know, like
Genji,
I don't want to try it.
super
This is
toxic.
going great for EDG. Nobody with 3 kills, and now it's just one standing. 10 bullets, and it's only 1 needed for Smoggy. EDG
PRX.
finally best in paper Rex.
Kang oh.
Brent, I know that you're not really used to being right,
Kang
but
Kang got
actually
play.
it's Sociology.
Yeah, Sociology was correct actually.
不要小瞧 EDG 所有人的羁绊啊
Benji Fishy versus
the
Tenz
fuck?
Fishy.
Please buy the Sentinels bundle, please!
You can't help but love it. I hope you guys at home can hear how riled up this audience is. Looking for someone. It's Tenz to connect, but what a shot from Rienz!
Why he bring the blockfish?
Surely you've seen him, he's just gonna dive in, he's gonna get in his face!
I wonder.
Sentinels on their international debut with pure success!
Forget the bundles, forget the clout. This is two teams, #1 seed in their respective regions, going at it for that straight shot.
Killjoy.
Satchels now in towards the back of the
Damn, my first time. The one thing that I regret is Sen and Tenz did not play for champion. If not, that will be the most memorable
Sen City here to play.
Again, there's a smoke
event
to
ever.
deny them a Meteor in an aggressive position. Just doesn't seem to be missing a beat. Gen.G will be the second team to make it through to the playoffs.
Kang,
St.
Kang.
Patty's Day, so I decided to get a little bit in the spirit, you know what I mean? Also to cover the grays. Who better to send some people home than Pansy and Hypock? Am I right, guys?
You're not wrong, GB. Absolutely hate everyone. You're on the money. Life's now pretty questioning what the hell's going on. No idea about Tui's, but a fantastic clutch from him in the end. That is Sadak having none of what they're trying to sell. It's done! FPX will be going home and live to fight another day.
Loud. Hey, this guy.
No more of the fun. You hear the music, it's done.
Buy the Heretics bundle, everybody. Buy the Heretics bundle.
Clearance Benji is blinded. He does not care.
I'm sorry. No, sit down. Go, guys, sit down. Sit down.
One after the time, the hammer.
Oh, it's something. Oh my god.
Onto the anvil. There is no hope.
Holy shit. Knife.
Paper X
Davai.
eliminating the Spanish favorites.
EDG has been the
Hey,
number one
Monkey
Chinese
joined already.
representative, and Loud was the one to stop them last year. They have a chance to do it again.
Smoggy's on all fours. Aodong tries to get back to
No! A obliteration of EDG as Loud make their way to the playoffs.
Monyet gonna be put to test, put to task.
Monyet, Monkey.
Blinded and
Monyet joined already.
just popping up over towards
Meaning they replaced what? Jing? Did they replace with Jing?
Paper X beating Carmine Core. The European Reapers carry on.
We've got back-to-back regional rematches in our first day of the playoffs.
Somehow this has come back into a winnable scenario. Just needs to hit the bullet. Oh, that's so unfortunate.
Yo, not even close, guys. Not even close.
Fighting to nail John QT. Where's he pulled that one from?
Nice, boys. Sen look to take their appointment with Gen.G in the upper finals.
You stole his ace.
Did I?
Yes, you stole his ace.
As I should. As I
Rightfully
should.
so, yeah.
Today, our final four teams becomes a top three. I don't want to get into predictions here, guys, but
I don't want to jinx anything.
I don't want to get into it.
you don't want to get into it?
I'm not
Want to get into it?
Nope.
These are the analysts, by the way.
Fido Gen.G bundle.
I've had enough of bundles.
Gen.G
I've had
bundle.
enough.
Hunter's Fury is popped, push up by Sassy, and the headshot angle won by Texture with 2 kills.
This one lousy, man. That should keep dying first.
An absolute demolition.
This one is the most toxic bitch.
This is the match for Paper X to prove if they're ready to lift a trophy in Madrid.
This is set up to be an explosive game.
Hammer to the fuse might make a difference. Paper X Mind Freak going forward, right click.
Mind Freak something.
Plenty of util left. Where
No
that come
Jing.
from? Will force Mind Freak out into the open. Kawazine seeking to deny this one. No, running it down. Paper X seal it away. Loud dropping out. See you later. Sent to the air.
Then for second got player. No Jing.
Both teams had to overcome a lot of challenges just to get here. It is going to be
Something for
about
second,
who can
by
show
Mind
up
Freak,
get
no Jing.
into that grand finals tomorrow.
The place is crowded.
Oh,
Just
Monyet
looking
replaced
at
Jing
what it's
already.
going to be of these two teams.
The TP is obscene. He let second wraps this map up in a bow. And they have no idea about Tenz. Now it's his time to shine. Sen playing map 2.
One tap.
The paranoia does not
tap.
land. And Monyet, what a moment for him. Can he get the hit? Yes.
Oh, ace.
Paper X taking us the distance they are. Never down, never out. I'm waiting for that
What the
cross.
fuck?
Sharp as ever. He's getting one. He's got the 3.
Oh.
Sentinels are going to the grand finals. America's last hope holds true.
Damn, I wish I watched that match.
Again, so cool to have some of these creators come out here. Do we get our dreams? We do.
Yeah, this one.
Maxwell,
They play the show match and wow, Mimi is so beautiful. Yeah, they introduced the Clover.
Close out the 3K.
Looking to get proactive. Here it is. That's what I'm waiting on. Ult there, coming in. That's beautiful work from Mimi, showing this in pure action. Stunning.
Mimi is super hot.
Barrel as well, noting that final player's position.
Maxwell 70 HP. Oh, we'll find it. Come soon.
And a fair fight, and none of it. No! Not the knife! Oh, he's done it with a knife! Team Spain picking up the show match victory.
It's been a difficult road for both of these teams to now being in the main event. And it's now time to determine who walks away as the inaugural champion of the season. Is it the America's #1 or the Pacific #1? We're ready for war.
Yes, it doesn't cover it. Texture alive and kicking, working his way around, but he's being bounced. Deal with Munchkin. Smoke down, grabbed and out, dash forwards, but Munchkin again. They weren't expecting it right from behind. Too much to deal with indeed. Gen G.
Yeah, this one watch already. This one.
Map 1. One flash play out and collected. All sorts of kills. Every round, let's go. Lifeless Baron in nature, but he snipes him anyway. At least there, another kill, found and out and defended. You're joking. So fast with the moves, yet Sentinels shut it down. Taking all the way. Spray down hammers, but will be it.
Xerxes cannot control himself.
In Madrid stream.
Lo que más les ha costado es jugar como ellos mismos, sabiendo que son el mejor equipo del planeta. Now, Kaplan, you're in for last. We have been hearing your thoughts.
I'm just willing to do the job. I have the best teammates.
Madrid, lo habéis estado haciendo de locos. Menudo partidazo que hemos tenido en el día de hoy. Os habéis portado, ¿eh? Habéis sido unos magníficos reyes. Muchísimas, muchísimas gracias por venir hasta aquí y por celebrar con nosotros. Now, as in for the interview, you ready? Tenz, I'm gonna start with you. Of course, everybody's chanting for you. But after 3 years, you can say that you are finally back. Talking about being back. Your mom is right there. Don't get emotional, because I get emotional too. What does this mean for you? You lifted that first Masters International trophy, and you get to celebrate this one as well.
Honestly, it's just an amazing experience getting to do it with these guys here. Being able to lift it once again, and of course, a big shout out to the amazing.
That's all.
Proactive, here it is. That's what I'm waiting.
CG has been
Kang.
Best in the world, do you consider yourself fácil que sí?
We all love you.
A beautiful moment with a team that has fought tooth and nail for this right here, for that trophy.
That moment.
That moment. And it's something that they will never truly forget. But man, what an event this has been, guys. You talk about one of the most explosive tournaments that we've ever had in the history of this game. I mean, no one knew who was going to win it coming into this one. We have in front of us.
We got
Alucinante, muchísimas gracias. Esta es la primera, pero no la última, que estaremos aquí. Con nosotros, por compartir vuestra pasión minuto. Thank you very much to everyone for joining us, for enjoying our passion the way we did it. Everyone from production, working behind the scenes, everyone that made this possible, every single team.
is this?
Very much
Sister.
Muchísimas gracias a todos por venir aquí, por disfrutar con nosotros, por compartir vuestra pasión minuto a minuto. Ha sido una experiencia
Did he never win
alucinante.
a
Muchísimas
champion
gracias.
before?
Esta es la primera,
Crying.
pero no la última que estaremos aquí.
Moment with a team that has fought tooth and nail for because this is literally the beginning of our season. We had the kickoff tournament, something a little different to spice things up at the start of the season, and now we kick it off here in Madrid, but there is just so much more to come. Guys, this is going to be awesome. What a great season we have in front of us.
We got to top that now.
Yeah, somehow.
It's going to be hard.
Somehow, cinema that we and nailed to.
¿Qué pasa? We're in.
Nice. Done. Woo! Champions.
To make a mistake. You're calling out the name.
Fuck. I hit the kind of what? The timeout then. Oh, finally done. Finally I can play my game.